Hello, everyone. Welcome to the UCEI Invitational presented to you by Xfinity. My name is Trey,
My name is Caitlin.
and we are in for an absolute thriller here as the UC San Diego Tritons take on the Cal Berkeley Bears. Talking a little bit about the format today, both of these teams were in the losers bracket, and it's for all the marbles here as their UCEI hopes hang in the balance.
Yeah, I'm excited. This is gonna be a BO3 match and single elim, so I'm ready to see this game work out and all that stuff. So,
Absolutely. And the first map will be Breeze. The new
hmm
Breeze is in. And on that note, we are on the live patch. So let's talk a little bit about that new patch. We saw buffs to Harbor, to Breach, that Vice Ul is reverted back to how
yep.
it once was. What are some compositions you think we might see here on this
Ooh.
brand new Breeze?
I mean, I think Viper is always a really good agent for this map. I mean, their wall can cut through sight, but I can also see Harbor being played now that their smokes is changed. You can add a shield now. Their Concusta is blind, so I think it'd be really interesting. I love the changes though. Can we talk about that? There's like a wall now, no more ropes. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, so we were talking about it a little bit earlier. That mid is constricted a bit, especially on that elbow. They closed up
Yeah.
that gap right there. The jump on mid pillar is no longer. There's a piece of sheet metal blocking the
Yeah.
way. As you mentioned, Vents is gone, and that it allows for different compositions,
hmm
right? Beyond the just I have to go Viper, I have
Yeah.
no other choice, right? We might see a little bit more creativeness out of these two teams today as they hope to fight for what's left in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna go and see the bracket between these four UCs.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a look at the bracket here, our winners group there, UC Irvine versus UC Davis. And of course, here in the losers semis, it's going to be the Tritons versus the Bears. And today's match, we will be looking at the Tritons versus the Bears, and it should be an absolute thriller here. And it's been great throughout the course of the tournament as we see the best Valorant that the UC system has to offer.
Yeah, I mean it's like everything is on the line here, so I'm hoping to see crazy plays, battles, all that stuff. I mean, we can even talk about the new gun that is introduced, the Bandit. Changes the way everything can be played. I'm seeing more thrifties, I mean, the headshot does 126,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's insane. It's almost like putting the regen and the half shield to rest when you have a buy round.
Absolutely, the Bandit fills this kind of weird niche that between that Ghost and
hmm
the Sheriff as
Yeah.
well. It fills this weird role, but a lot of duelists, especially, they had that 100 credits left over,
Yeah.
and you might as well buy a Bandit with it, right? And so it creates a difference in those pistol rounds, and it's going to be really interesting to see how much Bandit usage we see
Yeah.
throughout today and how that impacts the games.
Yeah, totally right. I mean, we also have some agent changes, some nerfs, some buffs, with especially initiators. Breach has gone through a little bit of a buff here. Their stun lasts longer. Flash is a bit quicker. I mean, I think Breach is always a strong initiator on any map, to be honest. We talked about the fade. We'd love to see a fade.
Absolutely. I truly believe Fade is the best initiator in the game right now. Obviously, that KO is so strong, but
Yeah.
that floor can be a little hard to reach to get that maximum value out of him.
hmm
I'm sure these players have no difficulty picking up
Yeah.
that KO. It's going to be interesting to see how those compositions work out and how they'll fluctuate over the course of the series.
For sure. I mean, with these players, I'm hoping to see some lineups, some pop flashes. I can't wait to see how they use their util to kind of support and play these rounds. So
I want to see the nerdy stuff. I want to
yes,
see I want to see all of it, the YouTube lineups,
yeah.
everything.
I want to see this on TikTok clips. Like all ults in one round or something. That'd be so fun.
Absolutely, yeah. And we should be in for a good slate of matches
Yeah.
throughout the course of the day today as we look to crown a winner here in Valorant at the UCEI initiative presented by Xfinity.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to watch these matches, all those different agent pools, hoping to see like maybe Duelist, Waylay, Neon. Playing against a new Neon is,
Absolutely. And if you want to take a look at the
yeah,
trophies here, maybe we can grab one and take a look at this beautiful Valorant trophy here that our players will be competing for.
yeah.
Look how beautiful and gorgeous it is.
I mean, it's really heavy. It's like glass. I mean, who wouldn't want this?
Absolutely, and one of these schools will be taking it back home with them,
Yeah.
putting it up in a trophy case to show off their efforts here at UCEI. Should be in for a great slate of matches today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. 3 matches.
I hope we see all three.
I know.
I hope we see a game 3 here, and really see these two teams go the distance.
Yeah, I mean, Breeze. I'm excited for Breeze as our first map. I can't lie.
And with that, we will take it to a quick break while our players get ready. So keep it right here. We'll be right back.
Showing beautiful control. She's clearly a crowd favorite.
The most reliable Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Look at Michaela attack that run. No doubt you can do the same, Stella.
Cut your mobile bill in half and save $60 a month for your first year with Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Welcome back, everyone, to the UCEI Invitational presented to you by Xfinity. My name is Trey,
My name is Caitlin.
and as we get ready to go under here, it's going to be the UC San Diego Tritons versus the Cal Berkeley Bears. Map 1 is going to be Breeze, and it should be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see these comps. What is your dream comp for Breeze?
Talking old Breeze, and it still may apply now.
Yeah.
I think the Viper is a must. As much as I would love to see Harbor, I don't know if we will. The Viper's tried and true. Chamber, of course. Jet, of course. And then those other initiator roles, it can be really interesting. I also think Yoru can be really valuable here as well. And then Fade. Fade's
Yeah.
the GOAT.
I mean, we talked about it already. I feel like it depends on what agents they run. I mean, we can see a double controller, double initiator here, double duelist maybe. I want to see some new agents. Waylay, perhaps, Viper, always a solid one here.
Yeah, as we kick it to the agent select here, our players are getting ready and they're getting locked in here, taking a look at the Cal side of things, which will be the attackers. We got Jet, Sova, the Astra gets locked in, so double controller here alongside the Viper and Chamber as well.
Yeah, I mean, here on the San Diego side, we have Viper locked in, maybe a Waylay happening. I mean, with Viper on Breeze, I feel like Breeze is one of the maps you could possibly just run a Viper, but I like seeing this double controller play. Sova, a very solid initiator with their ult and stuff. Oh, it seems like there's a change on the San Diego side with Waylay and Yoru.
Yeah, the Tritons making a little bit of a shift here as they decide what they want to go for. November's going to think about and hover that Waylay there. Should be really interesting. And deciding if they want to go no Sentinel on the side of the Tritons. Meanwhile, looking at the side of the Bears, I can imagine that post plant is going to be brutal.
Yes.
Snakebite and Astra.
Yeah, Astra, very solid controller in my opinion. Love the wall. Astra's ult cuts an entire site. Post plant is amazing. Playing retake also very nice. And seems like the Tritons are running no Senti, which is, not super seen, especially in such a big map like Breeze. You always need an extra person watching flank or maybe lurking. Could see a Viper lurking through mid, something like that.
It's going to be really interesting to see. Yeah,
Yeah.
no trips here. Might be playing a little bit of that 15 seconds or less offense here as well on when they're on that attack side, of
Yeah.
course. But it's going to be really interesting to see how they handle the defense side with no Sentinel. I know that Viper can play like a pseudo Sentinel
Yeah.
on that B site with the snake bites, kind of sitting in that backside area. So a really interesting composition from the Tritons here,
For
and
sure.
I'm really excited to see how this one's going to pan out.
I mean, yeah, with Yoru and Waylay as both solid duelists, we can see some really aggro pushes, even as defense. I mean, I can see them taking a lot of space depending on which site they go on. I mean, flanks could work too with TPs. Waylay has their little dismiss. I
Yeah.
think that's really good info, especially. And, we have these two duelists who can easily rotate sites. So, I mean, I'm really excited for this matchup.
Yeah, that Waylay TP can serve as almost like a human drone,
Yeah.
right? As we kick it to the game already here in this pistol, Melvin's going to kick us off with the Deagle shot to the head there. That's going to be an entry pick, and Frost will get another. Taking a look here, this B-side execute seems to have been stifled by the Tritons. It's 4 versus 3.
Yeah, and we already see this Waylay pushing up A, perhaps getting this flank happening, or, info that they are perhaps rotating back to A site.
Yeah, November in this corner perfectly will find Stain there looking for more. That the TP is down. The hinder will be great. November for 3. The pistol goes the way of the Tritons.
Yeah, I mean, like we said before, with two duelists, I can see a lot of them just going up, taking space. Perhaps that means Cal needs to go take more space, kind of spread out, especially on such a big map like this. You need a lot of map control as attackers.
Absolutely, and the Tritons did a really good job there. November pushing, taking that A main space when the B side was overloaded, tucking in that corner, a really great hinder there. is going to walk away with 3 here.
And we do have a Vandal on Cal's side. 1 Vandal. Oh, seems to be a Guardian, actually.
Yeah, Frost with the easy pick through onto the chamber there. A little hold up on this elbow space. The clove smoke is going to fade. They're going to start to come out through this elbow side here. Chrome taking a few steps back on that mid link there. And it's going to be 3 through the top mid. Frost stuck here a little bit with the Guardian. It's going to swing out here as Lafufu will find Oni there in the mid. And it's just 3 bears held up in this B main side. They're going to start to take this site and they'll start to roll out on the save round here, trying to just get this plant money, and Stain should be good for it. Swinging is November. The spike will go down. Chrome will find 2, but they get the plant money.
I'm surprised none of, Cal's side played the Bandit. I really want to see the Bandit, guys. But, that was a great round from them. I mean, I think playing mid and playing together, especially after losing the pistol round, is really good because 5 players together can beat perhaps 1 person with a Guardian or a Bulldog, Great work from the Tritons. Again, we saw the Yoru flanking from A site, and got those picks. I mean, I really want to see some map control, from Cal's side, maybe. Especially with guns now, I really want to see how they play.
Yeah, a bit of a bonus here from the Tritons as they try to extend this early 3-0 lead. There will be rifles in the hands of the Bears as there's a group outside B. And could be a B hit here, but interesting to see if they will work the map. And look at this elbow push from the Tritons. Lafufu will get 1. The trade will immediately go the other way. And it's a 1-for-1 trade there. The Silva will go down for the Tritons. Just trying to feel this map out a little bit there. That was really aggressive from the Tritons there. Kind of served that way. They served as that human drone, as I had mentioned earlier, and just TP'd back out. But a trade 1-for-1. Clove Smoke will go down A main, and the Bears will start to group on this A side. Waylay and Clove on the side of the Tritons. Maybe their spidey senses are going off a little bit here. Here's the Silva drone out through the smoke. They're going to call for it. And a Jetcracker will find November somehow. Who will get the trade there. 2 backside. Stain gets Melvin in the backside as well. 3 versus 2. 40 seconds and counting. The bomb will go down from Arctic. And a wrap around here from Lafufu. Are they aware of it? And now they are. Not able to find anything there. Chrome on the side of the Tritons coming from that side, swings out. Jetcracker with a 3rd onto Lafufu there from that brick side, and all that's left is Chrome 1 versus 3 here in this bonus round. Bomb ticking away. Trying to find anything, squeeze these guns as much as they can, and Chrome will get 2, trying to go for a 3rd, but can't. A valiant effort from Chrome there makes it really expensive for the Bears.
Yeah, I mean, even though it was Berkeley's, buy around there, being able to get almost all their players to lose their guns, it's really going to hurt their economy here. And I love how, UCSD kind of play very heavy mid. We see kind of one door at all times, the Yoru holds door. No one's really holding A main. And I really like their rotate. Didn't work out in their favor, but they did get the read that they were rotating. I mean, with a map like Breeze, you can easily just rotate site, and kind of play a lot of fakes here.
So this elbow push will come out here from the side of the Bears. Melvin will marshal in hand and will find 1 onto the chamber. Absolutely taking his head clean off. Will be traded out by Stain there. A big group happening here in elbow, and outside B main. Frost will get his leg shot a little bit here. Has that regen shield though, so not worrying too much about it. Here's the group. Main Snakebite's gonna come out from Chrome. Bam. Silva drone will hit and be good onto Chrome. The execute is out, and here's Oni, and Stain will fall to the Snakebite of Chrome. Viper on Viper. Friendly fire there. Swinging. Jetcracker looking in his backside, getting spammed to the back wall, and can't get anything as Chrome.
You want to
It's
fight
3
it?
versus 3. Astral Wall's gonna come out as well. Shock darts from Frost, trying to get Arctic off of that bomb there, and won't be able to. Just no good on that one, as the Bears hunker down for this first post-plant of the game. Shock darts coming out here. Trying to find something is November. Will we find him in this cubby corner? No. Oni will find that one. 3 versus 2. Spike is ticking away. Lafufu trying to get that trade for his homie, but won't be able to. Arctic will clean it up themselves. We're tied up at 2 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, Jetcracker is going
My people, are you
crazy,
ready?
you know, being
You
able
must
to
cultivate
kind
a
of
sense of
take sight
calm.
like that really quickly, using your ult to kind of cut sight in half, making the retake even harder. I wonder if we're going to see some, you know, retakes happening, maybe like a 5-man retake, give them sight. But now we have sheriffs in our hands, so I want to see how maybe they'll push mid. Maybe we'll, you know, see some stacking on site.
Some beautiful shots from the Tritons there in that replay, but weren't able to get
Gonna
it
fall
done.
back here.
Both of those rounds there, as the saves come out, with Eagles across the board, and the band in the hands of Frost and Chrome, excuse me, as they're taking this big heavy. November will find one, trying to find more dashes out. Won't be able to get any, and it is absolute madness
player
in the
standing.
mid site. All that's left is Chrome with a bandit on the save round. Let's see what they can do here. Against the 2 rifles, we'll catch Chamber here, but we'll at least get dinked and get finished off by the Outlaw there. That'll be somewhat easy one there for the Bears as they take the lead here on map 1 Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great, you know, try at the mid push. I really liked, you know, the vision. I saw it, but really great calling on Berkeley to kind of understand that, hey, we have been seeing them being really aggro, especially in these rounds, you know, and they need these guns. So I love how they're kind of doing this buddy system. We see really good trades going on here. So it's looking very solid from both teams.
Absolutely, and this one is shaping up to be an absolute masterclass of a match so far, and I hope it can go the distance here between the Tritons and the Bears, and will find one onto Frost, the opening pick there on that top mid, and now this mid a little bit exposed. Melvin with the trade onto Arctic. Just beautiful trades have been happening thus far, but no one's able to hold this mid with the Sova. That being Frost taken down. Feeling out this mid space a little bit here, starting to retreat. Gonna have to go grab that spike in a pivotal gun round in this first half here. A little bit, and we'll find Ad there, who's knocking on Death's door already. I believe was hit for 140 there. The bomb will be retrieved, and they will make their march onto B site here. Ashes Stars are coming down in the Viper's Pit to counter here from Chrome. Dashes out from Oni. Oni's on top looking for something. Chrome will find one, but won't be able to get any more. Jetcracker with a beautiful trade. The Viper's Pit will go down, and another Viper's Pit to counter. Melvin swooping back around, though. That's 3 for them. The bomb did not get planted as the Viper's Pit extends, and Dimensional Drift has it in hand, thinking about it, and a beautiful round from Melvin and the Tritons as a whole. It's 3-3.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I noticed that happens almost every beginning of the round is that both teams try to take mid control, you know. There's always, you know, the swing from heaven. We see, you know, Melvin get a kill here through doors. I mean, I think mid control is super important in such a big map like this. Plus, you can, you know, kind of cut the sight, have a double, you know, hit to B. And now we see some ults being used here. We have, you know, Waylay's ult, Yoru's ult, and Chambers ult is online. So I want to see
You
these
want to
options.
play? Let's play.
Should be madness this round with all the ults lined up here. As it's just kind of been this, as you mentioned, focusing on this mid, it's so important in Breeze. Maybe a little bit easier to take now with all the cover added. It used to be so much wide open.
Drone.
Really just an aim duel down that top mid all the way down. But with all these boxes, Elbow is boxed in now. The mid jump. It's this Chamber kind of lurking in this mid doors here. There's going to be 2 coming the side of A main. Just come back around as well. The Chamber op shot is no good.
Drop in a
Fufu
smoke.
felt that one go by their head there. Chamber on the side of the Bears starting to work up that top mid a little bit. Got scared off by the smoke though. As this AXQ looks like it's gonna happen. Oni's gonna come out, dashing that smoke, and the Waylay ult's gonna counter. Everyone's hindered. November's good for 1. November's good for 2. The Soba ult will trade it out, and the Clove Res will come out as well. It is absolute madness on this site, trying to find something. The chamber op shot is no good. That Clove Res timer will be reset by Lafufu, and it's 3 versus 1. All members of the Tritons retake this site successfully. They never even got the bomb down. 18 seconds and counting, standing in that snake bite a little bit. Chambers knocking on death's door, 27 HP, is just gonna run away, grab a gun, save it. It's the right thing to do, and the Tritons get their 4th.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that round, Berkeley was being very cautious. This is kind of how they've been playing, the few rounds beforehand. They play really slow, get some mid control, and slowly gather info and then make their decision on which site to push. I mean, maybe here we'll see, just a fast 5-man push into a site. They did use a good amount of ults there. We had Waylay ult. I think that was one of the best plays, holding it. And then the Tritons, they don't rotate, just because time has gone by. And I think that's really good how they just stay in their place and then gather info.
It's gonna be this weird kind of light buy here, half buy for the Bears as they try and get that economy a little more stable here. There's a rifle in the hand of Chamber, of course, saved from the round previous. There's 3 Cal Bears line up here outside of B main. And Chrome will just spray through that smoke there of theirs and find an easy kill onto Oni. Heard them grab the orb there, but I guess he couldn't get away in time. An easy spam kill for Chrome. And Chamber will get Melvin, but instantly traded out by November. The Tritons doing a really good job of trading these players out. Chrome might not have been seen, but they know he's there regardless. And Jetcracker, oh my goodness. Cracked the skull of Chrome there with the deagle. Recon Dart will come out, Stinger in hand for Arctic there, and Lafufu will find 2 as well. All that's left is Arctic with that rifle. Lafufu with 3. It's 5-3 Tritons.
Yeah, I mean, we saw both duelists pushing up A main that round. I mean, it's really hard, especially, with 2 such crazy duelists. We have Yoru, who can just easily TP back. Waylay can just teleport back with her dismiss. So I don't know, maybe we need to see some even harder pushes. I mean, it was really unlucky that Oni got spammed through the smoke, and when your only duelist goes down, I mean, it's a bit hard, but Jetcracker's been doing a really fantastic job just trying to get into sight and getting a pick off Chrome.
Absolutely, the Recon Dart will be shot out mid. It won't actually scan anyone despite heavy mid presence from the Bears here. The knives will come out from the side of Oni, with a Stinger in the back pocket. And Ad will find Melvin, and just like that, the trade is good, but the Bears will end up with more personnel on their side. It's 4 versus 3, taking this mid space here. They're gonna be met in arches by CT in Chrome. Chrome will find 1, get traded out by Jetcracker. Jetcracker has been phenomenal thus far on this half wall here. Trying to find something is Frost.
Spike planted.
Spike will go down and start ticking away. There's 3 Bears here. The hindrance will come out. They know that this Jet in Oni is half wall. November will find Arctic, instantly TP back, and will get double swung as Frost. It's 1 versus 2. The Stinger in hand, trying to keep him at bay. There's 2 different fights. November looking for something, trying to get that spam. Spike counting down, ticking away. And it's just getting hit from each side and not able to do anything. Jetcracker will get their 3rd of the round. A beautiful mid rotate there into the B site, and really well played by UC Berkeley.
Yeah, I mean, the way Berkeley has been playing, they work together. They get their trades, They kind of jiggle with that, as you can see at the half wall, and I think that's very valuable. I mean, getting your trades, and, getting those advantages really helps the team there. And I think they're aware how aggro UCSD has been playing, so it's kind of been punishing them by being aware of that.
Absolutely, a lot of those opening picks, even if they get traded out, right? A defender's life is more valuable than an attacker's, and starts to loot these sites a little overloaded here. It's just gonna be an easy take here for the Bears on the save round. At least it should be, but Lafufu will get the spam. 1 of 3 rifles instantly traded out. by the chamber there. Sova ult will come out from Frost trying to get something. This planner, Arctic getting two as well. Dimensional Drift out for Melvin, running around trying to call something out. Astra Wall is ready as well for Jetcracker if they need be. It's a Deagle and the rifle for the Tritons here, trying to find something. Melvin will be able to, but Frost will get the collat through, but it won't be enough. Stain will clean it up, and we're tied up at 5 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really close game. I love how they use Yoru ult, especially with Sova ult, you know, kind of tracking there. It was a fast push onto A there, something that I've been wanting to see from, you know, Cal Berkeley. So, but can we talk about how fast the Tritons also kind of retook the site? I mean, all 5 were there by the time that, you know, they were trying to plant. So I think that was also a really good read where they kind of were aware how fast they were going to push, and it just all rotated to A.
So I believe we might have a pause here as our players get some things sorted out, and it has been an absolute banger thus far. 5 apiece, trades each way, and it feels like every time there's a kill in the feed, there's 2 more following right after it. It has been constant craziness. What do you like out of each side the most right now?
I mean, from UC Berkeley side, I mean, that teamwork has been phenomenal. They've been getting their trades, you know, Jetcracker's been getting their picks, doing amazing. And from the Triton side, I mean, their util has been really good. I think we saw when they were pushing A, you know, we have that Waylay concuss, and then the Clove just comes in and can easily, like, pick off the kill, you know, so.
Taking a look at the scoreboard here, we've been talking about them all day. Jetcracker has been really good on those trades, but looking at the Tritons as well, a little bit more balanced on the side of things, but regardless, the score is tied up 5 apiece.
Yeah, and we have Astra ult, Clove ult. I think we can see some crazy retakes, or kind of, I think Berkeley's going to want to just get on site and be able to use that Astra wall to their advantage, you know, just to have them struggle with their retake.
Jumping into the game here, and Ad will find an instant one onto Melvin with that outlaw from that top window there. Another opening pick for them, which has seemed to be a pattern, as it's 5 versus 4 early. Thinking about this B hit is the Bears. Chrome will find Ad as well, and just like that, it's evened up. A minute and counting on this round. Frost trying to reclaim a little bit of this mid space, and will find one onto Stain there. A beautiful shot. Recon Dart is ready, almost finds Oni with the spam, so close. They might have to buy a lottery ticket, but Lafufu is an anchor of this site here, just sniping them from mid. Arctic will find Chrome. It's 1 versus 3, 35 seconds and counting, and a really great flank from Lafufu there to shut it down.
Left.
Looking to probably just save this gun here. It's going to be interesting if the Tritons send the Hounds after him, try and get this gun out of his hands.
Yeah, and we do see Sova has their ult for next round. Astra ult still there.
Finds Lafufu, obviously will
seconds
decline the res there. November lurks back through CT there, T side, excuse me, and a beautiful flank.
round
It's
in the
6-5,
half.
last round of the half. It's been a great one thus far, and it's going to be interesting to see if we're going to head 7-5 or tied at 6 apiece. But regardless, the money a little concerning on the side of the Bears here. A Guardian and Regen Shield. Oni able to buy a rifle, but the Astra ult has been in the back pocket of Jetcracker for a while now. Looking on the other side, that Waylay ult is back up and ready for November. Viper's Pit, as well as that Resurrection for Clove. Chamber Op will come out, and so will the Astra. Oni coming out, trying to have a scuffle here with Melvin. The decoy's good, and Arctic will get Oni as well, and Chrome is somehow holding down the site. Arctic got 3 kills there with their Sova ult, one of them being his own friend, his own bear. It's 3 versus nothing, actually. 7-5, a beautiful hold from Chrome there, and the Tritons will take the lead into the half.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chrome's defensive half on B really shut them out every time. And we talked about this. Viper on Breeze is always a solid agent. You know, we have their wall cutting through mid, the snake bite, you know, a molly just to, like, get them to stop pushing onto site. I think it's just beautiful how Chrome played it.
Yeah, great hold there. He said, I'm dying with this sight, and took 3 down with them. A bit funny on that Sova ult as well.
Yeah.
A little unfortunate, just wanted to get that Viper out of there so bad and just get caught in the crosshairs as Oni. As we head to the second half here, which has been an absolute thriller. It's 7-5 apiece here on map 1. And look at this mid take from the Tritons. It's going to be quick and fast with this offensive lineup that we mentioned, but Stain will find one immediately. Waylay dashes out and good, but they won't be able to clear anyone out. This execute falls apart. It's 2 versus 4, and all that's left is Chrome. And won't be able to get anything. A beautiful, clean pistol round from the side of the Bears. It was a really quick mid-doors rush there, and it got stifled very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, and there we have it. I mean, it's a really close game. If they win their spy round, which, you know, most likely, but we do see 2 share spot from the Tritons. Anything could happen, you know, in
And
these
a
spy
bandit.
rounds. And a bandit, you know. So I want to see, maybe is this game going to be tied up here? Love the read from, you know, Berkeley, though. I really love how they had 4 on site already, or was it 3? But the hold was amazing nonetheless.
An early elbow push here, stacking his 3 members of the Tritons. Outlaw in hand for this chamber, and it looks like it's going to be a mid take here. Trying to hug this wall so the chamber doesn't see them, and we'll get Lafufu spammed through the smoke, and oh my goodness, fighting for their lives. Taking this top mid space though, interesting on this save round as they start to work out into V. Oni will put a needle in that one. Arctic as well, and this is just going to be a really clean buy round from the side of the Bears. It'll be flawless as well, and we're tied at 7 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, great from UC Berkeley to, you know, keep their guns to themselves. You know, I think it'll be a really hard battle with, you know, Outlaws, especially with 2 people from, you know, UCSD going with the half shield. Oh, seems like they're doing full shield. I mean, you have to be wary, especially when there's Outlaws in play, that you can't really rely on half shields or regen anymore, because that's basically an op in their hands. So
Yeah, the Outlaw is devastating on this map, as it is everywhere. Has been a great addition to Valorant's arsenal thus far, and like you mentioned, forces everyone into that heavy shield and can't just run the light shield and say, screw it, I don't need the 25 HP. And Chrome doesn't need any HP to take out 2 there. An early double kill for them. Arctic will find one of their own, and here's the execute coming out. Here's the attackers of the Tritons starting to flood Arctic here, stuck in this back site, but they're going to call it off and start to head toward B. Look at Waylay, November taking this space, calls for it, says, everyone come B, I got it, guys. And he's absolutely right. Bomb will go down for the Tritons, and November, a little too far out there, will get cleaned up by Stain there. It's 3 versus 3. Only 1 rifle in the hand of the Tritons. This is a round, of course, on the bonus. The Tritons cannot afford to lose this in such a tight game. Silver drone in hand, ready to go to main. Looks like Chrome is going to wrap this elbow side. Chamber is aware though, and will look away, finds the perfect timing there. Chrome might be good for a few here, 10 HP. And Chamber's Spidey senses go off, but Chrome is absolutely devastating. Tap will go and not be good. Lafufu will find one very good hold from the Tritons here, and beautiful timing from Chrome in mid. And a gorgeous shot at 10 HP, and the Tritons take the lead.
yeah, I mean, I want to talk about Chrome some more. I mean, their patience and awareness, you know, staying kind of at the entrance of A, knowing that 2 people, or not knowing, but just being so aware that 2 people could possibly push up, and getting those picks was great for the team.
Yeah, looking at this, and just a very well executed post plant there from the Tritons. Interesting to see how Berkeley's going to respond to this. They made it a little pricey for them, and add with a beautiful pick onto Lafufu. The TP will be good, and he'll be right out of there with the first blood.
Enemy mark.
Silva drone will ping Melvin there. Few players mid grouping up here. Bit of a default, as well as the Tritons kind of getting cleaned up wherever they go right now. Working up A is Chrome. There's 2 members of the Bears awaiting them. As they begin to roll out this execute here. Astra Smoke will come down. That Astra's in the backside as well. They should be calling for it as members of the Bears start flooding over. Looking at this execute, trying to find something. Your decoy will go out, but Jetcracker's not fooled and swinging out. He's Chrome, not able to find anything. Frost will find Arctic as well. It's 2 versus 4. Op in the hand of Oni. And right on cue is Oni with the shot ringing through the air. A beautiful defensive round from the Bears, and it's back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a very close game. We now have an op in play. It definitely changes how they're just going to have to peek. You know, they're definitely going to use more util and flash out from everywhere. I think I want to see a fast push. They kind of got picked off that round 1 by 1. So I think a fast push, especially with their light buy of having 2 stingers on the Triton side. So I want to see some crazy util usage, more like coercive teamwork here.
It's tied 8 apiece, but 2 Tritons have stingers in their hands here. Interesting buy for sure. Decide not to save it. They're going to go for it with a 5-man A here, and here's the waylay of November out. And that'll be that front side taken easily. As Stairs is no more. That yellow pushed back. Bomb will go down. It's going to be a 5 versus 5 retake, the first of this match thus far. Astra Stars will come out on the main side. It'll be interesting to see how this retake is going to unfold and the madness that is soon to ensue here. Chrome will get traded out, and oh my goodness, just like that, the Tritons just fall like dominoes, swinging with Frost with the stinger. And all that's left is 2 stingers. It's 1 versus 2. Sova ult is ready, and Frost will let it rip. They'll find the Viper, and it's halved by Jet, and that won't be able to clean it up. That is absolutely devastating for the Tritons, and the Bears take a 9-8 lead there. This guy was worried if he was going to track him down in that back site there for a second.
I mean, great play from Berkeley. Their Jet just held down that spike, halved it, and then the Astra was able to, you know, get the rest of the bomb. I really love that 5-man retake. I thought it was so like interesting to see how they use their util, especially with Astra concuss and, you know, having that op. So I was, you know, hoping maybe they'd play back a little more, use their mollies. We have that Clove Decay. So kind of want to see how they play these next rounds.
Oni with a beautiful shot onto November that has been finding their way with these precision weapons, the Outlaw and the Op, but will get instantly traded off. Bit a little bit more than they can chew there, and Add with a beautiful trade as usual on cue from the top mid ropes there. Starting to regroup with the Tritons in this elbow. Might think about this B main hit, but it's a messy mid take there. They find themselves down a player, running into Stain's Viper here. See if he can be a bastion in defense here as they start to contact out, but will be made. Off shot ringing out as well. Up in the hands of that chamber instead of the Jet. As all noise gets cut for half a second. Here's the Viper's Pit, and Lafufu will go down immediately. The Viper's Pit extends out just perfectly for them to come out and get this bomb down. It's 2 versus 4. We'll tap the spike. It's Chrome trying to find something, and he will. And Melvin with the right click into the Viper's Pit, excuse me. Shock darts are coming out, will hit Chrome. Arctic will find that, traded out by Melvin, and somehow Melvin's getting so many classic kills, but it's gonna be no good as Jetcracker comes and cleans it up. It's gonna be a team ace for the Bears, and they're in double digits.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of love how they played that there. I mean, Berkeley almost gave that round to them with the numbers advantage. I was very surprised Melvin was able to get all those classic kills, you know. Great teamwork though. Jetcracker did, you know, pick it up, was able to get that last kill. They have some good ults on both sides here. I can see Clove can, you know, go in, use their ult. We have your ult in play. Viper's Pit to kind of lock down a site or play retake.
Look at this. It's going to be 4 Tritons as well as the Hunter's Fury letting it rip from the side of Arctic. Hasn't gotten any yet. Looking for one more and goes 0 for 3 on that one. Unfortunate. Chrome will find Oni. Oh my goodness.
Spike planted.
And getting spammed is Jetcracker here. It's going to be 3 versus 4 retake. Tritons holding up in that A main space. Owl Drone will come out, Shock Dart as well to clear this little cubby. But the Tritons are playing hands off right now, and Stain gets caught with the knife out by Melvin. It's 4 versus 2. Arctic will get that trade immediately, swinging from the middle of the pyramids there. And looping through mid is that Sova. Lafufu's res will come out. Arctic gets a third. Ad gets another. It's 2 versus 1 all of a sudden. And cleaning it up is the Tritons. It looked a little scary for them. They're definitely in a power position, and Berkeley made them work for it, but it's going to be 9-10.
Yeah, I mean, that util usage from the Tritons were great there. We saw the Waylay, be able to concuss and easily get a pick off of that, especially with the Sova Dart. I love the map control that Viper, Chrome is using with this mid control, getting Jet off the op. But now we see 4 ults on Berkeley's side, and then 2 of the duelists from the Tritons will we see being used here. I want to see it happen.
Yeah, the money is bad on the side of the Bears right now, as they're just going to have to save this one and see what they can get away with. But the ult will come out, and they're actually turning this round around with the ultimates alone. With that Chamber Op and Oni's knives, they find themselves 5 versus 3 early, despite not having the best weaponry. Besides those 2 members, Lafufu still has something to say about it. We'll get traded out. It's 1 versus 2. Jet's low, Chamber Op as well, but Frost is 18 HP, and with the fadeaway, Ad will get the thrifty right click over the wall. A beautiful round from the Bears, and all they had was 2 ultimates and a dream, and that's a amazing round for them to win.
I mean, yeah, those Jet knives really, help them win that round there, especially with that really light buy that they were using. And they didn't even use the Viper or Astra ult, which they have to their advantage here. We used the Waylay and Yoru ult. Didn't really kind of come up on top here for them. So I want to see how maybe we can slowly even up the score here instead of getting to 12.
2 sheriffs, 3 rifles on the side of the Tritons. As you mentioned, the Viper's Pit and the Astra already. Jetcracker will find one immediately there as they begin to roll out is the Tritons. An early pick, and Jetcracker not able to find any more. A really good trade from Chrome there as the bomb will go down from them as well. No ults in close proximity for the Tritons, however. And as we mentioned, the Bears have this Viper's Pit if they decide to use it for this retake. Taking back this yellow space here. November stuck on these mid doors. Lafufu with a really good swing onto Stain there. Beautifully timed. Looking for more. Chrome will get another. It's 2 versus 4. And Chrome with a third. Putting their stamp on this round. That's all that's left is Oni's operator in mid. They'll bunny hop away to the other side of the map. And that's the 10th for the Tritons. It's 10-11.
Yeah, I mean, we saw an amazing 8 execute here. Seems like they're hunting down the op, wanting to get that off their hands there. We still have Viper and Astra's ult here for the next round. I mean, that was a great play from them. I think UCSD is just super aggro. I mean, we saw Chrome just backside holding an angle, and we're going into a timeout.
Yeah, it will be a Bears timeout here as they talk this one over. The most important round of the match coming in here. And what a great time to use your timeout and talk it over.
I mean, I'm surprised no one used it earlier. We have such a tight game here. I mean, it just seems to be back and forth, and they really need that 12th round, especially with Astra. I feel like they can definitely get that with that ult there. So
yeah, and let's talk about, even though it's a 1-round lead, what have the Bears been doing to have that 1-round lead? We saw the massive thrifty there, but what else have they been doing over the course of this match?
I mean, I think they slowly learned how UCSD's been playing, really aggro. They're kind of getting these picks early in the round that we saw just through window, and they have this amazing opper in play. I think that's also a very, hard thing to play against. Makes them use way more util, and util that just doesn't come back. I mean, we don't have a regen with the Sova drone or any Yoru flashes. So I want to see some quick plays, especially with some two duelists, on the side of UCSD here. I just want to see it happen.
Absolutely, yeah, and the Waylay has been interesting to watch as well, and it's been, as you mentioned, really aggressive, and I feel like the Tritons have had more success with these 5-man pushes as we jump back into the game here. It's 10-11, Stain with a Viper's Pit ready, as well as a Stinger in the back pocket. Going to be really interesting to see, but look at this mid take here. Ad will find November easy, and they're running into the op. Ad will get another. That's their second. Finally traded out. It's 4 versus 3 Bears. Lafufu pushing through, and Oni will find them as well. Almost its shot is good onto main, and the last 2 remaining Tritons will file out here. Attempt to get this bomb down. Sovadrone will see Oni's operator as well. There's rifles in the hands of both of these Tritons. Chrome will get that bomb down. Trying to find something in this Arches here, and so close, but can't find the exact shots onto Arctic there. And Stain will find Chrome as well from the flank. A beautiful flank there. All that's left is Frost trying to make something happen. We'll find Jetcracker, but we'll find no more as Berkeley takes us to match point.
Yeah, and it seemed like that timeout really helped them, get that 12th round there. I really noticed that UC Berkeley love to kind of group up and play these retakes back onto site whenever UCSD gets to, start planting, and it's really working out for them because they're able to use all this util, plus they have the op in play, so, they can kind of work around that.
And the money situation scary here for the Tritons as they look to avoid being down in the series here. It's digging in the bottom of the barrel is Frost with a Stinger. We have a Bucky online, obviously, to coincide with that Viper's Pit, and Lafufu Light Shield and a Bulldog. Against the Op and the Outlaw, Sova one off of that Hunter's Fury as well. The execute from B will be good. And Stain just giving that one up. They know they have the retake ults, and here's the Viper's Pit. Chrome will be hunkering down in this for the remainder of the round with a Bucky. It's going to be a 5 versus 5 retake here on match point. We wouldn't have it any other way with all the drama. Astra Wall goes down. Viper's Pit still up, and a Viper's Pit inside the Viper's Pit. It will be madness. Lafufu will find one. Chrome will find one with a Bucky. It's somehow 3 versus 1. Absolute madness on the site. All that's left is Oni, and oh my goodness, Lafufu caught with the smokes in the hand, not able to convert, and a really good round from the Tritons as Lafufu gets 3. And takes us to 11-12. The buy was a little shaky, but the Viper's Pit, the Stingers, and the Buckies, they were shopping at the clearance rack, and they came out the winners.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes those, rounds are the scariest. Going against a Stinger, especially with the Viper's Pit in play, it's really dangerous to, have a Stinger go against a Vandal in a short gunfight there. So I really liked how they kind of had this 4-1 on site, especially knowing that Astra Wall was going to be used because it was, needed in this retake here. I'm surprised the Astra ult kind of cut through backside instead of, kind of cutting off main there. It's almost like they predicted that they were going to play on site super heavy with the Viper's ult. So it's really good reading on both plays, and the Tritons came out top here. Seems like Chrome is doing an amazing job, just we saw on defense being able to hold down B side, but also, attacking, getting those lurk picks, kind of getting the op out of the hands of Oni. So it's been great plays.
Yeah, and Oni with a bit of a slow start there in the first half, but really came to life once they got those precision weapons in their hands, as a true Jet main does. Once the operator is good and online, they've been picking it up, and they've been playing very well since that point to start to recover for the Bears. But regardless, an absolute 11-12 thriller here. Mind you, it's best of 3. This is just map 1.
Yeah, I know.
And here we go into the round here. It's going to be all 5 Tritons down A main. Melbourne will get 1. Chrome will get another. It's 5 versus 3. The execute November dashing out here. The bomb plant will be good. Hunter's Fury is online for Arctic, though. He's going to definitely let this rip and try and get this planter as soon as he hears it. And that is exactly what will happen. Lafufu knows as well. Gets off of the plant. Not able to find anything as Arctic almost caught Frost there in main. The plant is good there. Snakebite will come out and be a little harmful there to Lafufu as well. 5 versus 3 retake. The Bears coming out swinging. November will find one. Arctic stuck on this yellow side. Stain will find one. Lafufu will res as well. It's 5 versus 1. A beautiful execute from the Tritons. And just like that, we're headed to overtime in map 1. The Tritons, it's 12-12.
Yeah, I mean, I love when they just rush into, you know, a site. I think that's very valuable, especially with 2 duelists. You know, sadly, they picked off 2, but I really liked how they worked together there, you know, and able to get onto site, get that plant, and be aware of the util being used. But now he switched over into defense. I'm surprised that UC Berkeley is kind of going towards B. We saw how strong Chrome was holding onto a site. I wonder how they're gonna, you know, maybe fast rotate, play fakes, take mid control as we see both teams do a lot. And yeah.
A 5-man rush from last round from the Tritons working perfectly well. Gonna be interesting to see how the Bears respond as we head into overtime here. Map 1 Breeze here at the UCEI Invitational. Presented by Xfinity, and Chrome will find one on Oni. No good as the execute. Jetcracker with the trade as usual. TP from Melvin is just in time. The bomb will go down. 4 versus 4 retake. A really clean take despite how you mentioned Chrome had been a bastion of this bomb site. But in overtime, a beautiful execute from the Bears. It's 4 versus 3. An operator in the hand of Melvin as well, trying to find something there with it. Sitting on the bomb is Jetcracker, guarding it with their life, swinging and gets the worst timing absolutely possible. As seems it always happens, it's 2 versus 1. All that's left is the chamber of the Bears stuck in main. Both players on the side of the Tritons are 1 HP. The spam is no good. We'll find one, trying to find another. The bomb is half. He'll get off of it and add with the clutch. 1 versus 2. Oh my goodness. The spam, it was beautiful. Absolutely well played. And the Bears are at match point here in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, really hard round there for the Tritons. Both Yoru and Clove, very low HP. Can we talk about Stain though, their placement on the map during that round where all of their teammates went B and they were lurking mid, getting that pick off Waylay. You know, the timing was very important there to, you know, get that rotate, make it a 4v3. I think it was very smart of them to do there.
Tritons flip back over to offense here, and it's going to be another A execute. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, says the Tritons as they come back out here. Will easily take this site once again. Recon dart out, but there's a lot of members here. The Bears leaning this side of the map already. Bomb will go down, but it's going to look like a 5v5 retake. In fact, a 4v4 one as there's trades out in mid. Chrome will get a really good lurk kill on that mid doors. Stuck on this new box here, trying to spam his Arctic and will be good. 4 versus 2, and Frost will go down as well. All that's left is the lurker in Chrome, trying to find anything. Knocking on the door of victory is the Bears, and they will ring the bell for map 1 here on Breeze and take a series 1-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, the way Berkeley played there, they rotated through mid. I think that's really important to have that site control, especially, you know, rotating together. So even if one does get picked, it is easily traded out through mid. Just unfortunate that they weren't able to kind of hold site in the way that they wanted to. I would have loved maybe more util that could be used together, but seems like match point goes to Berkeley.
Yeah, map 1 will head the Bears' way, as next game will be on Corrode, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and it should be good. Tritons knocking on the door of elimination, trying to keep their UCEI hopes alive here. An absolute overtime thriller here in map 1. The Bears keeping their composure and doing a really great job winning those back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see Corrode for map 2.
And let's take a look at a replay real quick here. And looking at this pistol round, November got us started. first round of the match with the three-piece, and it was back and forth all game. Chrome in this bonus round trying to find something and almost did, was so close, but Arctic shut it down, and November's Waylay was good the entire round. That's the friendly fire kill. So unfortunate, but Chrome doing a good job. And despite the Tritons coming into the half with that lead, they weren't able to get it done in overtime as they fall here in map 1. And it was absolute madness, the Thrifty, an absolute pivotal round for the Bears there. And yeah, it was just back and forth the whole way through. This is the round that sent us to overtime here. Very well played from November, and the Bears weren't able to get anything on that end, but they were able to secure the victory in overtime thanks to Ad's heroics with that beautiful clutch and a gorgeous retake from the Bears. Couldn't draw it up any better.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the superstars from Berkeley was at their picks, and their kills that they were able to get from, being on site and be able to TP away their ult. I think it was just brilliant the way they were able to just kind of punish how aggro they play. I mean, we saw both duelists being able to push very aggressively onto site, and I think Ad did a great job kind of punishing them.
And it's really interesting how the Tritons had a good defensive half despite not having a Sentinel there. But I think they felt it maybe a little bit in that overtime round there. Just didn't really, Chrome couldn't hold it down the same way, and I think they knew how to bait out that snake bite and the util accordingly on their offensive side. And on the other side, I felt like the A hit was a little obvious, to be honest. They had, as I mentioned, they had 2 or 3 players at mid doors already. They just kind of had one guy off on B. They were so certain that it was going to be an A hit, and that it was.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping for a bit more fakes, especially with kind of Yoru and Waylay being able to just quickly go to the next, other site. So, maybe we'll see that on Corrode. I mean, Corrode is a huge map as well. So now we can see how it works out in their favor, and, maybe they'll play a Senti this time.
Yeah, hopefully, right? We were talking about it earlier. Might see a veto. Commonly is Vice, but starting to rise to the top there is that veto pick, holding down that A main, putting the interceptor above the archway can be really valuable. And I completely agree. The Tritons played a very straight up offense. I don't want to put it this way, but it was almost like a ranked-like offense, right? We're all going the same way.
Yeah.
And Chrome with a really good job on those lurks and catching some of those rotators, as I believe he was the top frag for the Tritons.
Yeah.
But I completely agree with you. When you have that Waylay, when you have that Yor, you can do a lot of feints. You can do a lot of keep the defenders guessing. Clearly, the Tritons didn't do that because they're able to stack 4 on the site and just play retake. And I think it just became a little bit predictable, especially in overtime.
Yeah, and I think hopefully we'll see that in Corrode where they kind of fake sites more. But we saw Berkeley was trying to do that during their attack. They would kind of just sit in main, gather info, and the Tritons didn't rotate at all. If anything, it was maybe one towards spawn, but I don't know. I want to see if maybe they fall for some fakes, some quick rotates or something like that. And what comps? I want to see the comps on Corrode. Veto, perhaps?
Absolutely. I think we'll see a fade as well there. Just really good at clearing out that elbow space as well. There's so many nooks and crannies people can hide on Corrode, right? A lot of those off angles as well. When you're taking either site, pushing out into yard, or you're coming out of main on the other side of things, it can be difficult. I expect a fade. Not entirely sure. I also wasn't expecting no Sentinel.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see what these teams have to provide. But regardless, UC San Diego fighting for their tournament hopes here at the UCEI Invitational. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they try and bite back. It was a close one, and we should be in for a good one here on Corrode Map 2. Keep it right here. We'll be right back.
Showing beautiful control. She's clearly a crowd favorite.
The most most reliable Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Next on course for the slalom is number 92.
Look at Michaela attack that run. No doubt you can do the same, Stella.
Cut your mobile bill in half and save $60 a month for your first year with Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. My name is Trey,
My name is Caitlin.
and we are absolutely thrilled to have you back here. In an overtime thriller we just watched as the Cal Bears took a Series 1-0 lead.
Yeah, now we're heading to Corrode. We see double initiator getting locked in from UC Berkeley's side. We have and double smokes being, locked in. So we're seeing no sentinel from UC Berkeley, whereas almost the opposite happening from UCSD side with we got double duelist and a chamber.
Yeah, so the Bears taking a page out of the Tritons book there. We saw the Tritons in map 1 didn't have a sentinel. This time around, the Bears opt to not have a sentinel as well, instead going for that double initiator and double smoke. Viper, Omen, the KO, and the Fade as well. And looking on the other side of the things, the Tritons looking more conventional than we had saw them in that first map. Gonna look like a double duelist standard lineup here with the Waylay. And instead, this time, November's going to slide on over to that chamber, and Melvin was the Yoru in map 1, instead locks in that Waylay. Chrome moves from the Viper to the Yoru, and it looks like Frost is going to lock in Fade here. Going to be really interesting to see how this one's going to work out, and going to be really interesting to see as well how this KO works into all of this, the disruptions they can find as we head into map 2 Corrode here with UC San Diego's UCEI Invitational hopes hanging in the balance here.
Yeah, I mean, having no sentinel, almost exactly like I said in Breeze, very hard on such a big map like Corrode. I'm expecting really aggressive pushes from UCSC side as we saw them do in the defense side of Breeze. So I want to see where these flanks can come in from. Now, at least one agent needs to be holding that flank, especially if they do a split push or anything like that. But I'm also excited to see the op in play. We saw the op in Breeze. Oni was doing an amazing job getting those op shots. I want to see how November can maybe use Chambers' ult and, also use this big map to their advantage.
Yeah, a bit of a role swap and composition. Both teams kind of mirror each other from the last match, right? It's going to be really interesting to see as well. No trips. It's something we mentioned in that first map that the Tritons never really had an issue with as we jump into pistol here. And it's going to be an aggressive A main push. Melvin's going to find Stain. Chrome's going to find another. That's early 2 picks for UC San Diego as they continue to press forward. Oni with a frenzy in hand will fade away onto it. And oh my goodness, somehow finds 3. It's 3 versus 2. The Bears, and more importantly, Oni with this frenzy in hand is an absolute maniac. Will get put down by November. And Lafufu somehow finds 2. Absolutely clutch from them. The Tritons take the pistol round in an absolute back and forth of heroics, and we're already off to a beautiful start here in map 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. We saw UCSD very defensive during, aggressive in Breeze. So not surprised that they did it right at the start for this first round. But that frenzy was insane. I might have to start using the frenzy at
This
that
guy
point.
is a maniac. I don't know what thought went through his brain to swing it, but it was good, but not good enough for Lafufu's classic. Excuse me, as the buy coming out from the Tritons, and Melvin will instantly find Stain. 1 smoker down, 1 to go for the Bears in this save round here on Corrode. Taking a little bit of falling back is Oni. Spike in hand for Arctic, gonna start to lean toward this A site, but there's 3 Tritons awaiting them. Nothing but classics and a deagle for Oni in hand, trying to make anything happen. Saw a beautiful thrifty from them on Breeze. See if they can replicate it on this save round. He's going to be 2 off from Knives and a beautiful shot. Make that 1 off from Knives. But Melvin's got 2 bullets loaded. 1 for Arctic and 1 for Jetcracker, respectively. 4 versus 2. Pad will pick up that Guardian. Weapon in hand now for them. They hear a lot of noise in Link, and November will take the head off of Mad. And a beautiful swing from November to get 2. Relatively painless for the Tritons.
I mean, we saw Oni have a bit of a slow start in the first map of Breeze, but seems like they're back, they're ready, they're locked in. We saw a great shot onto Chrome with that Sheriff, and now with the buy round, I want to see how, they work with the map. They have Viper Wall cutting through mid, gives them a lot of space to work with.
Really good job from the Tritons regrouping here in this mid link. A nice shot from Oni, but clearly wasn't enough. Guns in the hands of the Bears, with the exception of Oni, who has knives online extremely early here. Taking a bit of this mid space, and we'll do it quickly. No defenders really watching this mid. Of course, Fade watching that link, but no one's top mid for the Tritons. Oni will take this space easily. Will get legged right there by the Outlaw. 10 HP, knocking on Death's door there. As the Bears start to regroup in this mid. 3 running down mid link, headed toward B. Paranoia will be beautiful from Lafufu. Will find the Omen as well. That's another. That's 3 for Lafufu. This Guardian is absolutely singing in their hands right now. Looking for this bonus round is the Tritons. It's 5 versus 2. Arctic, Ad, the only ones left. Trying to salvage this round, but November with the Outlaw, an absolutely gorgeous round, barring any extreme heroics from Arctic, to bag this bonus round, kick us off to a really early 3-0 lead, an important one, as the Tritons bite back following that map 1 loss. Swinging, Fufu caught looking the other way. And Arctic will find a second one. It's 1 versus 3. Bomb is in the hands of the Tritons there in mid lane, trying to make any sort of heroics happen. Your flash will be good. 18 seconds and counting. Starting to swing. This wants another. 1 versus 2, and now the Tritons are starting to panic, but here's Frost from behind. And regardless of Arctic's attempt, a beautiful bonus 3-0 Tritons.
Yeah, I mean, great round from the Tritons there. They almost had no mid control, which was surprising to me. They just held both sides of just A link and, that B space from mid, and it worked out perfectly in their favor there. We have the gun advantage now, and it seems like UC Berkeley is going to be on a light buy.
A very important round for the Tritons there. You're absolutely correct. One rifle. Nice from Arctic, from all the kills he got, and Lafufu is putting their stamp on this game thus far. An early pick, Chrome finding Oni, finding another there in the Cloudburst. Jetcracker looking here in mid, and all that's left is them. The KO with the rifle. Injury's gonna be no good, but here's the mid pressure coming from behind. I don't think they're ready for another one. The Prowler will come out and get a bite onto Jetcracker there. It's gonna be 4-0 UC San Diego.
Yeah, I mean, they're slowly, UC San Diego, slowly building up this momentum, so I do understand where this timeout is coming from. We do have Fade ult, perhaps we can maybe use it now since that last round was a save, so I want to see how they use more util. We have, KO, Fade, 2 great initiators. I want to see some pop flashes, some space with, the Viper Wall, and some lurking maybe.
Yeah, timeout coming from the side of UC Berkeley there as they fall quickly 0-4, trying to stop the bleeding a little bit here. That bonus round was devastating. Obviously, the round after is going to follow with weak weaponry in hand, but it's really been Lafufu's show had that beautiful 1 versus 2 collat with the classic there in the pistol to open us up, and has been all over the place thus far. The 3-piece with the Guardian, and it's a big reason why the Tritons find themselves up 4-0 early, trying to continue their trend of winning here over the Bears as they knock on elimination's door, being down 0-1 here in the series.
Yeah, I mean, and we noticed, we talked about it, Ad on Chamber in Breeze last map. Now going on to that Viper, they're 0-4 right now, but I really think they could slowly, warm up and, go into that Viper's role of lurking. We saw them getting great picks. We know how aggressive that the Tritons are in their defense, so I think they're just going to have to find a way to start punishing these pushes that they just do.
Yeah, and how concerned are you for Berkeley that they kind of have this offensive-oriented composition, yet they find themselves down 4-0 early? here on Corrode, map 2. Tritons trying to press the momentum in their advantage. Paranoia will come out in the swing as well from Chrome. A beautifully designed play from the Triton will claim 3 lives of the Bears. It's 3 versus 2. Here's Lafufu finding the last 2. A beautiful way to pick up the slack that the rest of his teammates left there. A beautiful hold there from B main. The Paranoia was perfect, and they're up 5-0. Isn't anything substantial from the Tritons. They're allowing them to come into this site, almost daring them to. Here's Lafufu in this corner, got 3 earlier with the Guardian, and oh my goodness, wasn't cleared fully by Stain, had a double back on that one. A good kill from November there as the Bears will start to flood out, and a beautiful shot from November. Once again, it's 3 versus 2. This is deadly with this op. They are absolutely nasty with it right now. Everything is hitting. The KO ult will come from Jetcracker. It's an op, 2 rifles for the Tritons as they try and retake it. KO ult's not going to do anything to that chamber op. It's a real op, not his chamber op. It's going to be interesting. Spike ticking away here. Yellow Flash will come out, and he will get wall banged there. November with a 3rd on the round, trying to get a 4th, and will. Jetcracker, someone check this guy's PC. He is absolutely nasty this game. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Berkeley's different approach. You know, we usually see them push through A or B main, and I really like how they did this 4-1 push through mid. It is a bit different that, you know, the Tritons don't play mid as aggressively, and instead they hold these entries. I think they play really well, especially kind of with this. You know, we had Lafufu tucking into that corner and kind of having, you know, their other teammate swinging through mid and getting that info, being able to use that Paranoia. So I really like this buddy system that they're using here. And November, those op shots were just amazing. He's doing a great job right now, going 11-2. So I want to see maybe we can change it up a bit. We have some ults that we can use, Viper's Pit, Jet Knives. We know how crazy Oni is with their Jet Knives, so I want to see it happen.
Trying to see a little bit of life out of these Bears as the Tritons find themselves up 8-0. The second and final timeout coming from Stain there on the side of the Bears, trying to stop that bleeding as I mentioned earlier, but they're still bleeding out and quick, and the Tritons, they're doing as much as they can right now. A really, really good defensive half, and it's almost like a completely different team than the one we saw in Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, we have 2 initiators. I'm hoping the Bears can kind of start using that, clearing up the space, because we know how the Tritons are so aggro in getting these corners right up A main.
Jet Knives coming out for Oni. It's going to be a race up mid for the Bears as they look to get their first of the match. Stinger in the holster as well, ready to fire if need be. And oh my goodness, Lafufu catches a knife to the face, but of course, November, the anchor of B, has something to say about it. It's 4 versus 4. The Omen ult will come out from Stain as well. Believe it will get canceled, and somehow Melvin's going to get 2 from bottom mid, traded out by Oni, and Oni's going to get a 3rd. Absolutely lethal with these knives. We'll run A, and we'll have a free plant. As Oni trying to get the Bears first, trying to get them on the board. Oni planting the spike. Op in hand for November. Oni's knives have been deadly this round. Looking for an ace to win this one. Has 3 already. As both defenders will flood their way through CT. Looking for 1 and will get it. There's only 1 member left. All that's left. November, Oni. For the ace, and no good. Oni misses the right click. The heroics of November will keep the donut of the Bears on the board. It's 9-0 Tritons.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great play, you know, from the Bears. It seems like mid works best for them. The problem is they didn't hit that Senti as one of their, you know, agents, so they didn't have anyone watching the lurker, the flanker, so I think that kind of backfired on them, you know, with the Waylay being able to get, you know, that flank there. Very good shots from Oni. Sadly, couldn't win that last duel, but I'm hoping to see more here.
And I'm sure Oni's asking a little bit of help from his fellow Bears right now. Got 4, but wasn't able to close out that round. And it's going to be a B hit right into this op of November, but it's going to be no good. Ad finding the entry pick there. Here's the Bears flooding out. Will they be able to sink their teeth into this game, get their first of the match? Viper's Pit's gonna come down and they're gonna do everything in their power. A good flash from Chrome, but it's a 1-for-1 trade there. Trying to get on the board. A flank from the side of Lapafufu as well. The Nightfall's gonna come out and it should scan both defenders there in that CT side there. The eye will come out. Lapafufu's flank is stifled. The spam through the boxes. It's just Melvin left on the site. And things might finally turn around for the Bears here. Melvin will find one and get traded out, and the Bears are on the board. It's 9-1.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we wanted to see from the Bears here. That fast B push with that KO using Flash to kind of clear November off that op shot was really fantastic to see.
Yeah, good flash there, but couldn't get more than that, and really good trade out there. The Viper's Pit to secure the round, but did a really good job of staying aggressive here in CT post plant, and like you mentioned, taking out November early. But regardless, scoreboard, it's 9-1. It's going to be interesting to see if Cal can close this half out 9-3, as it is a war zone in this A main side right now. Hinder's going to come out, no good. The Bears just kind of making a little bit of noise there in A main. And November with a beautiful spot onto Jetcracker has had this op in their back pocket for a while, but has had the real op and haven't had to use it yet, but it will finally come out. A beautiful shot. I believe Omen got spammed as well. That's Stain. He's 10 HP with the bomb. Grouping up A main. Melvin's not sold that it's going the other way. In fact, believe he knows it's coming his way. Waylay ult in hand. Stain is real low. Dash is ready as well. 40 seconds and counting here on map 2. Swinging. Melvin. Oh, you could feel the tension in the air as those sightlines run into his head, but aren't able to get any. The call will be made. That is A, and here's the Bears flooding out. Got a little bit of damage onto the Viper, but wasn't able to secure one. A good spam from Frost there in Yard, and somehow gets 2. Frost got theirs. It's 3 versus 2. Gonna have to get this spike down quick, as Viper coming from elbow here, and here's Tomorrow to pinch from the other way. A beautiful flank from Chrome in mid link. It's 10-1 Tritons. A beautiful defensive half thus far, and they just keep mounting the pressure.
Spend your money.
Yeah, I mean, I liked that. Again, fast push out A. Expected every time the Tritons, you know, start the round off going very quickly with util. And I really like how slow that their pacing changed. I mean, we saw how fast it was right at the beginning. Then they slowly kind of...
Questionable weaponry of the Bears. The spray is good. And it's going to be 1 versus 1 match point here on map 2. Spike will get planted. And November, pretty sure their mid link started to look that way, starting to question themselves a little bit here. Gonna clear out this. Goes a little bit stray there. Starting to regroup a little bit outside of this A main are the Tritons on offense.
You know, a little entry point that they're holding.
Melvin 13-4 still. Beautiful start to this game, but Berkeley still has something to say about it here on map number 3 here in our losers bracket. A lot of long presence here this time around from the Tritons. Ad hears it, backs off, snake bite, beautiful TP into the site from Melvin. Side is secured, Brim Molly banked it off the backboard there to be perfectly placed. Another good side take from the Tritons. Bomb will go down at the hands of Frost. A little bit banged up there is Frost as well. Looks around 75 HP. So Drone will catch Melvin. 2 in elbow, 3 in CT as this execute starts to emerge with the Viper's Pit. Jetcracker to start us off, only to find another, and somehow 2 go the Triton's way, but it's not going to be enough. A classic kill the way of Ad, and all that's left is Lafufu. A really good retake once again, using their ult, using their utility, and this Berkeley team seems to thrive when retaking rather than playing that site.
Yeah, I mean, the 5-man retake really does no wrong for UC Berkeley here. Maybe we can see the Tritons getting a bit more space, especially since they get site super easily. I think they need to decide whether to play together on site or if they're going to play this post. And if they do kind of play back during the post, get some util going on kind of info gathering on where, you know, everyone is playing from. So I would like to see that happen. I mean, they get site pretty easily, so it's just how they kind of hold that down.
Absolutely, there's no real elbow presence there, and that's why that retake works so beautifully. Berkeley starting to figure things out here. Really good early pick from Ad there. Will fall back. Snake Bite is perfectly placed and jumping around as Ad will get caught. Didn't expect Frost to just W key through their Snake Bite, but we'll do it anyway. Sky ult is ready. There's 2 members. Make that 3 members of UC Berkeley here on this B side. Sova drone. I saw 2. They're gonna call it off. Start to lean this A. I wouldn't be surprised if they cut noise and maybe re-hit, but it seems like they're gonna re-clear this con space here. UC Berkeley playing 2-2, 2 on each side. And that is exactly what happened. They cut noise. Now do they look for the TP? Do they look for the re-hit? Regardless, 2 defenders on each side. Here's the Cabbage to come out to confirm who is here. One's going to see the 1 elbow. Of course, CT. The execute will be good. Here's November swinging, and no good on that, but a beautiful trade from the Tritons. It's 3 versus 3. All 3 members are in CT here. Sage Res is ready, but could use it in elbow here, but that'd be a little bit difficult.
Fake teleport.
Melvin holding this elbow space here. Stain looking for something, looking for the wide swing, and beautiful from Stain, but instantly gets traded out. It's 3 versus 1, and all that's left is Lafufu as usual, trying to get something, but won't be able to. Another beautiful retake from UC Berkeley to tie us up at 5.
Yeah, I mean, very close game here. Unlike, you know, the last one we just played, it's like their minds switched off. They kind of got this breakthrough. It was almost like that timeout really helped them, you know, kind of understand what works best for UC Berkeley here. And I really want to talk about UC Berkeley's Sova. Their util has been so spot on. Every ping, every owl drone. I mean, it's kind of been really phenomenal here.
Yeah, and this is from that round here. Ad finding the opening, but look at the W key from Frost. Just no holds barred on that one. But another beautiful swing from Sage here. And just another gorgeous retake per usual from the Bears. Starting to build a little bit of momentum here. Starting to figure the Tritons out a little bit. Going to be interesting to see how UC San Diego wants to respond, and they're going to respond with 5 down long. The slow orb going to do a really good job, and Hunter Fury's going to find Chrome. Melvin's on the site looking for someone, looking for anyone on that top 2. Will drop down. Lafufu will find 1. Shockdar coming out, and Arctic with the fade away from the smoke. Jetcracker with another classic kill. It's absolute chaos on this site. 2 versus 3. Heal comes out. Melvin's hiding a little bit from it. Bomb will go down. But a messy site take from the Tritons. They push up a little bit here. Raisnade will come out as well as the Satchels, trying to find someone in this too. And Frost just gets a bullet to the back of the brain there. That's 3 for Arctic. Your Flash will only get 1. That's 4 for Arctic on the round. They're not even playing the site anymore. They're so invested in this retake. It's working so well for UC Berkeley here as we head to the last round of the half.
Yeah, I mean, Arctic is having one of, you know, their best games here. They're pinging left and right. They're able to get these spams. And something I've noticed is that, you know, almost all of UC Berkeley have been playing with Phantoms. And it's because with this map, you know, there's so many smokes that you kind of just have to spray and pray, and it's working out in their favor here. I really want to just see, you know, kind of UCSD being able to win these gunfights and have that confidence back.
Here's the early aggression here from UCSD. Chrome kind of got blocked by the wall there. Won't be able to find anything early on, but here's the insane TP plays coming from UC Berkeley, trying to box them in here. Melvin will get healed up. And what an insane start to that round, but look at November taking all that beat space, and surely Berkeley is aware that they've left B wide open. Could be a little cautious here for November, but Sage won't be ready for it. And a really good lurk up from November. November wants a little more, but will back up, play it safe, recall that TP, and bomb will go down again for the Tritons. This time, how are they going to play it? But Melvin absolutely swatted down by Arctic. Molly's down, and in Frost fashion, Jetcracker runs through November with 3 on the round. Rez is good, trying to find something with a shorty. Make that 4 for November. Make that an ace for November. I'll do it myself. 6 apiece at the half. An ace for November, and you couldn't ask for anything better here in map 3.
Yeah, I mean, we saw November going crazy on Corrode. He had a slow start, you know, starting this map, but I think he's slowly, you know, getting it back. That play from him was just amazing. Being able to kind of go up B and play that fake towards A, getting that space B, getting that pick on Sage in their own spawn was super, you know, good for the team, you know. I think that was just a crazy play.
As we get ready to head into this second half, one of these teams, the UC San Diego Tritons or the UC Berkeley Bears, someone has to go home tonight. As we look to the culmination of this great series thus far, and Melvin will kick us off with the Bandit to the head of Stain. And here's the A execute here. Very traditional on the lines. No good for Lafufu there with the classic, however. And Arctic just all over the place, and this is an easy site take for them. At least they make it look easy for the Bears. Frost goes down as well. It's 4 versus 1. And despite the early pick going the way of the Tritons, the round will more than likely go the way of the Bears. November trying to wheel themselves back in. Will probably get swung here by that right click, and absolutely will. Pistol will go the way of UC Berkeley.
Yeah, great pick from Melvin right at the beginning there, but I don't know, I can't seem to wonder if the Tritons start, you know, doing this buddy system that they were doing before, because it just seemed like they were kind of giving their ones and kind of trying to just, you know, win their gunfights, and it didn't go out to their favor. But Berkeley Bears do kind of play together, and they use util to kind of, you know, help each other, and I don't see that really happening with the Tritons.
Swing from November, no good, trying to find the head of Oni there. UC Berkeley just pumping the brakes on this round, waiting for the Tritons to give them something. No dice thus far, just a default all the way around, wasting a bit of this Triton utility. Boombot will come out. Three classics and 2 shares for the Tritons. This, I feel like I'm watching Fnatic here, just taking it really slow here is Berkeley.
Toxins going up.
Confrontation here, and a beautiful shot from Ad with the Ghost onto the head of Chrome there. And at any moment, these Bears will come flooding out at A. They know a player is U-Haul. They now know one is Heaven. November worked up a little bit here outside of Hookah. And they're going to come flooding out onto this site, hiding in the smoke. Is Frost. Flash will be good, but instantly cleaned up by Arctic. Arctic will get another. They have been everywhere this game. Melvin will find one, and it's just 4 versus 1. All that's left is Melvin. A very good round, and I feel like Arctic's presence is felt every single round.
I know. One gun dropped from Ad there, but I mean, it does seem like Chrome did buy up, so he will be going up with that Bulldog there. I feel like the Tritons just, need to get that confidence back up that they had, in map 2. Win their fights perhaps and, use util to their advantage, calm together, play together. But I do like the space that they have been taking with November pushing up mid.
Wouldn't have been mad at a Triton timeout either. They have yet to use one this whole series. But they trust in each other. Dink through the wall onto Stain's head there. And a push out from Melvin and an early first blood. Maybe a little bit too aggressive on that short space. Gets called out for it immediately. 3-man shower push here as the Tritons start to lean toward A. Chrome, Bulldog in hand. 2 coming back toward main. 48 seconds and counting. Such an important round in this elimination match here. Just playing so slow. Util will finally come out. Dart is good, and the spray is no good for Chrome. Somehow can't find any there. Picks up the Outlaw. There's no bullets in it. Lafufu will get a trade there, and we'll get another as well. Still in this U-Haul, they didn't clear it out, making their presence felt. Gonna start to fall back. Hope reinforcements are on the way, and they are in the form of November. 3 versus 2, post-plant situation here. One is main and will get shot down. Last one is shower. It's gonna be Arctic. They've been great this game so far, but the spike will be held. 3 apiece for Lafufu. Kind of tucks in that U-Haul there and did a really good job. That's a round for the Tritons.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Tritons are very aggressive, that it's almost starting to be very predictable with like when they're going to start pushing up main, trying to get a pick there. We see here, Melvin gets easily picked off by the Sage.
Yeah, just a little too overextending a bit, and that spray just unfortunate. Not able to catch any. The rotates were good from the Tritons, but I completely agree. Lafufu had 3 that round, played it perfectly, but you can't count on that every round, And I feel like the Tritons are playing defense like they're on offense a little bit, and it's going to be interesting to see how that play style collides with the Bears. It's 8-7. A little bit of aggression long here. TP back A, but the spike leaning the way of B. Despite all players, yeah, they're going to head back toward A. Starting to feel this map out, but 3 players for UC San Diego on the A side. Waiting for them to come out here. Drone will come out, and Ad will catch the hip of November sitting on that truck there, cut him down, and here's the U-Haul take. Can Lafufu hold it down like they did once before? Melvin with Arctic and will get traded out immediately. Sage Wall comes up, the plant will go down, and there's a flank on the side of UCSD Frost as well. Might get caught out by Ad here with the Outlaw. Ad is weak, not looking the other way, and will not clear it. Gets shot right in the back there. 2 versus 4, 10 HP for Lafufu. Satchel will be out, jump onto this double stack here. Jumping around, one stuck in that cubby, and will get shot down as Chrome. It's 8-7. Lafufu saving the rifle.
Yeah, and I think the UC Berkeley really got that read off UCSD. I mean, they know how slow playing works for them, and I think that, it works in their advantage. They play, the beginning round super slowly, just waiting out that timer, making, the Tritons use all that util, kind of be super wary. They've been doing a good job not rotating and kind of getting up that space, but it's really not working out for them, especially with that Sage Wall that's coming in.
Absolutely, and Ad should be able to buy up to a rifle, and will with the help of Jetcracker. The buy on the other end of things. Bit brutal here for UC San Diego as we start to get toward the end of this match here. It's still a close one, anyone's game. but one of these teams have to go home tonight and add with an early pick onto Melvin.
Down.
Melvin just getting caught out with these first deaths, a bit unfortunate. Some long space being taken as well by Frost and Chrome, but the weaponry isn't great. It's just the hero rifle in the hands of Lafufu. Retrieved and saved from the last game. Here's the execute here, spraying through the smoke. Pops out November, but no dice on that one. Coming out is Oni. Another beautiful take. And all that's left is the D1 classic of both of these Triton players. And a week bye goes the way we would expect it. It's 10-7. I'd like to give a quick reminder for everyone who is here with us at UC Irvine to check out the activity booths outside of the Crystal Cove Auditorium. So for each activity you do, you get a raffle ticket. You can win a 3rd gen AirPod, 11th gen iPad. And these prizes are brought by our beautiful sponsor at Xfinity. So check out some of the activities if you're here, and it'll be a great time. Some good prizes.
Yeah, and going into the next round, surprised there are no timeouts being called from Tritons here. Kind of wondering when they're gonna start trying to break this momentum that, you know, UC Berkeley's been really riding on.
Yeah, this momentum starting to stack for the Bears. It's 10-7. November has the op in hand, and besides that, guns in the hands of the Tritons. This economy for UC Berkeley starts to bolster as they look to punch their way forward here in the UCEI Invitational. It's map 3. Couldn't ask for anything better. A tight one here. The members of Berkeley grouping up outside of hookah. There's not much here in the way of defense. It's just November with an op, but maybe that's more than enough, and we're about to see right now. Here's the race satchel out. Shot will be no good, and the TP out as well. Looking for the retake here as the Tritons. The heal will go. This series has been great thus far. Two teams giving it all they've got here at UC Irvine. Bucky in hand for November here, trying to just hold down, and a beautiful shock dart will catch him as well. Sage Wall comes up. Here's everyone coming, swinging out. It's 5 versus 2. The Bears on the verge of continuing their march here in the UCEI Invitational. 2 versus 5. It's Lafufu. It's Chrome. Do they have anything left in the tank? Clove ult is ready. Snakebite goes out. The spam no good. This looks so improbable for the Tritons. They're coming out. It's 1 left, and the Bears, they hold it down. They send the Triton tide washing the other way, and they'll move forward here in the UCEI Invitational.
Yeah, and I really think that, you know, UC Berkeley really caught on to what works for them. Those 5-man retakes, you know, and playing super slowly. I think that's what worked best for them for defense and attacking. And sadly, you know, the Tritons couldn't really find something that worked for them in that sense on that map.
And after a disastrous second game, Berkeley responds so well, so poised, and a beautiful game. They will move forward, and unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to the Tritons here at UCEI. It was a valiant effort,
Yeah.
and it was a great series thus far. Absolutely amazing to watch these players.
Yeah, and you know, we took it all the way to map 3. We had an OT map 1. I mean, these two matchups was just amazing to watch, you know, and sadly didn't work out in their favor, but you know, great playing either way, you know, for both teams. I think, you know, each team had their, you know, crazy plays and all that.
Absolutely, and it was so interesting to watch these two teams. They felt like parallels of one another, right? One of these teams, the Tritons, were playing so fast, so quick. The other was so methodical. We really saw Berkeley pump the brakes there in that bind match, was taking their time. So we look at some of the players here, and absolutely wonderful win, series win to march forward here in the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. What a wonderful series between these two teams, a real scrap fest, a real
Yeah.
throwdown, and I really like, it's not always the easiest to respond in a blowout like how the second map went, but they bounced back perfectly. They
Yeah.
responded really well. It seemed like that second map never even happened,
Yeah.
right? The mental is there. They're strong. It's a good group of players here. Played very well together. Their retakes in that first half were absolutely beautiful. It felt clinical every time they were coming up to retake that site,
Yeah.
And the Tritons, unfortunately, just never had an answer.
Yeah, and they also never called a timeout, which I was very surprised because we saw Berkeley kind of use almost all their timeouts, especially all their timeouts in Corrode, and we didn't see that happening for the Tritons on Bind. I don't know if that would have been kind of like a stop to Berkeley's momentum, but kind of the way Berkeley was playing, it almost was like they didn't have any momentum because of how slow they played their attacking side.
Absolutely. And with that being said, let's kick it down to an interview with one of our players.
All right. Hello. Welcome back to the UCEI Invitational. I'm here with Ad Maloria from UC Berkeley esports team. Congratulations on the win. How's it feeling back on land?
Fun. I can play on low ping.
All right. We saw you going crazy with the sniper agents and lurking with chamber. Is that your preferred weapon right now?
Like lurking.
Lurking and.
Yeah, lurking and sniping. Yeah, I like the outlaw.
All right. So, UC Berkeley, despite going up the first map, they went kind of brutal down the second map, but you bounced back. How was your mental after the second map to get the third map win?
Well, I was pretty non-verbal the second map because I was just getting shit on. But I didn't let it affect me going into the third map. So I think I was just playing a pretty good, solid, lurky, pervy game.
Sounds good. All right, and final question. Looking up to the next round, you're expected to fight UC Davis. Do you have any emotions going into that game? Anyone you're like in particular wanting to look at?
It's a good question. They're pretty formidable opponents, so I don't know if I can choose one, but maybe Irwin, aka Bay Popper.
All right. Well, thank you. Good luck in your future matches, and that's been the interview for UCEI Invitational. We'll be back at the cast studio.
We love you, Dustin.
What a great interview there, and well said by Ad. Some choice words as well,
Yeah.
but absolutely correct. The second map was a little bit of a blowout there, but they responded so well. That chamber, it was singing and hollering,
Yeah.
and he's absolutely right. UC Davis, the Aggies, a absolutely formidable opponent waiting for them forward here in the UCEI Invitational.
Yeah, and he mentioned that on map 2 he was kind of nonverbal, and I totally understand, if I was getting, blown out by the other team, I start getting very, quiet. So maybe map 3, that's where they made that change, new headspace.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the replays here from this great series thus far. Welcome back to the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. My name is Trey.
My name is Caitlin.
And a thrilling series between UC San Diego and UC Berkeley, with Berkeley moving forward in our losers brackets. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to the Tritons, but the Bears will face the Aggies in the next round of the losers bracket. And as we get ready for that game, I just remind everyone here who's in attendance here at UCI, there's events and activities here at the Crystal Cove. You win an iPad, you can wear some AirPods, and some great prizes brought to us by our beautiful sponsor at Xfinity. And with all that being said, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more Valorant here at the UCEI Invitational.
Helium Malanin showing beautiful control. He's clearly a crowd favorite.
The most reliable Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Next on course for the slalom is number 92.
Look at Michaela attack that run. No doubt you can do the same, Stella.
Cut your mobile bill in half and save $60 a month for your first year with Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity. Imagine that.
All right, let's get started. Hello and welcome to the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. Once again, your number one caster Vok and UCEI student myself, Asher Vok. I'm here with
Shovik Dev.
Yeah, this is it, man. How's it going today?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great, doing great. A bit of a rough quarter, but I'm excited for some good collegiate Valorant. I know all of you out there are excited for it too. So let's get into it. First map being Haven.
It's interesting. We're seeing some, what do you call it? Another Clove hover from the side of Berkeley. They've been seeing very interested in that Dome Smoker out of other smoker options like Astra or Viper. And once again, Oni on that come from HF Jet, looking to fry like they did in the previous couple of maps. Well, mirror match.
Right, mirror match.
Mirror match that Clove.
Should be pretty interesting. We saw Clove definitely a bit today, earlier, through the matches, but now, really thinking about it, Chamber also being a highlight on either team.
I'd like to highlight the Neon, the first of the day, in fact, as most teams have opted into the Your Waylay style or possibly solo jet arrays. And, yeah, mirror match with Sova, pretty casual on Haven, nothing out of the ordinary.
I mean, nothing out of the ordinary yet.
Yeah.
Obviously, stuff can pop off a little bit later. You never know. Just saying. Obviously, one map that, doesn't exactly favor verticality, but when it comes to movement overall, Jet definitely going to be a highlight moving forward and something that scares me. Obviously, you don't want to get nicked by Blade Storm future.
Right. I'd like to highlight Admaloria back on the Chamber, absolutely frying with the snipers in previous games. One of the reasons I like to think that they won that first map against UCSD was because of how pivotal he was on that Chamber. Seems like a comfort role almost.
Yeah, definitely. One thing I would like to point out, right, UC Davis, which the name Bay Popper, that's something I haven't seen in a hot minute since actually Rebel Campus Clutch the last time I was up there at Guild House, but love to see it, love to see it. Instead, let's get into our buy phase. 6 seconds left on the clock.
Looks like a defaulty-esque start for the side of UC Berkeley, or UCD, sorry.
All right, so fast movement coming out of Barry right now. Already starting off. Fails a bound and watching for the smoke up to left.
And they seem to fall back after a lot of presence made on C, but Berkeley reads it well as they reposition, trying to bolster up B and A, as it looks like an A hit is ending up. Bay Popper gets slowed down.
Uh-oh. Gotta watch for the double tap, especially on A tower. Just try to pop up with some shots here. Ability is bound, but even through smoke, might find yourself getting a little risky with it. But already 1, 2, 3 down, including Bay Popper as well as Cracker, and then Arctic also going down here to pistols.
Only stuck in this corner. The new Bandit. Let's see if we can do some damage with that. As slow link is coming from the Omen. Defense Omen smokes up the trip.
All right. Let's talk about the Bandit. We were talking about that a bit earlier. A one-tap headshot, especially from a far-off meter like that, is nasty.
Look at that.
And a perfect example. Skyzo down and now, but the trade coming in from Azira off rip.
But unfortunately, that lower mag size did cost Oni the kill. But lower down, that Sova could be easy pickings for Stain.
30 seconds left.
Ghost in hand and only 30 seconds left on the board for this. And when you really think about it, Azira, low health, obviously not looking too hot. And honestly, early transition stage. Just watch out for it off plant too.
Spike planted.
Noted.
One enemy remaining.
And that's going to be 2 down, but even with Barry getting 1, that's going to be Brazira able to finish that out. Stain, gone and out.
It was a close one, easily winnable outside of UCB, but a couple of good shots go the way of Davis. It was an interesting round, a lot of strange mid-play as the bomb wasn't committed fully as they ascertained the idea of switching to B site, but immediately went back to A, which was probably the best play actually in avoiding Stain walking through mid.
I mean, true. Just a little too late to kind of just swap there in the first place. I mean, hey, it happens. And still, for UCD, 1 up so far, but hey, don't call it too close yet. That's 1 off, a slide in. And of course, back to spawn off Rip. Barry going to be feeling that one a little later.
Slowbud looking at a push on B, the easier side, but they back off as they see a lot of presence made. It seems a wrong read inside of Berkeley as they bolster up the A defenses, leaving C completely empty. That's going to be exploited by the side of Davis as they crawl around grass.
Just being sneaky with it. Calm before the storm, as I like to call it, you know.
Yeah. But it looks like they're about to have a 3-on-3 at A main. Trades go out.
Spike down
Side.
Trades down and out. Still, at least 2-1 left, but no, a 2v1 quickly to a 2v-none. Gonna net them a thrifty. UCB ties it.
A great conversion off the great start from Ad, just completely ripping the head off of them with that headhunter. great usage of the chamber kit, as we see right here. Beautiful shot.
Which I'm not going to lie, that's better than what I could do. One moment of hesitation, no, gone. And honestly, it was trade for trade, pick for pick. And for him getting thrifty, actually not too bad. And able to tie it here after instant replay, of course, out of the buy phase.
It's a bit interesting, though. I feel like they should have gone C. They saw no presence there, but yet they decided to overthink it and overcook go to A.
Of course. This one hand, Bay Popper. Could be getting that one, especially against Jetcracker. Nails in hand and now just going for shock darts. Zira. Find one off Stinger and Bucky in hand. Now Barry moving forward, but through the smokes, it's going to be Stain catching off 2.
Spike
Back
planted.
to a 3-on-3 as they enter the retake scenario. And just holding angles. So far.
Guardian. That's one. Zira. Snap click. So no more Omen to have to deal with, but 60% for a Clove here. Hippo get taken down for Zira, just on low health through smokes. Also, it's going to be the dart to take you. Arctic also gone. Skies are going to be finding the click kill there.
Doesn't seem just a pistol to his name.
Ooh, with a clutch too. Skyzo just sitting there patiently, menacingly. It's going to net that for UCD.
He gets the first of the chamber 1v1s, and this might be a rivalry forming up as both have been looking sharp on the chamber roll, each opening a well and closing games or closing rounds.
And they really have. It's just been snap clicks abound, and then seeing that it's quick, clean, obviously, and for the replay like that, I mean, we have back-to-back trades.
I've been liking how they take this the low buy. They inside do like a G2S Stinger buy where they just fully send it B, knowing that they can take more close quarter combat angles comparative to A and C, using that lower weapon skills to their advantage.
Not the Vandal in hand. UCD up a buy round, but now we have the 1v1. Into the Gulag we go off the ISO ulti. And Bay Popper can get that instant. And out of it, still with that much damage. I mean, obviously, kill feed lighting up like a Christmas tree here. As Brazira can find Cracker, and now through the smokes. No body, especially off a double tap.
1v2 scenario, but the bomb is still C long, strangely enough. Looks like Arctic's trying to give it his best go at it. He's been known for these clutches so far. Done some crazy ones before.
I mean, he has, but then you see that sitting out in the open. It's risky, especially considering you have Bay Pop around in the corner like that, making sure, yeah, you're not getting past this, especially through me. But with the smoke, even after the op bit of distraction, you walk through here, you need to be a little more careful, unless Arctic gets popped here.
Just rotating a bit, taking his eyes off that garage peak. But Arctic looks to reposition, play more shallow, waiting for the team. A little labored, but once again, sharp shooting from Oni steers away any crazy clutch scenarios.
Right. So good take from Oni here, on the side of UC Berkeley, but now out of our buy phase, let's get back into it. Tour de Force activated, and imagine Skyzo just trying to find something off the recon bolt, though. Watch yourself. Location revealed momentarily, but in a transition like this, Hunter's Fury might catch you.
I think he's got a couple pings so far. Counter ult from the side of UCD. Let him get some damage across the board and open up the site as they have fully conquered the A site.
Now Bay Popper planning. Watch out over an A site. Another dart headed your way. We have seen plenty of those already. The shock dart kills. And I was expecting it halfway in the feed, but at least not for now. Arctic, though, it's expected sitting out a drone. A firebolt takes him down. And oh, that could have been a nastier tour de force shot headed your way. Through walls, though. Another smoke.
Flashes burst on the site. A couple kills coming the way of Berkeley. And they get just traded out. So 1v2 and clean defense from the side of UCD, counteract the retake from BCB. And just, I don't know, it just seemed a little hasty. They had the lower guns on the side of Davis, but still just that strong position they held. And their great cost fire just allowed it for a much more simple conversion on that round.
Man, especially in the confusion of it all, right? We had back-to-back Hunter's Fury and then off-rip and activated Tour de Force that even then I was expecting to get a little bit more mileage, but UCD up 4-2, 3 seconds left, let's get into it.
So like an aggressive push from the side of Berkeley outside of B. Looking to get a pick. No shots found for Ad. A couple bodies. Get sniped down.
Man. Even with a good recall like that, Meliora still getting caught. Off from Barry. But not just watch out of the corner. Smoke? I mean, shouldn't be that much of a problem here, but shoot through just in case. Never want to make sure.
Just look at how much mid space they've taken so far. That completely danger zone. Can't make one wrong step. The overstep. Jackcracker gets the trade. Gets straight on himself.
Man, that's Oni, Jackcracker, and Arctic all gone within an instant. A double tap on the board, especially for Bay Popper here, who throughout has been making some waves. And another aim, shoot, click, kill against Stain here.
They just completely own the mid take from UC Berkeley. It seems they got a little overzealous, over peaking when they didn't need to. They just had to wait for Davis to make their first move, but they decided to get proactive and get shut down with the worser guns.
Of course, a quick little timeout. Get a replay here, especially against BT. What's honestly Stain. Moving forward here, and Bay Popper was just sitting there waiting, and honestly, the damage was there, but still not able to find it.
Hopefully, the timeout from the side of Berkeley, they could finally like rehash their ideas and start playing more traditional defense sides. Because I feel like some of their retakes have been a little iffy. I think that they're much more for playing for the site on this map rather than like waiting for everyone to group up and do a 5-man retake. Because just the crossfire setup by Davis once they're on site are just kind of unbreakable at this moment.
It really was. Not only unbreakable, but it was also, well, I don't want to say intimidating, but a little confusing, especially to try and navigate on Haven, right? Let's be real. This is one map that doesn't exactly favor verticality, but still is scary when it comes, close quarters, I should say.
It's definitely a map that can favor both long-range and short-range guns, as we saw the shotgun come out alongside, I believe, an Outlaw?
I believe so.
We saw, or the Chamber Ops as well. But, yeah, I mean, it's been some good some good rounds. Very close a lot of times. Could be flip-flop, and this could be easily like a, what is it, instead of a 2-6, is it right now? It could be like
I believe so.
Like around a 4-4, honestly, some of those rounds.
Okay.
Or 2-5.
So 2-5. No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Show me a
Not a betting man. Another ult pop side of Bay Popper looking to make a clean exec. But once again, they just completely leave the site ready for the retake. A little nervous for this one.
Something concerned. Even through smokes. Shoot through. Of course, not going to find any impact here, at least not just yet. But plant already this fast. And now, drone abound. At least 2 on the board.
2 on the flank this time instead of staying. He's going to play with the team. Hopefully calm out his smoke to, or just destroy that trip. A collat with the op! Great shot from Skyzo. Unfortunately, we didn't get to catch it.
Not
But
just 1, but 2. That is some nastiness here. Now just having to watch out. Bay Popper actually going to find 1. It's going to be Oni here. Strapping their gulag. Watch out for it. But in a twist, Oni managing to turn that around off snipers.
Yeah, that round kind of just went after shambles after that the first 2 collat kills. Just completely destroyed any chance of retake. Once again, UCB relying on something kind of unreliable on their time with the retakes.
Yeah, with UCB just having to rebuild, especially here through buy phase. Now, I gotta ask you, if you put yourself in UC Berkeley's shoes just for a second here against UCD, who so far at 6-2, how would you better re-strategize leading into this next one?
I'm thinking investing in some more ratty plays, maybe put some shotguns in corners, because it seems like some of these hits are very quick. You could probably get lost in the sauce of it, get a shotgun kill, especially with a chamber. You can get a pretty quick kill, dash out, and then play with the team with that upper man advantage. But as we enter in the site, it looks like either CE or C exploration through garage or just a B pop.
I will say that is an Odin. I have seen so many things either go right or go wrong with that in hand. And even more so off the blade storm. Oni just having a way, but then you really think about a majority of UCD already taking the side up in B. With the drone, that's going to be gone. Skyzo, going to snipe it out.
Love the aggressive angles taken by Berkeley, making sure they don't have to re-clear sides. But that's a kill from Brazzera with that Odin. Some Brock cosplay. Shock turns to slow down the push. Trade's coming out.
Barry and Jackcracker gone. And now through the smokes, Arctic, of course, having to play the patient game here. Phantom in hand and Hippo off plant. Still DCB having to hurry. Only 3 left on their team. And I'm trying to think. Smokes coming in from Omen would definitely be the play. But even then, when you have Skyzo on point, Meliora, be more careful. That's staying gone. Now, Operator, what are we dialing up here?
Spotted out. A clean kill. Miller gets a consolation prize. See if we can get one more. Stop by Bay Popper. Another clean exec from the side of Davis. Once again, we just see Berkeley letting them have sight. They're just letting them have this, playing very light defenses. They get a couple of early kills, but they just can't convert off of that because they get in these terrible like even numbers to like lower number retake scenarios that just are almost impossible to do it on this map.
Right, I wouldn't necessarily say terrible, and more so say confusing. It can be jarring at some points, as from what I have seen. And then whenever UCB just tries to find something, whether it be just on entry point or even flank, somehow it's either Skyzo or somebody else just taking that, either with an operator in hand, to kind of stop that in its tracks.
Yep. Looking at this attack up, looking to hold down A long. Backshot Barry gets the first kill on Mel. The push is not stopping as people start to flood into A, make this a harder site. Just keep going side of Davis.
Oni and Jackcracker dead, and now to the own again. Jackcracker and Stain, even with a revive, can't find their way back out. And over at A side, that's Arctic, able to get one off the Phantom. Bay Popper actually gonna go down in this round, but now Firebolt. Hand, and even then, able to find Braziera, trying to find a second here, but of course Hippo there to stop Arctic in their tracks.
Saw some flashes of light with Arctic. With that Phantom moment in that 140, could have changed the round, but unfortunately, wrong gun at the wrong time. Some sharp shooting from Arctic. He's been in this clutch scenario so many times, but just unfortunately, it's too much work to do for one man.
Right, time and time again, and sure, you saw the clutch almost there, but beforehand, it works. This time, there's just way too much pressure, especially moving into A site like this.
Looking like Stain's about to contest this long angle to the side of Oni. Interesting. All 5 people pushing here.
Uh-oh. Get real into it. Especially Bay Popper, able to find 2 on the board. And now the slide and coming in for backshot. Barry right now, real risky. On board, but now Arctic able to find 2 off Stinger. Love to see it. Skyzer responds in turn. Able to get the self-revive. Now, your turn was for the moment, though. Hippo gets the revenge on the Jackcracker. And even then, having to watch out for the Hunter's Fury. Braziera able to plant. But 2 more only left on the side of UCD. But still, Arctic tried again for their clutch momentum. Still at 2 and 9.
A bit risky without ult investment, especially on a low buy 2v4. I think at its peak, I'm not sure if that was the play to go with it. Could be used for a more strategic set play at the beginning, possibly, because we see a lot of time Davis is just going 4, 5 man, just push into main. You could probably use a Soval, read them pretty well, get a couple kills or go at least a couple of bits of damage, and that'll probably have a little more impact than the attempt of the clutch in the last round. But you gotta do what you gotta do in these high pressure scenarios.
True. Not only that, it's the last round before the swap, so plenty of pressure here, but even then, Meliora, get back shot Barry. And Bay Popper now caught. Doesn't matter though, you're stuck in here with me. They say Oni, Hippo, Meliora, Braziera, and Skyzo, all down to Jackcracker and Arctic. Getting the last kill here for Wallbang. Bay Popper gonna suffer from that, but now setting this, that's the cursed number I don't like. That's a 9 and 3.
9-3, and once again, I like to comment, when they started fighting for sight, they started winning. You saw those great angles, good shots from Ad, great trades from Jackcracker, just allowing it to stop that initial push, burn the or extinguish the fire that was burning through the attack side of Davis, allowing them to get a pretty clean win at the end of the half. Sets up a 9-3. Anything's possible at this number. It's attack sided map in my opinion, so still anyone's game.
Very true. But again, I have seen this number go so wrong so many ways. It's just funny to point out, but that's besides the point. UCB still very much alive, and in this, like you said, attack-sided. See how this goes, especially into this swap. But Skyzo now back. Good revert, though. And here on the A side, of course, have a couple stragglers on both B and C, just make sure, but still, maybe wanted to go for Dart. Now, finding the recon for Zira. Surrounded, double smokes abound. Able to find one, finds a second. Oni and Jackcracker gonna come here as well. Stain, able to take the trade out on the Bay Popper.
Caught from the smoke, and just up to Arctic once again. But the Thrifty comes out. Dicey, 410.
A little risky there, but now head into our instant replay, which I'm not gonna lie, round start, of course, got off to not a rocky start, but very quiet, and then everything went tense. Kill feed lit up and into a Thrifty as well, especially in the A set with double smokes. You do love to see it.
It's a bit of a brutal sign for Berkeley as they wanted to keep that momentum rolling, get that 5th round, just to make it so they're still competitive. But as Davis inches close to that 13 with double digits in 10, it's starting to seem like this map is becoming close to a foregone conclusion. But anything's still possible.
True, never say never. Just as I say that, Oni could be the first one to go down, but Meliora getting the revenge pick against Barry here. So, trade for trade, life for life on either side of UCB and UCD. But now you have to watch out for Skyzo. The sniper, Hippo, gonna get one. Stain is actually against Stain here. A couple of shots left, and Jetcracker there to finish the job.
It's a trade 2v3 scenario, still very possible the side of David or Berkeley. But seems like to get a little more ground coverage as Jetcracker's on the edge of the smoke.
Last player standing.
Oh, but both Meliora and Jetcracker unable to withstand Hippo here, especially off the push, was just right there. And now sitting at 4 and 11. Things not only starting to get dicey, but almost painfully close here.
Yeah, a nice opening shot from a Bay Popper, completely popping the head off of Oni, allowing this round to be open. And despite the trades that go out, the better guns on the side of Davis just clean up the round. A nice 3K for the Clove on Davis.
Okay, let's get our setups here. Hoping the momentum goes back into Berkeley's favor, which I have a feeling, well, like I said, never say never. Even with shots, though, good recalls, guys, able to save some health.
It's a good read from Berkeley. This A side's completely empty, but the quick flank from Davis. Well, Staines gets one. Does he know that there are more lurking around?
I mean, Brazil is there, but now you kind of have to picture put in the back of your head. Okay, that was cool, but where is everybody else? Which I can tell you right now, all in A site, but plant in hand though. Oni gonna go down, and now having to watch out for the Omen smokes here. Bay Popper, himself the double tap, goes down and out early, but still can get over the retake.
Round starts to cool back down as Davis gets in this positions to retake. Try to get to the match point. Barry's in there, slides in, but smoked off.
Uh-oh, off the suppression though, and able to find two snap picks. Barry and Bay Popper not having the best day here, especially with Jetcracker on the board. And now with Hippo left. Off the Phantom, only two in the side of UCD. I see Melior gonna go down. Stain also gone. Hippo trying to find a momentum, but Arctic there to stop you in your tracks.
The mid rounding in this round was very strange, honestly. We saw a mid exploration come in. They get from Davis. One dies. They seem to back off, but still some lurkers trying to get a pick. Then they get into situations to get to a retake scenario, but just too late because of how quickly Berkeley acted on that aggression to sweep over A site, get into the positions they need to, and secure the round. Similar to what Davis was doing on their attack side, was just like very calm, centered retake defense, or was it attack-sided holds.
Right, this time around, it just felt like the walk-in, the moment of hesitation, and for UCG, just kind of crumbled from there, but hey, that's different. Getting into this round, though, just watch out for it, especially 5 and 11 so far. Barry, off the hold. Zero, of course, shoot these smokes. Better safe than sorry, and watch out for the shock dart. We have seen plenty of kills there.
Yeah. Once again, now it's silent, letting the mid-round go. Some of the lurkers trying to make some noise as they back up and consider themselves round A, looking to a quick A-pop. They spoke themselves off, trying to add some mystery to this round.
We'll say UCD. Where? But double kill. 1, 2. Double kill coming in from Oni. But just as quickly as you think you find two, Brazira and Skyzo there to end you. And now off the Clove revive. Just try to find a kill before you go down out permanently. Of course, not going to be able to find it. And that means UCB and UCD 4v3. Actually make that 3v3 real fast here.
Both close seem not to find bodies to regain their life. But once again, Berkeley goes in to retake the empty A as Davis misreads, going in to C with that fake smoke, I believe. Probably fooling Davis.
Okay. I've seen these situations before, but Arctic on the plan. That means everybody possible. Head over to A just momentarily. Let's give it a sec.
Get to the crossfires, get everything set up properly. A low HP in the side of Davis makes this a little harder, but still very possible with equal numbers.
Not the drone, especially with Firebolt. Bay Popper, of course, going to get sided out here. That's where you go for your setup. Stain, gonna find Brazira, and now down to a 3v1. Bay Popper, though, clutch potential is always there. Through the wall, finds Stain, doesn't know up behind. And Meliora sitting there menacingly, patiently, we should say, able to catch out. Bay Popper now settling things 6 and 11.
I think this is one of the first rounds that we call it UC Berkeley could finally string together in one half. They're starting to get into that groove, hopefully get some momentum to get this to a closer game. But once again, just great mid-rounding from the side of Berkeley. They figured out after making a lot of noise, they caused a little fake commotion around C just to exploit the over-rotation and go into A, allowing for, once again, just easy post-plant setups, making it a harder retake, and just everyone playing their role correctly.
Right, and for Davis, saw on that stat screen, it's full commitment, especially going into a bye round here, which, side of Berkeley, mean Econ, yeah, plenty. That, but still for Stain, you have the Phantom. Want to be sneaky with it. I mean, you have a corner peek just right there. But still, quick little smoke. Position plant. The Jet moving forward, but off the shotgun. Stain caught out. Oni gone. Backshot Barry playing the patient game. And honestly, heavy rewards here for Davis for now.
Gave Oni some of his own medicine with that shotgun and is a 2K of his own. As now the members of Berkeley seem to want to just find their own play, get a pick, and then make a plan.
The drone, but Firebolt gonna connect, and still with that and the added damage, Brazira takes advantage and takes down Meliora at that. Still, it's gonna be 2 on the side of Berkeley trying to navigate their way through here.
And now, if you're Berkeley, I think you're just trying to get some damage done. You want to save those guns. The money probably has been going great for them. You can't be risk and lose. A third kill for Barry. Fine, gets stopped. Shotgun menace.
Arctic right there. Barry gonna go down. Now off the shorty, a bounce, a skip, and a kill here for Bay Popper against Arctic. And it means UCD set things 12 and 6. It's officially match point.
UC Davis has been doing what I wanted to see from the defense side of Berkeley. They're using these shotguns. Like, look at how much power this judge has in garage. And later on, we see a shorty kill. These shotguns in close range completely stifle any movement unless you are fully clearing them, which as sometimes it just doesn't happen in the round as you kind of forget, making it way easier to defend this site despite the 3-site setup.
Right, especially here in Haven, it makes things much riskier to try and navigate through. You have the judge, quite literally jury and executioner at that, shotgun in hand. It's not fun, not pretty to have happen to you, but then a lot of corner peeks, which you expect to go well, all of a sudden you're gone just based off of one tap.
And yeah, it's honestly, the judge, it's broken, bro. You start using it, it's like the Odin
Allegedly.
It's like the Odin of last year. Just use it, you win some games, bam, you become champs MVP like Brock. But I like to see the judge out of this round. It does wonders in those short angles, which is garage, A short, just a lot of angles. Even B, I think you can hold down with the judge if you play close to those walls.
Right, it really has been a highlight, especially, high damage, high velocity. Love to see it. Hate to have happen to you. And imagine if you're on the side of UCB, now it's obviously very much do or die here. It's 6 and 12 here.
Look to make a lot of noise. C-Man, Odin, Shorty, and a Vandal. Dream team lineup.
Oh gosh. Can't even imagine the credits spent on here, but now zap one, zap another. Oni and Jetcracker as well as Meliora all gone. Backshot Barry just with a supercharge. It takes Arctic to finally stop them in their tracks, and that was a dangerous lead here for Davis, and now Berkeley only finding themselves down to 2. Stain on the Phantom, even playing through smoke. That's going to be a nasty Odin coming in from Bay Popper to try and settle things.
Once again, it's just up to Berserk. Oh no, it's up to Arctic. Sorry, my bad. Once again, a man to do it all, asked by his entire team. Can he pull this 1v3? Low HPs. It's certainly possible.
Okay, I'm trying to think. You only have a drone left, right? 100 health, 50 shields, and 1 Phantom and a Dream. This is scary. Off to your left and off to your right.
The ops shooting daggers.
Oh,
they know where he is.
The ops, and of course the ops will find you. Skyzo tracked down, and of course took you down.
A beautiful set play from the side of Davis to use the oval to split up the people executing C. A great read as well. If they didn't go C, this would have been a very embarrassing usage of the ult, but they did. That Sova ult splits them up, sets up the Neon to run down,
gunned down everyone with his backup dancers cleaning up the people that were left behind, and then once again just easy setups, good crossfire. That operator, nasty work.
And not only plenty of highlights here, especially not only the operator, but then Bandit, saw a little bit of play. But then the number one thing, shotguns on Haven, as we found out through here, and of course throughout most of my lobbies, it's never pretty.
All right. But yeah, it's just been great, honestly.
Yeah, it really has. Of course, we're going to take it to a quick replay. This match, UCD versus UCB here. Make sure that obviously you're not getting out of this one alive, which is the cherry on top. But with that instant replay, we're going to throw it over to a quick ad. We'll be right back with UCEI presented by Xfinity.
Showing beautiful control. He's clearly a crowd favorite.
The most reliable Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Look at Michaela attack that run. No doubt you can do the same, Stella.
Cut your mobile bill in half and save $60 a month for your first year with Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity. Imagine that.
And welcome back to UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity, the best Wi-Fi network source you can find. We're coming back and we'll be talking about the bracket actually, and coming here as Berkeley has been on a bit of a Cinderella run through the lower bracket, which is possibly stopped by UCD as they want to do that rematch against UCI. And honestly, despite what happens today, Berkeley should just be proud of what's been going on. It's been a very crazy lower bracket run, some big scares, especially in that UCSD match, just to get to the top 3. It's great work for them.
It's been amazing work so far, right? The tail of the tape, let's talk about it. Losers round 2, which I'm not going to lie, shark-infested waters. Let's talk about it because UC Berkeley able to stamp out UCR 13-2, and then losers round 3 was not an easy one. I sat here watching that, very back and forth, went 1-1, and then finally a map 3 decider. Able to move forward, and now in their way to be able to make it finally up to our grand finals, it is going to be UC Davis, which obviously has not been an easy time.
And we're jumping right into Abyss as UC Berkeley looks to invest in a double initiator comp with that breach. New buff breach with the faster flashes, hopefully to bolster Oni and make this some crazy site exits on the defense, slow down the attacker side as UC Davis looks to go back and invest in that double duelist Jet, but in this case, Jet and ISO now, as they once again put Skyzo back in the comfort role of a chamber, looking to just kind of repeat what happened in Haven. It's a little scary.
Scary, but also pretty interesting. Maybe talk about defense, right? One character that did just catch my eye, Cypher, which we did mention earlier. Took some nerfs, but in this case, sure, the nerfs are there, but at the same time, I feel he can find some value, especially leading into neural theft and then being able to ping map like that.
it'll be a bit more labor to hold down site, especially with those nerf trips. But if anyone can do that, I think Meliora can. They've been having a pretty good tournament so far. Some great highlights, especially in the last game he played. Hopefully bring some of that magic back in there, despite being on a more passive role in Cypher. And it looks like some mid-pres will be shown by the side of...
Only down by 1, but then UCB. Look at a little worse for wear. Lost your Jet. Lost your Breach as well, lost a Sova, and now you lose a Cypher. Meliora will be fortunate victim here to backshot Barry, but both Stain and Braziera trade for trade. Stain, last one to go down, and now UCD, 1 up so far.
Another opener pistol on the side of UCD, as despite the great start from the side of Berkeley, the hesitation to stay or leave from Oni kind of bites him in the butt, getting him killed or traded out by just traded out, allowing for another possible entry into this B site, and UCD just completely capitalizes on that opportunity.
I mean, absolutely, both Backshot Barry and Braziera were just there to make sure and really just not only flank, but then kind of suppress, if you will, to make sure that UCB obviously just couldn't find their way to defense. Now here we go. The smokes again coming in from Astra. Still playing a patient game. Got the Guardian, though.
Bolt invested as the A site's completely empty. Playing, expecting a mid presence, but completely out red. But yeah, another free site as they look to continue their Haven streak, just play for retake. Though with lower guns, I can kind of understand this.
Right. Getting into Abyss, though, compared to Haven, one map that favors verticality. One thing we also have to watch out for, gravity kills. You can fall off of this with the quickest movement. But Sky's out. Playing for space. Now watching for the smokes, especially 2 wins. Right up. Still for Barry off the corner. Almost fell off the edge there, but Stain, Barry, and Oni all gone. Bay Popper actually going down to Jetcracker here for one quick shot of the classic 2. And instead, Jetcracker and Arctic gone, trying to get through the wall, and Meliora just has to sit.
Some good consolation kills inside of UC Berkeley, but once again, great crossfires, great setups. Keep Davis to convert the second round to a victory. Once again, that shotgun not used for that range, but still some great opportunities. An overall decent round. If you're Berkeley, you wouldn't be mad at it. You got some kills out, you probably got some shields out. Overall, not terrible. Hopefully do a little better on this buy round.
Right. It's not bad. It could be better, especially in trying to rebuild that momentum leading out of our buy phase and into this next round here. But now off to Braziera. It's going to be Bayhopper holding point.
All faith in Meliora to hold this A push with his entire setup just stationed here as everyone else looks to explore their mid, a quick flank to the side of Oni. As
it's you and me.
Bolt Vested grabs Jetcracker.
Uh-oh. Meliora, you get 1. Of course, Jetcracker going down to Gulag here too. A very unfortunate Odin kill. Now for Arctic. Spike has been planted, and now through the Phantom. Tries to shoot through walls, but with smoke like that, he's a bit of a disadvantage. Even with Oni, now Firebolt out and traveling, able to hit 1.
Oh, good shots from Braziera, despite the attempt at a double swing shut down, as Oni just has to wait and get some exit kills as they contest around. How much damage can he do is now the question being asked.
Went from a double Guardian pick to making that a triple in a less time. And now Oni playing these corners, able to find 1. That's Hippo, but even then, of course, won't have the time here, and I'm not so certain. Bay Popper not allowing themselves to even get caught out off attacker side.
Just lets himself die to bomb, I suppose. Braziera cleans up Oni, a 4K for him in the round. Great start. Great conversion of the bonus, as it started to be a little worried for the side of Berkeley with that opening kill from Meliora, but they seem to calm it down with that ISO ult, gets it back to a 4v4, and then allows them to just execute on site fully as Meliora's pushed back.
That instant replay, and of course, Berkeley, I imagine going to be spending a little bit of coin and credit here. Maybe find something a little better, but still, inside UCD, plenty of weapons about, and not only that, heavy shielding to top that out.
A big read from the side of Berkeley as they all swarm to the B site looking for a 4-on-5 at B, praying that they just commit to the site. Some shotguns, some ratty guns.
Uh-oh.
If they do get the openings, it worked out. Trade out.
management they do. That was a nasty quake coming in from fault lines. Gross. And considering it, some buffs here. Obviously, one thing you want to watch out for. Instead, Arctic following through. You have the Stinger, but over to Sky Zone now. Go for that quick recall. It's understandable. Still, off the shots. Outlaw in hand, which we've seen plenty of nastier plays of the Outlaw, especially into Haven. But now, with the plant, imagine in the entirety of everybody decided UCB wanted to reorganize, especially in this transition.
Just once again, now it's 3v3 retake, still possible. Very anyone's game at this point. As they look to group towards mid, probably maybe a mid split or just a CT split through 2. It's interesting. Deep line held by Outlaw. They're all weak. Oh, to get him out. Great blind from Jetcracker gets them the kill. Now it's just up to Hippo.
Now down to the last player. 1v1 could very quickly turn into a 1v9 if you're not careful enough. Even with seconds left, Hippo gonna go down, but Arctic not able to find the defusal.
Not enough time. The clutch from Hippo gets them the 4th round, despite being in more labor than the rest. Showing some signs of life from UCB. Maybe some better guns. This might be a different story. We might get them on the board. But for now, they have to get the consolation prize of keeping that Phantom into the next round and knowing that all of the other teams have died. Or the enemies have died.
Now leading into 4. Oh, of course we've seen this before. We'd get heavy momentum, and then UCB in the last game was able to get a few rounds on the board, I should say, but come on, let's keep this up. Hopefully, UCD though, 4-0 out of our 5 phase into the next round. Let's get into it.
UCD not discouraged by last round's B attempt. They go back for another 5-man strike onto B. But they meet the operator in the hands of Oni to play a little more hesitant based on that. Backshot Barry dives in. They open the site, crack it open like an egg.
Uh-oh, Hunter's Fury is active, and plenty of smokes abound at that one. Able to find that many, or really just anybody at all. Relying off the shock dart, though. We've seen this before. Of course, double at that. And Oni playing the patient game, staying back. You have the firebolt coming in from Arctic right now, off drone. And even then, that's going to get smoked out, at least momentarily.
Good first pick from the Oni, that off. Looking to retake. Trades coming in. It's 3v3 still. Good headshots, good shots. Beautiful retake from Jetcracker. A 3K from him and a 2K from Oni. Get their first round. They're on the board. They're here to play.
Nice, looking good. Now settling at 1-4. That's going to be defense win for now. UCB very much still alive.
It's pretty clean. 3 guns saved to the next round. Money still could be better. They can still snowball off this. Hopefully get a couple rounds after this. Keep this a tighter game. But they show that they can play this game. They can play some of that retake. They just got to wait for that util, wait for that breach to come in, set up his other players, set up himself, honestly, as Jetcracker's been playing pretty well, despite the more supportive character he's playing.
Right. Even then, I feel this has to be an eco round coming in for UCB. You spent plenty of resources leading into this one, and now head into our next round. Still holding on to those weapons. Still, good choice. Instead, dash activated. And another Hunter's Fury coming your way, especially grouped up on point like this. Jetcracker finds 2, but Jetcracker and Oni both getting snuck out here by Backshot Barry and Hippo as well. UCD back on the plan.
Another 3v3 retake. Let's see if UCB can reclaim some of that magic from last round. As both of us are marked by opposite drones.
With Recon Bolt. Having to watch out for the Cyber Cage too. This could get scary. But
Great
of course,
timing.
a spray and pray. Meliora able to find Hippo. And of course, with the Neural Theft activated, should make things a little easier here on the side of UCB. I say that, and here comes Barry. Blades abound, and Meliora gone.
Flashy plays off, scooped up. Some hero displays from this guy. Just completely owning, despite the 3v2 advantage. He converts it off, some flashy knife kills. That here, that dash back there, completely catching Moria off guard.
I will say, it takes a type of player, right, to be able to dash over a gap like that and not really fall off, but with Blade Storm, sure, allows it movement, allows it verticality or horizontalness, question mark, or whatever. Point aside, to be able to get that and find yourself a Cypher kill, you do love to see it.
And you gotta hate it if you're on Berkeley. After losing that round, you gotta go back to Nico after a labored win. Eyes off the wrong target. Arctic snipes down Skyzo with the Sheriff.
With the snipe and the fault lines to follow up with. Obviously, not a fun time. And now, Smokes off the Obscure. Now watch out for it with the dash. And coming in from behind, backshot Barry. Hopefully get the flank set up.
Hopefully to go into a 5v4 retake. They're playing it calmly. They know they got the numbers. They got people disposed. They got Breachel. They got a lot to work with to get this round in their hands. Now,
The Sheriff. Trying to 5 points here.
Just once again, just slowing it down, waiting for the first move to be made. But nothing. Enemy Sova lurking up mid. They know Brazzera. They do. Eyes down. It's 3v5. The bomb's finally down.
Now Brazzera go down here. Backshot Barry, of course. Blood. Stain. Gone. Backshot Barry, though. Arctic finds a third and finds a fourth here against UCD. Only leaving Bay Popper to try and fight through this, which is going to be an uphill battle. And of course, going downhill for Arctic in just a second. And UCB now having to play this far more careful.
He's got the off. It's going to be an interesting defusal attempt. But he decides to jump it. First of many, maybe not. Thrifty round the side of UC Berkeley. But no op to be found. It's an interesting choice to be sure. I'm not sure.
I mean, it's an interesting choice, but an understandable one, saying, I'm not letting you get this for free. For free? The op that I bought? Absolutely not.
No, he's just going to be greedy, take that down with him. If he can't have it, no one can.
Exactly. It's like, if I can't have this, none of you can. That's great. Still going to be a high look for a little later. Love that instant replay. Now leading into our next buy phase. I imagine if you are on the side of UC Berkeley, you're going to be spending a pretty penny leading into this next round.
Yep, staying calling out. They're probably going to say, look, what they did last round worked. You know, just play for that pick, slow it down, and then go for the retake. Because once they have that numbers, it's a little easier, especially with that breach. If they keep breach alive, it's pretty simple to go in, stun some people, flash some people, get some kills, bang out a defuse, you're done.
Exactly. We also have to point out, because of the buffs, these are much faster flashes than before. Obviously, it's disorienting, and then expecting it at a certain millisecond when all of a sudden, oh, well, that happened a lot faster than I expected it. It does tend to catch you off guard.
Yeah, and he's been doing right work. The breach util has been phenomenal, especially to play it off himself even. Just phenomenal. It's been great. It's been the reason they can be able to collect these retake rounds, these two crucial rounds, keeping this a competitive series. As it seems like Davis is trying to get closer to an eco with a chamber op invested. Looking to make some noise at A main while his team explores up to mid.
Of course, I can hear that drone from a mile away. Smokes. Now I'm going to watch out. We have Astra presence also for Bay Popper. Back on the prowl, Arctic on the other side here. Of course, backshot Barry. Might choose to opt to rotate a little further around, make sure there's no trouble. Still, A side looking like the place to be.
Yeah, I mean, they've worked the map well. A lot of people are rotating off, though. It seems the Sova has an inkling of an idea where to go. He's trying to bolster up the defensive by Meliora as they look to execute on it with that owl drone.
Firebolt. Get out the smokes. Playing into that verticality. Backshot Barry.
Destroyed.
ISO all gets Meliora as it goes to a 4v4 retake scenario. Breach ult on the ready.
With a double tap. Sky's up to find you off the sniper. And that's Arctic gone. Play placement for smokes here if you want Bay Popper off that shorty, especially when you've seen how much damage that did in our last map. But this one might be a totally different story, especially inside of UCD. It's a 4v3. Spike has been planted, and now find yourself surrounded at all sides. Bay Popper and Skyza finding two. Oni and Stain falling victim here.
Jetcracker on the squeeze. He pops out 2 kills, but trade out by Hippo. Another round for UCD, breaking the little streak that Berkeley tried to make. And it's been just a little messy play. Just a kill doesn't go their way, and so they're stuck in that 4v4 retake, or I think 3v4 retake eventually, causing it just to be hard to get in there. Breach can't get his util out as there's just a threat that anyone could be anywhere. They get pushed from all sides. Truly, Barry was still peeking through mid. People didn't clear him properly, getting him 2 easy kills-ish, causing it just the round to fall flat.
Okay, got some penguins. It's cute. Our next round though, Valiora playing a point now to mid top, having to watch out, especially up a location reveal that fast. Hippo finds one, finds a second off wall with Stain and Arctic going down. But now Hippo, Bay Popper, as well as Oni. Oh, gone. Barry able to get that revenge pick. If you're on the side of UCD, taking 2 losses, but now UCB coming plenty and only 1 left here. Zero taking damage, but Jetcracker able to find one. Skyzo there for Davis to clean things up.
Despite some heroics from Oni getting 2 in that box corner, they couldn't convert out those kills as the trade just came in too quickly, and the angles, guns were not an advantage. A Spectre in the hands of Jetcracker just could not get the kills from that range.
And it really couldn't, which is really unfortunate. It happens, and you could just see the effort put in. But now leading to our next buy phase. We're on the side of UCD, point to spend, but UCB, I don't want to say they're kind of forced to play in the eco here, but you kind of have to find something stronger.
You gotta get them on the you gotta get the Davis on the back foot a bit, keep think on their toes. But seems that play was read by Hippo. He gets the off angle and gets the kill. Converts to a 4v5. Makes a little almost like you're trying to just give up at this round. As you see, A almost completely empty except for Stain rooting his feet down in that smoke.
Okay, smoke's down. Still to see available from Bay Popper. And on the side of A side right now. Especially with Stain just sitting right there. Of course, can't find time to recuperate. Same can be said for Meliora as well as Braziera. Sky's up. The operator beats still. Spike gets planted. And for UCB, only 2 agents and a dream here on a 4 take. It's gonna be a rough one.
And
One enemy remaining.
that kill gets even worse. Jetcracker, a nice shot with the Sheriff. Does he go for it? Or does he just try to save this Vandal? Lord knows they need the money. It's been a couple unfortunate rounds side of UCB, and it looks like he opts to save an 8th round for UCD as the gap widens, 6 rounds between each other.
Yep, this has to be a save here. Of course, my favorite time of it possibly being 8-2. We're approaching our favorite curse number again, 9-3. Remember what happened last time.
Hey, who knows? Anything's possible. It seems like once again, UC Berkeley goes back into their old habits of just playing for a retake and just letting them storm onto the site, which, to be fair, has been slightly successful this map. But still, it's just like I'd like to see some more coordinated fights instead of just solo pushing Oni up in there and getting sacrificed essentially. Just a little more coordination that would be favored.
Exactly. It's been successful. Coordination definitely would be favored. Just something different. A change-up would be needed for UCB to finally get something on the board here. But out of our next buy phase, it's leading into it.
I'd also like to see some of these ultimates. They've been sitting on this Asher, Breach, Sobol for a while, and at some point, you gotta think, kind of missing out on some other, if you use this Breach ult, you could probably have gotten another one by now. But no, they just kind of contact up into an ops.
We had a quick shot into a recall like that is insane. Off the operator, and even then, Skyzo getting caught in the fault lines does not matter. He would avoid that.
I'd like to mention, Jetcracker also got tagged by that. So functionally, 2 people are almost out of commission with the one shot once again, which I think happened on Haven as well. It's, man, lethal with the op.
Right, all it takes is one shot, and Jetcracker is going to be gone for this round. That is a scary scenario to find yourself in, and forces you to play a little more carefully than need be. And of course, UCD, majority, of course, sitting on a main here, 19 health, and you're essentially forced into playing for your life. Suppression, and even then, Jetcracker managing to turn it around and manages to snag Bay Popper.
Betrayed out too quickly, he was in an open position. Unfortunate happens with the ISO as kills just keep going back inside of UCD. Arctic finally investing out, but it seems a little too late. 2K, still possible, 20 seconds.
There's a chance. Arctic finds another. That's going to be 3rd kill of this round. Braziera, Sova on Sova violence. That's what I like to say, but even with the spike planted, that's still Skyzo on a chamber and a downstairs advantage here. UCD puts it 9-2 on the board.
A valiant effort from the side of UC Berkeley, but once again, just bears no fruit. The sharpshooting from the side of UC Berkeley or Davis is just too strong. Arctic, he gave it his all, but the chamber just too better. Skyzo just sharp with it. As we see, Jetcracker actually the highest killer on this board, but just sometimes you can't do it all your own.
Right, you have 2 ultimates ready on the side of UCB as well on the side of UCD, which does interest me playing into this round. I mean, you could pop one, would be surprised. But now, Meliora off the Phantom. Bladestorm is going to be activated here, and Hippo has to put out smokes. Even then, gets caught out too little, too late. Falls victim. Now, it's at UCD. 2 gone.
Getting flashbacks to Haven, kind of similar. They go down, and then last round they have a great hoorah, get a 3rd round just to make this competitive finally. But looks like they're just going through their own spawn, expecting an A push, which is most likely going to happen here.
To watch out. Bladestorm for Bladestorm. Still active on the side of UC Davis. Now, up the dash up, playing at his shields. Bay Popper could be leading the charge off plant here.
Spike planted.
Chamber, at least on the side, but Arctic going to go down. That is a nasty operator play coming in right now. Buried, Skyzo, same can be said. Oni's going to be gone. Playing back into the Bladestorm though, and having to watch out off the fault lines again. Smoke back out, Jetcracker down, and that's a 3rd one on the board for Skyzo, but Meliora managing to turn this around. Skyzo and Barry out. And only one revealed here. That's going to be Neural Theft uploaded.
Does he know?
Does he know? Oh no. Best team scared from
back, a 4K.
behind. Meliora managing to turn that around. Should have enough time with defusal. And UCB sets it 3-9.
Great shooting from Meliora. I almost jinxed it with that 5v3 beginning. But you're in safe hands with Ad. He gets the 2K at the end, saves the round, or I guess 3K for him, man. But just great shooting from him. There's a 4K, my fault. Can't count today.
Which this is interesting. This is kind of a bit of a repeat what happened on our last map, right? With 3 and 9, UC Berkeley, of course, saw a spark of life, spark of momentum back in their favor, and that Davis took it. However, different map, different tale. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it could be possible that this could flip and maybe turn into a 1-1.
Floating gun.
Oh, well, how did that get there?
Someone dropped it, lost it, but still here.
Where to set up
Anyways, attack side of map, I feel like on Abyss, the long rotates just cause defense sides to be kind of lopsided. You have to play retake just because of how long it takes. Skyzo, the great opener, gets down Oni. The tip of the spear broken for the side of UC Berkeley.
Off the Sheriff too. Watch for smokes here, but Arctic gonna be taking back point. Maybe find yourself in a better rotation, but you know, gonna commit to at least leading front here. And Bay Popper, of course, playing on a couple of pot shots.
This again slows down again. Just waiting for that one way to de-bloom. And just kind of wait for a burst pop to happen. But they don't have that much momentum. They just gotta all contact together. Not even an Omen TP disposal.
Gosh, and they're all grouped up there. Trying to find something off a shock dart. Also, we have seen it before, but no, Recon Bolt, excuse me. And still, with Jetcracker and Bay Popper leading in trades. 1, 2, 3, 4 more gone for UCD to now set things 10-3.
Seems like the first nail in the coffin for UCB's run here. They needed that pistol, and hopefully they can do some magic on this this eco round. Do something to turn the tides in their favor to make some magic happen. But for now, UC Davis looks to inch closer to that grand finals rematch with UC Irvine. And, just great fundamentals. They just waited. They didn't get overly antsy to rotate. They just stood there, held their ground. They had no space maker. Just play easy, play some good angles.
Exactly. Last round, absolute carnage, but hopefully you can change things up here as Barry able to find one up top. Oni gone, but Meliora right there to settle the score for Barry, Meliora, and Arctic. Go down and out, but Jetcracker, of course, not if they have anything to say about it. You find one off the Classic. Now for UCD, down only 3, but Skyzo looking a little worse for wear. And of course, stay at Skyzo, Jetcracker gone also, and now it's 11-3.
2 points off. An invitational of that grand finals, and I'm a little confused by the choice of here at UC Berkeley. I feel like they should have opted into a full force buy when you're down this much. sometimes you just need those stingers, those sheriffs, possibly abandoned nowadays, just to add some oomph to their shots, to give them some hope. Especially on the attack side, you can do pretty well with the stinger, as we see with G2 and VCT Americas.
Right, you really can. And oh my gosh, G2, my beloved. Is it bad to say I'm an NRG fan? I saw that look. Don't look at me like that.
All right, the shots, missed shots from Skies though, but they have presence noted. Arctic gets a kill with that Guardian, opening up the match. They still got it in them. Is that him falling off the stage?
We're not going to talk about it. I pretend I did not see it.
Still
Oh,
a 4v3.
They're still floating. Still floating. That is so funny. Oh my goodness. And of course with the smokes. Bay Popper, maybe sitting over here. The double tap active. We're still floating. Oh wow. Double tap back to it. And of course, Oni finally gone here. Skizzo, she pushed them off. Instead, Bay Popper back up top gets caught in Cyber Cage. It's a little more interesting, but Bay Popper, forget that. Finds one, finds a second. The Guardian, and now Stain playing into the Astra.
Looking to body block and completely owning the Astra. Wait, it works. Stain with the 2K. They still got it. It's half. They got to rush it.
Have to rush it with the defusal. That couldn't have
And he
hit
stayed. He
at-
fell.
Whoa!
So I didn't. My ult is ready.
My fault. Oh no. Well, we have the replay to go over it.
Hit my mic. Some unfortunate scenarios here. I think I got a little worried with that half defuse. And Bay Popper calm, just cool. Pros don't fake. A final Hail Mary timeout from Stain. Hoping to make a miraculous 3-12 comeback, but is it mean to say it's hard to believe in that one?
It really is. I'm not going to lie. That last round, whatever could have happened, possibly did happen. As chaotic as that was, you could just see a slow free fall. It's like, oh, well, that happened.
But they're still in a 4v3. Then
Right.
some kills coming the way. Astra suck blocks. Wait, 2v1. Half. He sticks it. He gets the kill. Stain falls. And we're just sitting there.
And fell. And fell.
And Barry just sits there wondering, how did it get to this moment? Out of every scenario, this is what happened. Unfortunate. But as a team, you just got to brush it off. New round, you got to win brick by brick, track by track. You can't just let these things affect you. You just got to get back into the zone. And hopefully UC Berkeley can at least show some energy back in there, get some rounds under the belt. Even if it doesn't mean they win, just shows that they're still here. They're still a team that wants to fight.
Exactly. That was one round. Don't let that affect or determine you. I know those Cal State Golden Bears have some momentum left there. Come on, let's get into it. Now for Oni. Focusing on it. The Guardian in hand, though. That is a trap wire triggered. So gives you at least a little bit of perspective on who to expect moving forward. Get the spike planted, though. And even with the location revealed off a spy camp, Bay Popper, back in the gulag here, manages to snuff out Oni.
And that's the
We
fire. Destabilize.
Still 4v4 retake scenario. Post plan positions are good. Breacho off the Rolling Thunder off the rip. Pushes everyone despite the kill from Brazzera. Some chaos in the round, but it goes back to cooldown. Brazzera with another kill. Looking to end it up.
Uh-oh. Jump over the
Jump.
chasm.
Jack number 2. It's
Player standing.
For
One
it.
enemy
Still
remaining.
Jetcracker. That's going to be Bay Popper,
here.
ending it
Not
dead
yet.
in its tracks. Stain tried. And for UCD, that is a 13-3.
Defenders
just
win.
dominant performance. UCD was playing this great. They loved using that ISO. They got so many ults off in that match. If you saw just constantly, Bay Popper just ripping people out, throwing them in the gulag, getting his kills, opening the site, and just going in there. I just love how they use that. They loved using that, building up that ISO. It was like a farm. It was just farming it constantly. It was great usage, which I can't say the same for UC Berkeley. They seem to be hesitant to use those ults until it was a little too late sometimes.
Right, a little bit. And what I do love is talking about Valorant. What I love to hear, though, is hearing other people talk about Valorant also. So to get a bit of a perspective, I believe we're going to be throwing it over to a quick interview downstairs.
Ready,
Okay.
Yeah, so we're a little... Not an interview yet. Okay,
Okay.
sorry, we just had
bit of a difficulty. Hey, it happens.
Yeah. But anyways, more about the match in general. UCD just had so much confidence bringing. They had a lot of aimers. I mean, their comp was built off aimers. A chamber, ISO, jet. All agents known just to be like getting kills, getting headshots, just being ego-based characters. And they had the people, they had the players that could shoot like that. Barry, Skyzo, and what do you call it? Yeah. They just all just complete shooters. And
Yeah, let's go into a quick little replay, which I'm not going to lie, this was a pretty tense map compared to Haven. Of course, stakes obviously higher considering that this was UCB's going to do or die here. And then we have to talk, again, the agent differentials, what we were expecting to see, who we were expecting to see played, and a Cypher, like I mentioned previously, was pretty interesting. I will say that.
it just feels like they could disrespect a lot of his util a lot of time. I mean, when you get pinged by a Cypher trip, you get like an eon's worth of time to destroy it, making it functionally just like, oh, they're somewhere there. I don't know where. But it's kind of like an unfortunate nerf that just causes the character to lose its weight and makes it so like you can kind of, despite Cypher being set up there, you can still just kind of steamroll through there. Interesting.
Right, one thing I would like to talk about also, Jack Cracker, especially playing some kind of Breach, which comes definitely handy when it comes to entry, right? And then seeing a lot when it comes to the faster flashes, the buffs, if you will. Definitely playing a highlight here.
And yeah, I mean, Jack Cracker, despite the performance of his team, he had a great game. He was fragging uncontrollably, despite being on this Breach. Honestly, might want to consider putting him on a more selfish role. Just allowing him to frag because he has the capabilities and he's been in these like scenarios. I mean, that sheriff shot. Let's see what he's got. Another. Let's see, he's a head tapper, that's for sure.
Exactly. That Breach played a very clear and present danger, especially when you look at the stats, honestly. Highest score when it came to kills on that side. And I'm not going to lie, we saw Rolling Thunder, especially leading further into the rounds, and saw the impact that that had for a moment the side against UCD. I'm not going to lie, though, that one moment where we're just seeing a Aoni fall and fall and fall.
Unfortunately, a highlight of this map. You know,
We
you kinda,
figured it would happen, because gravity does kill. But that was more like, not a fall, more of a float.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You kind of hate to happen, especially when you're down 3-2. Oh, unfortunately, we have to see it again. Stain. Oh. But anyways, now we will throw it over to the bracket to see who UCD will be back, though. Pretty unshocking. It's me, Irvine.
Right, and it has been not only a pretty interesting day, but also a pretty interesting bracket when you really think about it, which I believe we should be taking a quick look at least in a minute here, which means, if I remember correctly, these grand finals are set up for us.
Yeah. It's going to be a rematch from the side of Davis and Irvine. Let's see if Davis can bite back, or will Irvine repeat history and win, just like they did in that semifinals 2-0. UCEI has been having a pretty clean run through the bracket, 13-2, 1-0, 2-0. Basically has had shown or seen no resistance when it comes to people. Versus Davis, who a couple hiccups at 10-13 or 13th. Actually, no, they also had a very similar bracket run, except falling to UCI. But then bouncing right back against Berkeley. So interesting to see if the momentum that Davis can ride, see if they can show up to the challenge that is UC Irvine.
Exactly. Let's talk about it. Round one, I definitely say shark-infested waters. I mean, UCEI kind of being the top dog here. That obviously everyone wants to take down. Just kind of making a smooth transition over into grand finals territory. That means for UCD, they have one hell of a mountain to climb, one hell of a game to play in the first place to really try and break through. Honestly, just to win everything when it comes to Valorant here.
And honestly, okay, even despite the loss for Berkeley, we still got to mention again just how great the Cinderella run has been. But what could be better is interviewing the winners, actually. We have an interview keyed up with Skyzo from the side of UC Davis coming up real quick.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm your interviewer for today. My name is Elizabeth, and I'm here at Skyzo. So I want to ask, after this game, you guys are going back up against UC Irvine. Do you guys have any changes in strategy, or what is your mindset kind of going into this?
Our mindset going into it, we have to fix like the minor mistakes we had in our first matchup. There was a lot of like hesitation moments and just us not playing fully together as a team. But that match against Irvine first really helped us warm up against our second match against Berkeley, which is showed in I think in our standing. So hopefully we can just tidy things up, fix it up, and then could be good to go against Irvine.
Good, that's great. Awesome. I hear you guys have also been playing for quite a while today. How do you guys feel physically?
Oh, I mean, I love it. My team is just so passionate. Like we had a lunch break in between our first match, and my teammates, they just DM. Like they're really hungry for the win, and I really hope we can take it home.
Okay, cool. How do you feel about this game, this next one? Just you said you're going to make some minor changes in your hesitation, and do you feel like you'll be able to execute it well?
Hopefully, yeah. That match against Berkeley really helped us like warm up, especially with the setups on the stage. So, just gotta like completely just stay concentrated, focused, and just together as a team.
Great. Well, I think that's about it for our interview. Thank you so much, Skyzo.
Welcome back. Casting here, I'm Shovik Dev. Oh, my fault. Welcome back. I'm Shovik Dev, and this is
Asherbach.
And we're back. We just did some closing remarks. Once again, I'm excited to see what UCD can do in that rematch with UCI. Hopefully, we can see some Arbor util. I want to see it rework in the future. We got 2 more maps at least to see, maybe.
I mean, true. We have a chance to see Harbor. Yeah, I'm not saying that we will. I'm saying if it's possible, it would be fun.
I mean, new reworks, he got buffed again. I'm just saying, perfect time to see if he's got the sauce for it. The tournament winning mentality. But
yeah, I believe it should be it for us. And of course, I'm Asherbach.
I'm Shovik.
And of course, we'll be seeing y'all later, but before that, we're going to be throwing it over to a quick ad. This has been UCEI presented by Xfinity.
Helium Melanin showing beautiful control. He's clearly a crowd favorite.
The most reliable Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Next on board with a small is number 92.
Look at Michaela attack that run. No doubt you can do the same, Stella.
Cut your mobile bill in half and save $60 a month for your first year with Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 UCEI Invitational presented to you by Xfinity. I'm Caleb Jayo Singh. Today I'm here with
Takeshi, TK Starstorm Kawada.
My beloved co-caster. And today,
man.
We are witnessing a grand final between UC Irvine and UC Davis.
And what a fitting matchup for the two of us, right? An Irvine guy and a Davis guy. I mean, you might have heard me in the audience cheering a little bit in both of the previous two matches. Unbelievable stuff going on so far today, right, Caleb? We've had a lot of action going on. The first series broadcast today, UC Berkeley took down UCSD in dramatic 2-1 fashion. You might have remembered the road collapse that UC Berkeley suffered earlier, but they rebounded in a big way in Map 3, only to be shut down 2-0 by UC Davis, who had recently been ousted by UC Irvine in the upper bracket. So our grand finals here, a rematch of the upper bracket finals that you on the stream and everyone here in the audience at UCI did not get to see. So now we are actually getting to see the competition between these two teams.
And we are, Takeshi. It's exciting. As an audience, we have so much energy and we have so much anticipation for this round. But Takeshi, what are we expecting in the matchups here? I mean, we have two Goliaths of these University of California teams. What are we expecting from Davis, from Irvine? Who's going to take home the trophy? That's the question.
Well, I think we both know who we're going to predict is bringing it home, right?
It's
We
obvious.
both. Let's be completely clear here. Both of us might be homering a little bit, right? But with that being said, I have a lot more experience watching UC Davis. I've had a little bit more time to study the film. They like their 5-ups, they like their 4-1 splits, they like their XX, and they really trust their individuals to make it happen off the back of some flashes and some timings out the back of the smoke. And we're going to straight into Haven, where we're going to see plenty of opportunity for stuff like that. You see the double duelist locked in for UC Davis. It was a big thorn in the side for UC Berkeley just an hour or so ago.
That's right, double duelist comps. They always tend to be explosive. They always tend to be faster pace, upbeat tempo. And that's what we're going to expect from UC Davis, what they were employing earlier today. But let's look at the side of UC Irvine just for a second. Something noticeable, double smokes. Omen, Viper on this Haven map, triple sight, a lot more control of these sight lines. Takeshi, what are you expecting for this defensive half for UC Irvine? How are we going to be using those smokes, and which sites are Davis most likely going to be targeting?
I anticipate a pretty even split with the Viper wall between being hit BC and then BA. Obviously, you have the straight lines that the Viper wall can cover, and everyone's dealt with it at this point, right? Viper on Haven is not a novelty pick anymore. You do see a different wall coming in. It's a survival wall for the CTs on C-side, so they might be able to actually flood out on the back of the UC Davis exec. But with that being said, I expect to see a lot of emphasis placed by Davis on this A main control. You see the Sentinel for UC Irvine getting set up on the A side. I think Davis needs to establish position early and be able to follow through with the hits on the back of their pressure.
That's right. A slow little pistol. Nothing too explosive actually at the start of this. A 2-1-2 split. UC Irvine also has quite a disciplined setup. Only the Killjoy on A. The rest of the 4 players dispersed on the left side of the map. But you will see Davis trying to gather info. Of course, Takeshi, like you were mentioning earlier, a 1-4 split. The Aggies starting to amalgamate on that right side of the map. Going up A long. Is the Killjoy ready to receive this hit, though? Let's see. This will be the first sign of pressure. Or will it? They're just making some noise.
The first of many tests is coming here for UC Irvine's defense. Having the Killjoy alarm bot this far up A long is really susceptible to being broken, cut noise, re-hit, the same sort of stuff you see so often. That little jump peek at the corner by KJ was immaculate by UCI, and they're actually going to be able to rotate their players into position to receive this attack.
There we go, 5 players. It seems that from looking at our map that the Aggies have chosen this A site. Here comes the first contact. Backshot Barry already getting the shots down onto Honeybun. UCI trying to flood out onto the site. But the Davis players are able to get their bodies there, and UCI now has to regain space.
And retaking this A site without the flank is an absolute nightmare. You see the kill, you see the chamber trip outside egg main. It's really difficult to actually get into those positions when you know where the CTs are coming from. And this crossfire established by UC Davis should just rip UC Irvine apart. They're chasing him down off the back of that flash.
Enemy remaining.
Hold on. Wait. The kills. It happened so fast. The kill feed just lit up, and Bandit getting a triple kill for himself. Irvine actually getting the retake, and that's the first one for the Anteaters.
And maybe a little bit of an overextension there from UC Davis. I mean, they had the nice double crossfire setup, but a couple of drops out of heaven. And then if you have people in that lower position, they are very vulnerable to just being dropped on. If you are both watching the cross, neither one's watching above.
Exactly right, Takeshi. Irvine, able to play that precisely. This defensive comp with the double smokes, the Killjoy, seems to be working out so far. And as they are able to easily defend the A site, excuse me, not easily, but with a bit of a scuffle, seems like they're shuffling most of their forces toward B and C now. So let's see how this plays out as Davis, they go onto grass.
Big player to watch here. Mini P.E.K.K.A has the Outlaw on the Omen for UC Irvine. And while not necessarily playing the hardest position here, just staring down C Long, this is a one-shot weapon against these unarmored UC Davis players. But if I'm Davis, I feel a little bit relieved because, yes, you got exactly what you were looking for. You got the A main space, you cleared out the utility, you cut noise, waited until the presence was shown, you got your hit onto site. They had the pressure. They got into the site. If they can continue to do this, this could be a very entertaining first half.
Entertaining indeed. When Anteaters and Aggies collide, what's going to happen? But Bandit already showing the first of the collision, shutting down the hit right away. The Viper Orb cutting off the A site so that the sight lines are in their favor. Another Omen smoke, regenerating that sight line. So Bandit has the longer line of sight. And Barry goes down. Bandit getting another for himself. Jason also going into the fray as he jumps right on in. Bandit getting the fourth. And that's very convincing from UC Irvine. It was a save, but that's 2 rounds for the Anteaters.
That's exactly what you need to do on your anti-eco, right? You just have to take care of business cleanly. And Bandit, with those 8 kills that he's already farmed up in the first couple of rounds, he's got the Hunter's Fury already ready for deployment. So this Sova becomes a nightmare for Davis to deal with unless they're able to suss out the position that he's holding and run him down during the channel. Davis does have a couple of very dynamic players. Barry and Baypopper here can get there in a hurry, but they need the information to know exactly where to attack.
Exactly right. And Bracera only having, or him being the only one with the information rather. When Sova does not have a dart, information is difficult to find. Speaking of being hard to find, 4 players only on the side of Davis. Their numbers are thinning out. But Jason in a bit of a pickle here. Does Spooky Bear come over to help him? Some skirmishes being taken on the left side of the map, the right side of the map. Honeybun actually getting a frag, and Barry able to get a trade for himself. The spike will be recovered in the hands of the Aggies. But it's 3-4. Davis in a bit of a pickle.
Personally, I want to see Davis be a little bit more patient here. You have this Neon in Barry in a great power position here towards the garage, and Irvine still has to honor the threat of regrouping back towards the A site because they don't have the flank. And so
hold on. Hold on a second, Mini P.E.K.K.A, both bullets and the Outlaw gonna land into the members of the Aggies, but Baypopper again is that one on the scene, and he means no funny business. He gets a third for himself. This could be a clutch, 1 versus 1. Jason against Baypopper. Baypopper, he's on your left. Do you know it, man? He's right there. Your Blade Storm's up in 1, but he's going to be right behind you. And Jason gets the positioning, locks him down. And Irvine, they steal that one right back.
And the super slow flank coming through from UC Irvine. Really, really patient gameplay coming in there from the Viper that's basically functioning like a second Sentinel, if you really think about it. You're just anchoring the opposite side of the map. The rotation all the way from A towards C side takes so long that Baypopper second guesses himself a little bit, and he's looking in all of the right positions, right, throughout this 1-on-4 that he basically turns. So, I mean, it's a 3-on-4, it's a 1-on-4, he gets the trades in great positions, and he finds this ISO there at the end. But we're going much faster here.
Faster indeed. Takeshi, you were just talking about slowing down, but it seems like the pace is picking up. As you see Irvine, they don't exactly have the weaponry in place to fight this, but all of a sudden Baypopper's in the wrong spot, but he's in the right spot, just where he should be when the Viper Orb comes up to protect him. The Tailwind being used to protect himself, the dark cover giving him even more space. Skyzo also getting the work done. UCI are dropping like flies, and they only have 2 players remaining. Essentially the 2 Sentinel players that were anchoring the other sites. The scraps must be picked up by them, and it's an extremely difficult task.
And we're in a very similar position as Skyzo drills a nice headshot there out to Honeybun. We're in a really similar position to this pistol, right? I talked about UC Davis as Jason takes down Baypopper, trying to give a go on this retake because the economy is so good for Irvine's side. Hippo is a little bit lower on this close corner, but it feels like they've done enough, and UC Irvine's last man standing will likely have to save that Phantom. This is what I was emphasizing in pregame, right? The space and pace of Davis. Emphasize this A main corridor and be able to explode the moment you actually have the pressure. Some individual heroics there, for sure, right? Baypopper, you don't expect him to get both. Maybe one off the initial truck peak to the right side. Definitely not the second as you jump over the top and you just knife him right in the head. Beautiful, beautiful shooting, and that's the difference that this Blade Storm can really make.
Let's look at the replay right here. He had 1 knife left. He had 5 more in the chamber. It just lands another one straight to his head. Of course, Jason returned the favor, but it's too little too late for the Anteaters at that time. Davis, they do have a star on the top of the leaderboard right now. Baypopper on the jet, but you see Irvine. They do have a lot of little tricks up their sleeve as well. Let's look at their spread though. They've shifted their forces around Takeshi. They have 3 towards A. They're actually aggressing the A main position. If you even look on the west side of your map, Jason sneaking up C long. They have a lot of information here. How do Davis play this actually? They're getting contained like fish.
Well, I mean, Baypopper just breaks him right out of that tank, right? The aquarium shattered the glass right there. Jason might get caught by a timing. Hippo with a really nice find to put himself up on the board. And so now you actually have the man advantage and you have the positional advantage to walk wherever you want. They've decided that C side is the right side to be on at the moment.
But hold on, that Molotov actually does a lot of work for Irvine. They stopped 2 players from coming into garage. Neon is gonna throw just a little wall, just a little fake. You know, I mean, they could be anywhere still. The Aggies, they're quite mobile, and they're moving towards A as the Anteater shift left, and it's like water. Bruce Lee says, flow like water. And then, of course, the water can flow right into your face when you take the wrong step. Barry taken down, Honeybun. Now the A site seems free for the taking. Can Spooky Bear and Bandit, these players have been showing up, but this is a tough position.
This is a really difficult position to be in. And Bandit's going to flood early, so Skyzo's got him covered. Hippo's going to get the spike down with plenty of time remaining. It's going to be another 4-on-1 situation. Spooky Bear being asked to clutch this time. It doesn't feel like something or a round that UC Irvine should really be given a go. And there we go. We're going to see another save here. A couple of rounds on the board for Davis. So the adaptations, a couple of things to point out from that round. UC Irvine recognizing UC Davis. We're going to emphasize the same main space. Well, Irvine's like, well, hey, we can also fight for that quadrant, right? We can throw the smoke at the choke, and then we can also just hold the line. Baypopper just broke him free right there as Spooky Bear finds an exit. He's just looking to save this rifle, but the other adaptation, or the other little thing I wanted to highlight, is you saw the fake dash there, the fake slide that Barry threw. A nice cleanup by Hippo to make sure no guns are carried into that next round. That little fake slide that was in mid, if there's no alarm bot on that choke, that might actually have drawn the garage player to be looking at B while the rotation was headed towards A. So holding any other players in position for any amount longer with those sound cues is really something worth keeping an eye on.
Worth keeping an eye on indeed. Irvine, they need to get their footing back. Winning the first 3 gives you momentum, but momentum does not mean a lot when you don't have a lot of mass to go with it. Speaking of not having a lot of mass, their guns are quite lacking.
I would say so. And Skyzo's in a great position with this Outlaw to take down those unarmored opponents. So Mini Pekka is going to be caught early. That means the smokes are just Jason's, and he's got no more fuel. So it's a 5-on-3. Nice shot by Spooky Bear, trying to do a little bit of what Baypopper was able to do 3 rounds ago. What else do you want to see here, Caleb?
What do you want to see? Irvine, they're on a retake. Only the knives are out. I mean, it is safe. You want to get as many kills as possible here. Of course, all three players, I think, are being sniffed out here. Maybe they're not fully aware. Davis still looking towards long. There are chances. Bandit landing a shot with the Sheriff like it's the Wild West. The Bandits are coming out from Sarah. The trades are going down. Hold on, though. Honeybun getting a headshot, but Skies are dropping from the sky. And Honeybun will be taken down for breakfast. 3-3. All tied up back again.
Well, that's excellent, right? We're just playing first to 10, basically. But that round, UC Irvine got what they were looking for. Maybe the Smokes players didn't get what they were looking for. All they got was lead. But with that being said, Irvine made this round really expensive for Davis, and it's an anti-eco round, or it's an eco round for UC Irvine, and you're just saying, hey, you know, farm a couple of Volt Orbs, get some more progress on that Viper's Pit, on that lockdown, and then see what other economic damage you can actually do. And they took out 4 guns on Davis. It might actually end up mattering if these rounds become a little bit closer down the stretch.
Hold on just a second. The overdrive. We're getting closer to the A site, but he will get stunned up by himself and actually running right into the Molotov. Mini Pekka has a perfect position, but Bay Popper again to clean up. This smoke is making so much space for Davis, but not enough where they're comfortable. And they have to back up now. 2 and A long, taking some gunfights. Jason, another for himself. The Chamber ultimate, the tour de force, holding strong to the short position, but Davis not exactly able to run their truck over the A site anymore. They have to find another angle.
Well, they have successfully drawn the rotate back here, but I don't know if Hippo actually has the timing. It doesn't feel like it. Jason definitely hasn't beat here. He's going to throw the close smoke, but Jason can just play straight inside of it.
Jason.
Spike down, C.
He reads it like a book. The scientist puts up his orb. Able to catch him in the smoke. And now, chances are slim for the Aggies. Let's talk about these ultimates, Takeshi. These ultimates from the side of
30
UC
seconds
Irvine, which are
left.
quite available. The lockdown,
spike.
you have the Viper's Pit, where these most likely going to be thrown down, how they're going to be used, as Jason does clean up the last player, Skies as well. These ultimates, though, are they going to be useful?
Well, absolutely. I mean, you saw UC Davis take a few rounds there off the back of a Blade Storm, right, from Bay Popper. You saw Skyzo get a little bit of value with the Tour de Force, like you were talking about. But with that being said, UC Irvine got those rounds at the beginning off the back of winning the pistol. Obviously, you can't have your ultimate yet. Off of the back of the anti-eco, can't have your ult quite yet. But Bandit actually did, right? And so he was able to cast it and has regenerated it back up over the last few rounds. So I really think that the value of the Hunter's Fury comes from the utility combos that they can drop here, and the Killjoy ultimate, the lockdown, is going to make that retake on the A side a lot more bearable. So I expect to see a bit more of a defensive shift here from UC Irvine towards prioritizing B and C side, although I do find it interesting that Davis hasn't sped up the pace as much as I thought they would. There was a round on A that we just watched where they had 2 isolated duels on that close cubby coming out of short side. I feel like if they have the proper spacing and they're actually able to make it out the choke, that they'd probably be able to have overpowered the first player and then make it into the backside with some more explosiveness.
It seems like the setup on A is a little tricky for Davis to handle. They have the Viper Orb constantly, the Anteaters, on their defensive, one of their defensive mechanisms. And of course, they have the Molotov. You'll see the Killjoy setting up again on A long. And often these Molotovs, you'll see from the Killjoy, are just so good at deterring the space. Even if your Jet dashes in, even if your Neon goes in, there's just a divide in your team. And then your boys in the back are like, wait guys, hold on. We need some space, and Spooky Bear shutting down the space. But as we talk about A and C, here they go on to B.
And I was talking about, hey, let's see UC Davis actually put on some pace, play towards this B site. The lockdown's being invested really early, which is when you pick out
Mini Pekka! What was that? 4 kills in a row, bang, 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 bang! And it's a collide, it's the perfect lineup. What more can you ask for?
I can ask for a replay, Caleb. Can we get a replay on that production?
Yes, please, let's watch this. He just holds the ACT angle and they'll just walk into him. It was the aggression that was extremely surprising, but not for him as he holds down his left click button. And it's too easy for him. He just says, thank you very much. We'll take our 5th round and our ultimates are still available. Where's your tempo at? It's in our hands.
And that lockdown, I thought it was used really, really early from Irvine. Davis hadn't even threatened the idea of the spike plant yet, but the reroute was read so well by Mini P.E.K.K.A, and the spacing, once again, that we were talking about, that doomed Davis just a round ago, comes back to haunt them once again, as does Mini P.E.K.K.A.
Mini P.E.K.K.A. Like a ghost. That round will certainly haunt the Aggies as they lurk around the map now. They're trying to take a slower pace. Slower, but proactive. Skyzo taking down Spooky Bear in Garage, which means that Jason has to pick up another position. C-Long will be open, but the chess pieces are moving, and the chess pieces are a little stagnant in a short and a long. Davis making their way up. The Viper wall is going to go down, so they have to refresh it. You'll see the dark cover will be going down. These crossfires, this heaven position, they're not exactly going to be super helpful as the mollies are popped. Bracera already getting a kill for himself. Honey Bun and Mini P.E.K.K.A not able to hold to the site, but here comes the Hunter's Fury that we're talking about, Takeshi. He knew his whereabouts, but Hippo is taken down by it. That will certainly delay the proactivity. And now Davis, they only have about 20 seconds, and they have to make something happen, but Jason's on the scene. He's right behind them. He's going to stab him in the back, though. Bay Popper has his knives. And he's just going to lurk right back onto short, and the bomb is in open hands. Bracera has to make a heroic attempt at best, and he's going to drop. Bandit jumps down, assassinates him from the sky, and Irvine beautifully played that defense.
It's a really nice round by UC Irvine. A bit of a callback to what we were talking about in pregame, where we actually, well, not necessarily in pregame. I believe it was actually round 3, round 4, where that super late wrap from Jason actually came in. This time it seals the deal again. The first time on Bay Popper, the second time also on Bay Popper, but in a very different position. Either way, plenty to ice out the game. Those 8 kills from Jason, he's had a ton of impact with those.
A lot of impact indeed. Sure, they are scared of him now, but they seem to be entering his sight. This is a similar position, but a similar slower split, faking some aggression. Irvine, they have 3 players towards C. The Neon is tucked in the cubby. Will they be expecting this? They've been pushing up every round. The Bucky is in lying wait. The Bucky is in open arms, and Barry gets the kill that he wants, and he's Neon. He'll just get right the heck out of there. Grabs the rifle. Bandit actually getting a kill for himself, but Spooky Bear has the Raider in his hands. Now the drone will be used. Division going onto the C site. Their bomb is in Garage, but he's actually able to make some space for himself, Hippo. And now he's going to advance towards this site. Only the Jet remains on the defense. Trying to deter whatever push is going on. Spooky Bear doing very well for himself. Mini P.E.K.K.A's got his back. And Irvine, they hold on. And that's 7-3.
Mini P.E.K.K.A with another collat, right? The double kill, another lineup onto the Davis players. A little bit unlucky with the spacing, but just not being able to run down this Jet. You're running an operator on the line. You are fully conscious of where exactly this opper can be, but no one else is in position to actually help Hippo on that weak side. And so they just get covered by CT because there's no more smoke, right? You've used them on the fakes. You don't actually have anything to stop the flood or even just the straight hold in this case.
That's exactly right. Once you have no smokes, an operator is dealing a Bear looking at a river of fish as he waits for them to come in. But here's Hunter's Fury, doing a bit of deterrence, and as they try to get onto the site, but UCEI, they're just holding on. They're not the ones with the ultimates being used, but they're the ones shooting them down. And Jason finding another for himself. Bandit actually gets a shock dart kill. Bracera is all alone, and he's wondering where his team went.
So much damage through the smokes, right? You might want to call back on something like that, but they have perfect information on where all of UC Davis is, and the deviation from the norm from UC Davis of moving away from this early A pressure and drawing rotates away from the then undermanned B and C sites is really coming back to haunt them because they're not actually able to make it through this initial choke on the C side.
Exactly right. The chokes are the name of the game, especially on this map. Haven's just got such good positioning for singular smokes, for those Viper walls, for those Killjoy mollies. This defense has been working out so well for the Anteaters, but they will be switching on to attack. After one round, Davis trying to sniff out this A site for one last time.
This is a half that started out really promising for UC Davis, right? From a 3-0 or a 0-3 deficit to a 3-3 scoreline, you expected to see the final half score, in this case, be a little bit closer than it actually is. But Irvine's done a great job of making the adjustments necessary. You see the Viper wall has been moved over to B and A for the last 3 or 4 rounds. So you're giving the Killjoy and the Omen another layer of security to play around. And now instead of having to smoke the actual site chokes, the Omen can just throw survivals for him and the Killjoy. And so it really allows the CTs so much more space to play with.
Space is being gained by Davis. The chosen site is B. The Viper's Spit is thrown down in the defense. Jason getting one for himself, stalling for a little bit, but from the shadows. Mini Pekka is in the back lines. This operator will be having to deal with 2 players from Davis, and you see the strategy again. Davis trying to take the space on B so that they can enter onto the A site. Bandit is in open arms. He has an operator now. 25 seconds. Davis has to figure something out. The recon dart being used, the information being gained. And it's 2-on-3. This is devastating for Davis.
That's a big kill by Barry. It still makes it doable for Davis.
Doable indeed. 3K for him. Oh, but he scoots right on out. Maybe a bit too early into the open with the overdrive. Bandit and Spooky Bear have to do the work, but Becerra does the work for himself and for his squad. 7 HP, does not even matter. And what a way to end a half. Davis needs to carry the momentum into this defense.
And that was a humongous double kill there, not just for the round, but right in terms of team morale. When you start the half 3-3, if you lose out on all of the next 6, I don't know about you, I would be pretty frustrated myself. So a mental saving, hopefully, round there from Barry and Braz.
Hope is the name of the game if you're the Aggies right now, I must say. Desperate position before 8. We've seen worse.
We have seen worse. We saw worse earlier in the day, unfortunately. But hey, it takes a really drastic, really desperate position to have one of the greatest comebacks you've ever seen type thing, right?
It does. That makes victory all the sweeter. And it's regained. That's probably the art of war somewhere. But Honeybun, speaking of war, shooting the first shot. Skyza will be falling. The C site will seem a little easier for the taken, but Hippo is here and he's holding his ground. He's taken down one for himself, but Bandit backstabbing him, doing what he does best. Now Davis, they have to retake on a pistol. This is
Last
quite
player
difficult for them.
standing.
Mini Pekka taking down one.
It's going to be really difficult to see how Davis can play this defender side efficiently. Braz gets a nice headshot, Jason shuts him down. So that's a 9-4 scoreline you expect with the way that Irvine's been playing, with the discipline that they've been showing and the protocols that they've been exhibiting around the aggression from Davis. Davis being on the defender side now, it's going to be difficult to think about how Davis can actually inject variance into the way that this game is being played. I want personally to see, I want to see Braz setting up, man I can't talk right now, I want to see Braz setting up Baypopper or Barry. I want to see the initiator with one of the duelists walk down one of the lines together. They're kind of setting this up here around A.
It's very true. It's been a long day for all of us.
Don't I know it.
And the shots still must be fired. A war must be fought here. Davis needs some footing. They're pulling out some maneuvers that we've seen before. A Bucky in the hands of Baypopper as he's holding on to this A site. Seems that the Viper Orb has been popped, excuse me. And it will be used to get some space as they clear. Baypopper in the right spot at the right time, getting the kills they need with one in the chamber.
Skyzo has to be really careful here not to overpeak. Your teammate just gave you a massive man advantage, and even though UCI has still a little bit of space on the map because you're rotating everyone back over to this A side, you just cannot give over any opportunity for Irvine to seize this round, not when Baypopper's already done so much to grant you it.
It's true. The dark cover will delay a lot. Mini Pekka has to be so careful as he's going in there. Careful is not exactly on his mind as Baypopper picks up his fourth. Could be a little ace here.
I know what's on Baypopper's mind.
My
They're setting up for it.
The shots! The precision, the timing, It's just smarts at this point. Bay Popper gets 5 for himself to make their 5th round. Davis have momentum, and they might do it, Takeshi. You know, maybe Aggies aren't so bad after all.
Whoa, that's crazy coming from the UCI fan over here. But all seriousness here, the shotgun is way more effective than anyone's giving it credit for here. Bay Popper in some great positions, right? You see the lineup coming back to haunt UCI, so there's a little bit of karma there coming back around. Bay Popper, a humongous play. They needed that 5th round. The force buy in particular from UC Davis, their economy would have been in shambles if they hadn't won that one. And now Skyzo's getting to tear things up on the opposite side of the map.
If you're UC Davis right now, you're feeling good about this.
Spike down, C.
One squatters are hitting
remaining.
the shots. This is the eco. But man, Davis are putting up the fight. But Mini Pekka, he knows how to fight too. Puts down 2 very quickly with the Bulldog. Spike is on his left side. Here's the tailwind. Does he know the player's in garage though? Does he turn around in time? No, Bracero. Shutting it down quite quickly. And now there's a 3-gap difference, Takeshi.
Well, we're back to, I mean, it's the closest it's been since that 0-3, right? Or I guess the 3-6 score line that we had earlier. But Davis doing a fantastic job of clawing it back, right? We had the first couple of rounds the first pistol came in for Irvine. Davis clawed back another couple. They're in position. If they can actually close out here, they're going to start having access to some of those ultimates. Bay Popper, 6 out of 8. He's running the Bucky back again. Skyzo, Barry, and Braz all halfway to their 8-point ults. So they're actually in a really good ult economy position and real economy position here, despite the damage that UCI has been doing, and Bandit continues his streak.
Bandit, sharp eye, shooting down the chamber on the C site. And if you're Davis now, you're just holding your position. They know that Irvine could potentially go back to the other side of the map.
Does he get cleared this time?
Look at him. He's just sitting in the corner. He's got the tailwind for himself. The Bandit, of course. Paranoid to fight back. Jason getting for Sarah by himself. The Bandit, or excuse me, the Bucky doing the damage it needs to, but the trades are good enough.
One enemy
UCI gets onto the site, and Davis, they have to limp their way onto the site. It's looking difficult for Barry.
That's a humongous pre-fire coming through on that smoke flood, but it does look like Barry, 2 bullets away from death. He's going to have a ridiculously difficult task of this. 3 different angles you have to clear out, and he's still wary about a flank because there was so much that happened to them on that initial half of play. It feels like he should probably save here, but the game is close enough to where I can understand why you're going for the play that you are. Not breaking that turret immediately is a little bit difficult, we'll say, for the rest of the execution there on that retake attempt. But Irvine up to double digits, 3 rounds away from closing out this first map here of our grand finals.
Indeed. The defense. The defense must step up for Davis like it did in the first few rounds of the half. They do have a double duelist comp, and as you're mentioning, Takeshi, they need to be a little more proactive, I think. I mean, when you have the Jet, when you have the Neon, you have the Jet sitting in the corner. It's a little unexpected. Surely he won't sit in the corner again, but he does.
And he did still 1 for 1 there, Bay Popper did. They have Skyzo on and off on the opposite side of the point of attack, and so Braz and Spooky Bear are going to trade lives there.
Trading lives, trading sites, as Irvine make their way into the site. Here come the knives from Bay Popper, actually getting a frag onto the P.E.K.K.A. Spooky Bear getting another respective one for himself, but the trades are just so clean, and Bay Popper clean as well, clean as ever, and Honey Bun shutting him down, making a stand for himself. A 1 versus 1. The Sentinels are on the board. It's tense. A whole minute left to cook something up for the both of them.
Skyzo playing line of sight here on this bomb, but Honeybun should have an idea. Skyzo shuts him down. A little overzealous there from Bay Popper, right, in the 3-on-1. Definitely trying to give himself another highlight play there and show some of the form that we had been seeing earlier in this game. But Skyzo manages to calm everyone down, close out the round. Nothing to see here to pick up the 7th for UC Davis.
Exactly, these shots. All of them count right now. And everyone's hitting them. Nailing him, especially with his operator, and you'll even see in Bracera with the Odin now towards the A site. I think he was able to spray one down earlier, maybe through a smoke. But Irvine, they have to be a little more precise with their taking now. Davis, they seem to be able to gather where the flock is coming. and get the proper trades. But speaking of trades, Spooky Bear getting one, not gonna get traded out, but Pekka picked off by the operator. No more smokes, or excuse me, smokes that can be placed. The Viper is up, but now he's down. And Skyzo still owns the site, and he's still going. 3K for himself, he has the fourth. Will he get the fifth? Not quite with the Headhunter, but the heroics have already been done. Bandit's gonna be dropped by Persera. The Sova duel is won by Davis, and Davis, they're picking it right back up, Takeshi.
Unbelievable individual heroics. You see the ace by Bay Popper to pick up a round for Davis. You see the quad coming in this time from Skyzo. Unbelievable flicks that he's hitting there on the back truck reposition on the C site. I thought he might have actually had a collat there on the players coming out of garage, but he makes it so close to this actual ace. There was one window where maybe he drills it, and it's the cleanest clip that he's ever hit, but it's an unbelievable way to pick up the 8th round for UC Davis. And this reset the money for UC Irvine. They have to convert this half buy, otherwise this game is nearly tied up.
Nearly. And UCI, they smell the blood in the water. They're immediately rushing for the B side. But Davis, they're cool. They're collected, but all of a sudden, hold on, the collection disturbed by the Hunter's Fury. Here come the lasers. And here comes the Killjoy lockdown. The attacker, Killjoy, will be going down in 8 seconds. Jason, though, holding on to a position himself where he's made a stand in A. Ultimate's being used. Deterrence being put up. Barry smells Bandit right in the back. Able to take him down, and all of a sudden, the retake is a retake, but is it successful?
This guy's just looking for half here. His teammates just gotta give him cover. He's actually sticking this thing fully. Jason with the spray down, and so it's gonna be a 2-on-2. Hippo sticking it! Bros don't fake.
Bros do not fake. Davis, they indeed got that one. They will lose all the members, but what is looked at is the scoreboard, and it's 9-10. Takeshi, the Aggies are 1 round away from being tied with the Anteaters again, and they had to valiantly, I almost said valorantly, hold on to that spike. He literally body blocked, putting his life on the line in order to protect Hippo, who was defusing, and they got it in the end.
You gotta love that. That's teamwork right there. The willingness to put your body on the line for your teammates. That is fantastic team play by UC Davis. I really didn't expect Hippo to stick it, but once there was no pressure from Irvine on that front site plant, you realize he could actually get away with this, and he does in dramatic fashion, we'll say.
Speaking of drama, Bay Popper in his favorite spot actually takes a bit of a slip, a bit of a misstep, as here comes the flood, and he's in the middle of World War over here as everyone's just rushing in, and everyone coming from everywhere and all the angles. Davis is too much for them. And now Irvine, they take it 1 step at a time, joining into heaven. They seem to have claimed this round for now.
Difficult to think Davis will make a round out of this one unless Hippo manages to find a nice peek, little jiggle here, hit the instant headshot. He TP'd right into the smoke, not quite going to get it done with the judge. So that's the 11th round for Irvine, and it's important to note this T side here taking a page out of the UC Davis playbook, right? This time, this Irvine composition only having the 1 movement duelist but having the 2 smokes, using the Viper wall like a pseudo cloudburst, right? Working your way there into short, and then once you're actually up at the angle, Irvine with some great spacing, some great pace, exploding straight onto the A site and winning every fight that they had available to them to put themselves in that 4-on-2 position. But now we're 2 rounds away from UCI potentially taking this first map of this best of 3.
It's exactly as you said, Takeshi. These tools of Irvine, they're being meticulously used to walk up. Though they do not exactly have the explosive composition, they have the surprise power. And if you're Davis right now, you're wanting your team to be able to claw back starting from this round. You're holding on to hope. This is the first map, and it's a best of 3. There at least is 1 more to follow. But Davis, right here, right now, can they make it happen?
This is a great showcase of what we almost got to see on stream with our first match of the day. Obviously, we want to make sure that all teams have an opportunity to be broadcast. So it's excellent to see both of these teams actually making it the distance, right? And showing us that matchup, the only matchup that we didn't actually get to see at UCEI in 2026.
Precisely. Precision is the name of the game. Bay Popper Switching out his dance moves. He's actually going into the left corner this time. Back to the right, he uses the tailwind. The Cloudburst buying him some more time. 4 bullets in the chamber. Able to get one more for himself. He's doing so much work, Bay Popper. Bracera again. There to back up his man. And it's 10 rounds for Davis. And they're coming right back.
These are some unbelievable individual heroics. You see Bandit and Bay Popper topping the charts there. So these individuals for Davis, they're finding multi-kill after multi-kill on these holds, whether it's Bay Popper playing short, Skyzo anchoring it on C-side, a couple of nice rounds by Barry, and of course that 1v2 by Braz to kick it all off. The only thing that's missing here for it to be a really complete victory, or a team victory in this case, is if Hippo starts chiming in with a big multi of his own. Davis is in a great position. We have a replay here of some of these unbelievable rounds that I'm talking about. TPing straight into the smoke here, a little bit unfortunate, right? Maybe misread the timing. This lineup, unbelievable by Mini Pekka. Have you ever seen anything like that, even in a solo queue game?
I mean, when the coordination's there, you execute the site together, you buy the guns together, you do the comms together, you even die together. That's how it goes with the band.
Although I would say, on average, you would probably prefer not to die with the band, right?
that's
You'd rather not go down with the ship. But yeah, I mean, I guess a good captain does, and their whole team funneled into that one angle. So you can't say that they weren't committed, right? It's not been the problem with Davis so far. This is a really, really tight game. It's been a really exciting first match here. A great chance to see what both of these teams are really capable of. And we have guns here. Interesting to point out, they're not giving Bandit a full rifle. He's topping the charts right now. I want to see him have the rifle.
You need a rifle in a situation like this, but Bandit doesn't even need it. He has the Guardian, and he's shooting right back. Honey Bun able to get another. That makes it +1 for Irvine. This situation is tough again.
Well, just make me shut up immediately next time, Caleb. I mean, that was fantastic shooting from Bandit. Good cover there to end the rest of the skirmish. And it really imbalances UC Davis's defense. Skyzo has this entire long line, so Bay Popper knows the hit is most likely coming to him. He has an opportunity to catch a timing here. The Viper's wall is going to go up, and so he might actually catch something. He catches a glimpse there of Bandit and of Jason. He's going to run for it and get a little bit more damage through that smoke.
He's trying to go back in. He had the timings there. The Cloudburst was trying to be employed to get a little pick. He has to get himself out of danger, but it seems to him now he's probably calling over Skyzo. Hey, man, I think they're going A.
It would be a pretty informed, I think, right? But the same coin is true. Jason shuts out Bay Popper. If you know where they are, you've also shown your location, right? They know exactly where he is, even if there is no Cypher in this lobby.
There is no Cypher, but there is a chamber. A chamber with an outlaw in his hand. One member stands for Davis. If you were to get this clutch, it would be quite massive. Speaking of massive, the first kill of getting picked up. Skyzo has the headhunter in hand. Got a little bit of momentum. Knows where Honey Bun is. Gets the first. But Jason right there to support his squad.
If Skyzo's able to hit that first shot, there is a world where he's able to flip right back around because Jason has to run from back truck to be able to cover his teammate. That 1-on-3 almost got really ugly because of all the damage Bay Popper was able to do from short. The cumulative damage that Davis has inflicted here on Irvine puts us into a very winnable position. If that first one's a headshot, there's a round to be played there. Maybe that 1v1 goes a little bit differently, but Skyzo unable to pull off that 1v3 there. 2 shots at UC Irvine to take map number 1.
I think just looking at that round, if you extrapolate that really shows you what's been going on. Davis, so much heroics. Speaking of heroics, Bay Popper in the midst of the battlefield getting one for himself, Blade Storm.
A second,
getting a second. You could count that as 2. It's a 3 versus 5. UCI.
They've swapped sides here.
Yeah, they've made their way onto the B site, but so has Bay Popper. He's following their scent. He's picking it up. And Mini Pekka right in his midst. Bay Popper not able to get that frag. But Mini Pekka's in such a difficult position now. From the shadows, he does have it.
Spike down B.
But Davis will just reclaim what is theirs. And it seems like we're going to have an 11-12.
be patient here, right? The round is not over. We saw some unbelievable plays from both sides in order to pick up rounds that we felt like should be unwinnable. That rotation onto the A site, unbelievable hold by Mini P.E.K.K.A, right? There is reason to believe Jason could find something crazy here, but this crossfire really suggests, as the Neon, as Barry holds the potential wrap from CT, there should be no way that Jason can find his way through.
And the Bucky secures it for Davis. He had the Viper's Pit in hand. Maybe if he got the first frag, you're feeling it. But no cigar, and he's not able to get the first. 11-12, Takeshi. We may very well be seeing an overtime.
We didn't see, did we see any overtime? We did see one earlier today, I believe. Berkeley versus San Diego. Map number 1 was 14-12 in favor of Berkeley, but we haven't seen any since here on stream. Davis has the opportunity to push us the distance here in the first map of the Grand Finals. An unbelievable opportunity, and Barry's ultimate here could have a big part to play.
They found my trap.
Big part to play. Irvine. Running on towards the C site, the Hunter's Fury though. Cutting off that choke line into Garage, and here we have Skies up again. This is his site, and he's gonna be holding on just for a little while, but his team, you need to arrive right now in the overdrive, not gonna be able to do so much. Irvine, they're making the way on. The Viper's Pit, making the space. And all of a sudden, as the dust settles, it's a 2 versus 3, 1 versus 2. Bracero, it all is on your shoulders. Shock darts being used to sniff them out. Viper's Pit is providing them cover, but Jason, he's in it, in his own turf, in his own territory. They're up against the wall, and Jason bites them as he gets a 3K for himself, and Irvine take map 1, and that's Haven to the Anteaters.
And the hero of the last round of the first half, the hero of round 12, with that 1v2 Braz, it was tasked to him to take it to overtime, but he could not take us the distance. Irvine, first on the board there in terms of map score with Haven. Unbelievable map number 1.
It's just that close. And we saw a 2-0 from Irvine earlier in the day, but right now, Davis, they're in form.
They sure are in form, and this has been a fantastic run by them, right? Getting knocked out of uppers, it happens, right? That's why double elimination exists. They're making the most out of their second life so far.
That's exactly right. Now, it has been map 1. We will join you back in map 2 after a little ad and a little break. We will see you there.
Don't go anywhere.
Helium Melanin showing beautiful control. He's clearly a crowd favorite.
The most reliable Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Look at Michaela attack that run. No doubt you can do the same, Stella.
Cut your mobile bill in half and save $60 a month for your first year with Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to UCEI 2026 UCEI Invitational presented to you by Xfinity. I'm Caleb Jiayu saying, here with Takeshi.
TK Starstorm Kawada.
Kawada.
Absolutely.
And as we just witnessed, map number 1 between UC Irvine and UC Davis. Now it's 1-0.
In favor of?
In favor of Irvine.
Of course. It pains me to hear that. But it does not pain me to see some of these replays. We had some glorious multi-kills and some big hero moments from players from both sides between this Irvine and Davis scuffle. A couple of unfortunate moments as we continue to show Hippo, poor Hippo, TPing straight into that smoke. An unbelievable lineup here by Mini Pekka, one of the craziest we've ever seen here at the University of California Esports Initiative. Braz, the hero of round number 12, unfortunately, ultimately unable to get it done in the last round of regulation. Bay Popper, the ace there. You see Mini Pekka trying to make this a competitive round, overlooks the last angle there, trips over the final hurdle. Skyzo, another unbelievable clutch here on the seaside, almost had the ace, so close to it. Davis made this a really competitive affair, and they did it in a variety of ways besides the all-out aggression that I feel has really been their calling card. Skyzo tried his absolute best here in regulation to push it the distance, but Jason, up close and personal, dodges the pre-fire at all of these angles and finds just the right time to take down Braz on that smoke entry. Caleb, ton of stuff to unpack from map number 1. We're going into map number 2. What do you want to see from Davis? I know you're rooting for Irvine. I shouldn't be putting you on the spot like this. What do you want to see from Davis to at the very least make this a competitive affair? I'm sure you would want nothing more than a 2-0 clean victory for UC Irvine. Nothing to see here, folks. But what would it take from Davis to push us the distance to Game 3 of this grand finals?
You say to push us the distance. And I'm assuming you mean in the audience, where we're all watching this incredibly exciting match. But for Davis, what can we see? I mean, we see the agents already on the select. Davis, again, opting for the double duelist. You'll notice a Waylay. You'll notice a Neon, and this is Corrode. Davis are good at their explosive attacks. But can they pull off this in the early game of this match? They need momentum. They need to get their ideas going. They need to find footholds. But Irvine, they seem to be good at adapting to what Davis is trying to cook up. They need to be able to find out ways to have their lines of sight not in favor of the Neon, not in favor of the Waylay. If they get too much space, then things went rampant for the Aggies. And of course, Davis, they're looking for aggression, and they're looking to do it fast.
This is a map that we had previously seen here on the UCEI stream. It was the match between UCSD and Berkeley, and that did not end so well for Cal. Here with Davis on the attacker side first, you're going to see another very aggressive opener. You see the dog coming in first, the Prowler going to be faded. And so UCI, they're going to cede all the space early. Spooky Bear finding the first blood of map number 2.
Of course, Waylay for Waylay. Hippo getting a frag for himself. Mini Pekka is right there, present. Barry getting one. The trades are many, and the players are now few. 2-on-2. He's on the A site. A little dance, a little tussle, but UCI not able to pull it off quite just yet. You'll even see Takeshi, I saw him. He did a little fist pump in the air. I saw that. And if you're an Aggies fan right now, you're feeling it. That's 1-0. The Aggies doing well with themselves.
It was a little bit less of a fist pump and a little bit more, woo, wiping the sweat off my brow. I thought there was going to be a lineup there. I actually couldn't believe that UCI spaced it out correctly here on this pistol. Look, I feel like this was almost a lineup that Barry took full advantage of, but Braz is able to wrap back around from main side there and is able to clean up that round. Big start by UC Davis. Irvine not going to invest a whole lot here, so Davis, as long as they're clean with this execute, clinical the same way that they were when they picked up those 3 rounds on the T side of the last game. They're going to be able to put themselves up 2-0, have the opportunity to even put up a back-breaking bonus, which would be unbelievable for them to get things started here.
You say things wisely.
Thanks, bro.
Bring them down.
You're welcome.
You know who else is welcome?
Who's not welcome?
No, I was saying, you know, who else is welcome there? Braz is just being gifted a couple of free kills here. He's up halfway on that ultimate already, but it looks like the 2 players showing presence here from UCI is suckering Davis into hitting a site that still has 2 players. Nice job there by Honeybun.
One enemy remaining.
Honeybun getting taken down, right to follow. Of course, Davis have quite a bit of momentum.
Spike
They
planted.
do have better guns in this one. Takeshi, let's talk ultimates again. Fade, Waylay, Neon Viper. I mean, they have large presence maybe in action, and they do have space-taking abilities, but it does seem more of a chess, slow pace activity from both of these team compositions. But what do you think about that?
I think the ult economy that you really have to watch here from both sides, obviously the Waylay ultimates and the Fade ultimates, these big area of effect ultimates that you are highlighting there, Caleb. These are big ways and big round swinging plays, a little bit of showmanship there as we see some spraying of the bodies. We saw some from UC Irvine last game, right? So a turnabout is fair play here for the Davis players, but they're right to be a little bit confident. They started off down 4-8 at the beginning, or sorry, at the end of the first half of map number 1, and they've carried that momentum because they nearly tied up the game in the second half of things. They've carried that momentum forward in a big way here to kick off map number 2.
Davis, taking a slow pace. They like to play this game where they collect some information, get some ultimate orbs, and then they speed it up with that explosiveness. Have UC Irvine expensive utility. Oh, a bit of an unlucky timing by Skyzo, getting picked off in mid. Not the worst of duels, but that does mean that Davis is down 1 player. But of course, their core still online. Double duelists, Fade for the information. They're splitting up on this map, but this bonus not working out so well.
Skyzer took a lot of damage off of that initial contact, right? You saw him get posted up on the A-line, take a big wallbang headshot through the smoke there, or maybe not even through the smoke. I'm pretty sure that Spooky Bear actually had a good position on that angle. And so Davis has to move into this fast B play.
Coming on with the big hit, Neon Wall gonna provide the cover that is needed, but Mina Pekka, speaking of cover, he has a dark cover of his own, and he's utilizing it to the best of his ability. Getting 2, and Bay Popper getting 1 in return. But now it's difficult for Davis. They have 2. 1 player is very low on the side of Irvine, and it is Bandit. He has the utility, though. He's mostly the guy walking in behind after everyone else has hit the shots. And now, these players from Davis, they have to hold on. The dark cover is being utilized, but Bandit already gets Hippo, and now there's only 1. Bay Popper left to rot, and Irvine get their first one in this map.
And that was an excellent clear entering the smoke there by Jason. He had a very clear idea of where Bay Popper could be. The smoke not placed far enough out there for Bay Popper to actually be playing that close corner inside of the hut. So you know that the least vulnerable position he can possibly be in is that corner underneath the little ridge line. And so Jason clears him effectively right there at the very end.
Effectively indeed. When you need to rip apart a site, you take it methodically, with precision. It seems like Irvine is taking the clinical approach in this one. They're starting to figure out kind of how to piece apart this attack, and maybe a retake is more necessary than holding on to the site in the first place.
It's a very interesting difference in styles because you saw Spooky Bear.
Back in a flash.
Spooky Bear getting 2. That's a bit spooky with the Fade Haunt to follow, but 3 players on the side of Davis not looking so hot. UC Irvine have very comfortable footing. As we say that, Hippo gets in the water, shoots down Spooky Bear. The threat is gone. And this Viper Wall playing a little bit, but the position, Takeshi, is getting interesting.
It is getting really interesting. And the contrast in styles, right? The approaches that the 2 recent Davis opponents have taken. Berkeley was more about point of attack, right? We are going to meet you at the choke. We're going to see if we can actually match up well against your numbers by trading even and playing retake afterward. Irvine's saying, you know what? You want the site? You can have it. We'll just play retake afterwards because we have superior retake ability, we'll say. Jason is holding this close corner very well.
He does hold it. He's able to get the 1. Bay Popper actually finding Honeybun on the TP. And all of a sudden, Mini Pekka, he's been outstanding so far, but the operator, the likes of it, will get the best of him. Skyzo dropping him. And that's 3-1 Davis. able to cleanly take the side after a bit of a scuffle. Maybe not so clean after all.
I can't believe, actually, that Baypopper was able to hit that second headshot onto Honeybun before the chamber blink came in. We're going to get a replay on that one for sure. I gotta feel it. This lineup, ridiculous spray down through the smoke, but Baypopper off the back of this dash right before the blink. If it goes through a millisecond faster, I don't think there's any way he gets it. And Skyzo has been in fantastic form with the op today. He's only missed a couple of shots here and there. So he ices that round. Davis up to 3-1 here, and the economy not looking so hot for Irvine.
But speaking of hot, got the overdrive coming in, but Mini P.E.K.K.A has got none of that. Baypopper taking him out though. The tether will be delaying the push.
Look at
Here
all
comes the
Irvine
saturate.
players.
Spooky Bear making quick work. The headshots are landing for them. The Aggies are stressed now. They only have 2 players. They have from the shadows. Something could be manufactured as Skyzo. Trying to slowly handle things. Hippo trying to take a peek. Perhaps you should let the operator go first for the trade. Skyzo getting one. And this is the close moment. Skyzo doesn't know where he is. Jason has to play his cards right. There's a whole minute. Skyzo has a lot of time to work with.
It'll be interesting to see how the mind games from last map play into how Skyzo plays this clutch. If you remember, Caleb, Jason was super slow on those wraps in map number 1, and as he continues to take time off the clock, you have to feel like Skyzo at some point is going to get a little bit antsy as to the approach that this enemy Viper is going to take.
But one thing to note is that he is the chamber. He has the trademark to watch his back.
30
But as
seconds
the
left.
players contact, they're starting to meet in mid, and the timing, you'll see the mini-map. Oh, maybe Jason saw him in the back right there. Just a little leather of his vest. But surely now he hears the plant. Jason, knife out, creeping onto the site.
I don't know if Skyzo's going to be ready for this.
Skyzo, do you smell it? Do you sniff him? Coming right on to the left side. Maybe he does. Skyzo, he's aware. Gets the 3K, has the operator in hand, and it's no problem for him. 3K and Heroics get Davis their 4th round.
UC Irvine was in fantastic position to receive that Davis attack. You saw Barry go in really, really fast off the back of that overdrive that you were talking about, Caleb. And he doesn't actually get anything off of that initial entry. There's so many Irvine players. They brought the 4-1 themselves to actually anchor down that site. But as they continue to overpeak into the line, Hippo got one, I'm pretty sure. Skyzo got a pair of them, which sets up the one-on-one clutch. And at that point, it's anyone's round.
Anyone's round is the name of the game. Davis are showing why they're in the finals right now. The ultimates are online for both teams. Things can get a little bit dicey. Nightfall available. Converging paths available. From the shadows available from both sides. Irvine, they have a strong grasp of mid. This Viper cutting off sight lines. But perhaps Davis, they have no interest in mid. They're going B. Skyzo gets one pick in the mid position, and now Jason has to hold on to B by himself, and that's no problem for him. He's got a Guardian, and he's the Guardian of this site. Throws the orb into CT, holding on to it. It's 3 versus 4. They must hold on, Davis.
Interesting use of that paranoia there, of that Fade ultimate, to really put pressure there onto Elbow. Davis is not following up off the back of it.
The convergent paths are so effective, and Spooky Bear getting the respective kills. Irvine convincingly take that round, defend their site, and receive the hit. Even after that one pick that Skyzo got, if they're able to hold onto the site, the round is theirs.
And if either one of those Davis players is able to take down Jason and Elbow, that round usually becomes a lost cause for UC Irvine. But this hold here from the Guardian was spectacular. The tap down there to secure the round, because Davis only had B main players remaining. UC Irvine is clawing these rounds back in a big way.
And when an anteater claws back, they're ferocious, those anteaters.
I didn't know that.
When they're backed into a corner, they go zot, zot, zot.
Fantastic. Can we get some of that in the crowd? Sorry, I shouldn't be crowd working for your side. Do you want to crowd work for them?
Let's hear it for the anteaters. 2-4 as they're trying to claw the way back. The anteaters are doing work. They're trying to hold onto the site, but here it comes fast. The waylay, the convergent path, the tour de force. They're going down. Honeybun will take down one with the operator. Gets the second one for himself. The forces of Davis are being ripped apart, and UCI, they're just doing the work, and Spooky Bear doing a lot of it. 3 to 4, they claw back right as the response, and they feel the energy. I'm feeling it too.
As you well should. That was a dominant round from UC Irvine. And Davis, their economy is in shambles right now. It's not unthinkable that Irvine should be able to hold these long angles, right? Continue to play the gun advantage and the range advantage that the CTs so often have on this very defender-sided map of Corrode. You have so many different places that the attackers actually have to hard clear that if you're actually able to play these ranges, play these close angles, the attackers have to have a firm grasp, and Bear is holding on tight to short.
Exactly, as you say, and now they're taking the aggression to them in the mid spot. UCI Spooky Bear again, showing why he's on the duel list, getting his second in the round. UCI very convincing in this mid position. They're no longer scared of them taking sites, and they say, you know what? We can retake. You take our sites, we'll take it to you. Bay Popper, though, he has a Bucky in hand. We know how scary he is with that. Bit of a hindrance, a bit of a slow down mini P.E.K.K.A. Doing his due diligence. The bomb is wide in the open. And all of a sudden, Bay Popper finds himself again in a 1 versus 3. Can he handle this? Not quite. Mini P.E.K.K.A. getting a third, and the Odin again online as bringing the thunder. 4 to 4, Irvine are back in it.
Timeout immediately called by Davis. I really like this call from a mental standpoint, right? You really do not want this momentum to carry forward for Irvine. If you're Davis, you need to put a stop to this immediately. Bandit was the high man of last game, right? Spooky Bear has effectively taken their place. 12 and 5 to open things up on this Waylay. This really dynamic agent that's actually able to take these spaces so safely. Has the teleport ability of a Yoru, of a Chamber sort of thing. Has a jet-like blink and an unbelievable slow ability that really isolates fights like no other. Davis going to need to isolate some more fights for themselves, right? They're going to need to put themselves in positions where Skyzo's ops can find impact, where Bay Popper and Barry can sprint onto sites together with the supporting utility of Brazzera and Hippo. What do you think we're going to see out of this timeout, Caleb?
Davis definitely need this. They need a change in pace. They need to orient where they're going to be attacking. Of course, on a defense-sided map where you do have to look both ways when you're crossing the street, and you have a Waylay able to entry, it's difficult when you know the retake is coming. So I think they're attempting to take space. Heroic moments like the Viper, fighting the 1 versus 2 in CT, those fights need to be taken for Davis, and I think they need to extend a little farther than this site. They need to take the fight to them.
I don't have any problem with that. Yeah, I would like to see the Davis players be up on some of those aggressive lines, right? You have these players who have been performing so well individually. I think it's only fair if you're the coach, right, the coach of Davis, to be able to call this time out and be like, hey guys, let's talk about what got us into this position in the first place. Let's talk about what got us to the finals and what actually is the strength of our team. We have great team play, right? We're all flooding as one, but it's those individual shots that we're talking about that have really brought them here.
Individual shots, indeed, but we've seen a pick like this before. UC Irvine do not exactly look loose footing so easily, and they do have ultimates just as we say that the Nightfall will fall. Jason earns one back for himself, the health bars are dropping so low, and here comes the Waylay, right into the fray. Jason getting one, Spooky Bear another, and another. And now Bay Popper again, only the one standing for Davis. They drop like flies, and 3 alive for Irvine takes the 5th round for them in convincing fashion.
That fatal was brutal for the Woodbox player, right? Obviously, you're purely deafened and you're slowed. There's basically nothing you can do short of pulling your gun out and hoping and praying for a miracle to occur. No deliverance arrives for UC Davis. Spooky Bear flying high there to pick up the 5th for UCI.
And we'll just watch that back one more time. Maybe there's no deliverance, but certainly you can have hope. Joy might come in the morning and you'll try to hold on, but the fighting has to keep happening if you're Davis. A happy family of bears cheering them on the side. Davis, they're taking the fight. A-Link leaving the bomb towards their spawn. This might be a bit of a fake, but they might find themselves in a bit of a pickle here as they get tethered up. It's a bit slow the pace, but Barry actually getting one on the site, but Honey Bun again, as expected, he's posted up, but the Neon sliding right on past, trying to make some space. Dark cover, getting the space they want. And now the ace should be theirs, but the bomb has actually been found by the Anteaters. They sniffed it out, and the food is right in their paws. So if you're the Aggies, you got to go back.
And that dark cover, very well intentioned by Hippo, right? Obviously, that's the natural progression. You've taken all the space, you have the neon slide out wide from Barry, and so all of that space that you've just taken, you then use to plant the spike in as open of a position, and Skyzo rips Mini Pekka wide open with that headshot.
And of course, the play was expected. Hippo able to pick it up from the shadows, the bomb secured. And now Davis, they flip the chessboard around. Of course, they need to hit some shots still, though, and Skyzo gets one. The chances are definitely not as slim as before. 2 members for Irvine, but only 2 for Davis. And all of a sudden, it's much closer. Honey Buns, he's been good with this off, but is it good enough for this 2 versus 1? Not quite on this round. Bracera locking him down. 5-5, keeping it close, Takeshi. It is slim, this scoreboard.
It sure is. I mean, there's actually no difference, right? 5-5 here. We're tossing this off right back to Skyzo. He's been performing so well on it this game. It's difficult to think that anyone else is going to be taking command of it right now. You see a very balanced scoreboard attack here from UC Davis. Skyzo, the high man, 10-7, and then a lot of his teammates all following suit, 6 and 5s apiece. But the ultimates we should take a look at here. Bay Popper, 2 away from that convergent paths, which is like the stun grenade that I was talking about, except it hits the entire site instead of just the one area.
Exactly, and it seems that Davis, the name of the game that they've found is this mid lane that they're trying to open up. They're trying to open up options. They're trying to extend the fight, and they know that Irvine has no one posted in that perch position. They actually smoke themselves off from seeing mid. They've conceded their position here, and they're holding onto their sight lines. Their lines that they can see from sight, that is. And of course, 1 player watching from each does mean that they're isolated. Irvine must be very careful.
Oh, that
smoke
is
smoke towards heaven. The paranoia as well, Takeshi, as you're about to point out. The dash actually can be used from Spooky Bear, relinquishing the space here, but Bay Popper shuts him down right away. That's a massive pick for the side of Davis, as Spooky Bear has been quite online for these past few rounds. The convergent pass doing quite a bit of work. Bracera getting his 2. Honey Bun has to go up against an army here.
I cannot believe that UCI was not able to convert there off the back of Hippo's really early smoke. That is a sure tell that you're leaning in one direction in particular. That direction was B side, but instead, Spooky Bear has to actually dash out of there instead of committing with the convergent paths onto that B main aggression, because Mini Pekka isn't in a position where it can help. He's in that one and done angle right outside of mid, close left. And now we have an Irvine timeout just a couple seconds after that Davis one that resulted in them taking those 2 back-to-back.
You know, it's just a calm little timeout.
Sure.
You need to recollect, reassess, see where the ants are on the hills, and then you strike.
It's the smell the roses kind of timeout, right? It's the appreciate life, take it a little bit slower, calm down, right? There's still plenty of game left to play. Even if you're Irvine, this is a 6-6 half if you win this round. There you go. Then you're playing 1st to 7, and then whoever wins the pistol sets themselves up in fantastic position to take it. I've really liked what I'm seeing from Davis here, Caleb. What do you think about what you've seen from Irvine?
Irvine, they're relinquishing space now. We're seeing them give up mid a lot. You even see on that pass round, they smoked off their own sightlines. And I think that's giving Davis a lot of time to work with. And with an explosive comp like that, if you're relinquishing space, then, I mean, you should expect a hit. And where's it going to come from? If you have not that many members on that site, you'd best be able to retake it, or at least not let your members on the site die too fast. So Irvine need to figure out a way, and it seems that they're going to stack in order to fix that.
And Irvine, I feel like they desperately need this round, right? You don't want to call your timeout, immediately get slammed afterwards, and then be in position where Davis can put themselves up 9-5 following a successful pistol and the conversion happening.
Exactly right, but I'm pretty hopeful for Irvine in this round. The saturate to be used, and of course, recalling right on back. And here comes the convergent pass, and the dashing forward from Spooky Bear will pick up the first, entering into this A-link position, and it's gonna slam right back at Davis. That timeout was worth it. Calm, collected, and the roses, they're gonna have thorns in them, Takeshi.
Unbelievable. I actually understood that reference. That being said, Davis, They saw the timeout, right? And they decided, hey, what if we ran the exact same play that we've been running here for the past 4 rounds? Keep showing this mid-aggression, force the other team to out-execute, and Irvine this time prepared with a flurry of ultimates of their own to counteract that aggression. Skyzo has a ton of time to play with. Either site is his. He would have to get a move on if he wanted to go to B side, but it looks like he's probably going to plant in the A site once he's cleared out all angles, and then he can get himself positioned on one of the lines in particular. He can op shuffle. That would be something really cool we could see here. Looks like we are going to find it actually. But that teleport anchor that he previously had, he does not have access to. So whatever angle he finds, he's got to find a collat.
It's in bullets and a dream here, but Bandit able to get the secure onto him. When the sky is the limit, sometimes it's just too much for one man to handle. And it's a 6-6 half. UC Irvine going into the attack now, and they have the double controller. Keshi, what are we expecting on the attack? What are the theories? What's the cooking smelling like?
Do you want my picks to watch? Do you want my positions to take a look at here? Yeah, can I get a telestrator up here so I can start drawing exactly where I want my people? We need fade utility early and often, right? When you have rechargeable utility, you definitely want to see Braz in this case, or Bandit, lobbing over Kobeing over, right, those fade eyes, so that you're able to find all of the information on one of those side sites. I also want to see, because he's in such good form right now, I want Skyzo up on these early lines. I want other people playing off of Skyzo, having control of these early lines. And I want an op in his hands as quickly as possible because no flashes there on that UC Irvine side.
Doing a thing.
That is quite a thing to notice, but sometimes when the smokes are good enough, the flashes are not needed. And again, here comes that first contact that you were talking about. Skyzo gonna get himself right out of there. And UCI, they have to commit the resources now. This pistol is already going to the dumpster, but UCI, they're trying to salvage it, but the players, they're already dropped, and the bomb is dropped as well.
Some spectacular shooting by Skyzo after he already had to re-clear everything. Bandit. But it looks like this wraparound from Bandit, this trigger discipline, could be absolutely devious.
Bandit, he has a bit of an angle, but he's not exactly able to hit a couple of the shots. That's okay. It's a little bit expected when you're in a 1 versus 3, but okay. A pistol for Davis, a little bit of a shuffle, a little bit of a chance for Davis. Davis looking pretty good.
I would say so. Yeah, I would absolutely say so. I got a little bit worried there. I actually thought Bandit, off the back of that trigger discipline, would have gone around the right side of the hut, because if you see 2 people watching main, you don't actually have to reveal here, right? The only other danger you would really run into is if you have a passive player there on third. But I would anticipate with that setup, with people so worried about main, that there wouldn't actually be a third player there watching. Otherwise, you wouldn't be covering anything.
Speaking of cover, Skyzo taking out the enemy who do not have cover for themselves. This B main position is so difficult for UCI. They're figuring that out right now. Are there any adaptations they can make mid-round to this? Of course it's their eco, but they're just filling it out. And it seems that mid is not their priority.
And I don't think mid should be their priority. When you're on a pistol round like this, your priority should be farming those ult orbs. You see, one of them went over to Bandit there. Getting some econ damage would be sick. Skyzo is more than happy to opt into these duels with how hot he's being. The duels can easily go the other direction, right? You don't want to overpeak and give UCI a way in like that.
Overpeaking, exactly the right term. 2 kills. Right on over the way to Irvine, and that actually makes Bay Popper sprint his way over to help out his boy Skyzo, but it's a bit difficult when you're on the side of Davis now. Of course, you can just cut sound if you're an anteater. Sit in the corner and make sure that nothing funny happens. And now Davis, they're in the fog.
30 seconds left.
They have to find out what's happening, and Honeybun, if he makes his way into A, cause a bit of a commotion, then the B site just might be theirs for the taking.
Yes, I love this walk up here because you're showing so much pressure with that smoke, right? You're tipping your hand here, and now UCI has found their way into a defenseless B site.
How have they done this? It's like the magician with the sleight of hand. No one even made any sound but Bay Popper. Finding the first sound in these shots being fired. The Prowler gonna make some space, and of course he's gonna get bit. Jason getting one. Now it's much better for Irvine. A more comfortable position. 3 of them towards the B link, but it is an omen, and it is a waylay with shotguns. The HP bars are low on the side of Irvine. And already Hippo trying to do some work. These close quarters will be good for Davis. And Irvine, the bomb is being stuck. Is this possible for him to have being found? But he has been found as well, Honey Bun. And he will be figured out. Davis, hold on to the Rico, but in an expensive fashion.
Absolutely. Irvine, the overpeaks there from Davis. This is one of the few times their aggression has really been punished today, right? You see Skyzo gets the first, you have the man advantage, you have superior guns. You do not need to continue taking these fights like this, and you gifted Irvine a sight. This is a round that could easily have fallen by the wayside if not for these shotguns and the really low health players. Honeybun a little bit too slow on this wrap, allows Hippo to get half, actually put a smoke down for himself, and get back on the bomb in time for Babe Hopper to come back and cover him. Things could have gotten really hairy if Honeybun was there a little bit sooner.
Exactly right. Babe Hopper actually saw him in that last millisecond. That just shows how close these clutches are, how close this match is in its entirety. Davis doing strong again, but again, these mid lane shenanigans.
Bring them down.
Utility being used. The force is being brought, dark cover being smoked off by the attackers. Irvine trying to get some space, and some space being made as Hippo's dropped towards A Link. 3 players from Davis against 3 players in Irvine in this mid spot. On the extremities there are some, but Babe Hopper making the action happen. Aggies are holding onto their mid spot, but Mini P.E.K.K.A and Bandit getting 2 kills for themselves as well, but Barry, he's just returning the favor. Shaking hands, calling some trades, and now a site has to be chosen. It seems like A has been found.
Barry's taking his sweet time here,
Spike
right?
planted.
You saw the speed of the Neon. That's one of the things that makes her such a potent agent. And
standing.
wow, what an unbelievable timing Jason finds there on Skyzo. The 4th or 5th round where he's actually had humongous impact just being so late on these lurks. It's such a luxury that UCI has when you can take so much time on these late developing plays.
Yeah, now UCI just gonna play this patient.
I'm out of here.
They have a bit of a cross. They have the Viper Molly, and they have the orb. That's gonna hurt quite a bit on Barry. He's trying to make some space for himself. They know he's off. I think they heard it. And Bandit gonna check it quite a bit, and Barry, he has to defy all odds here using the ADS, trying to get whipped around, but Bandit whipping right back. 7 to 8 in Irvine. They're finding great footing, and they're making this offense work.
You never want to say that a position is unwinnable, right? But the crossfire that they had, UC Irvine had established there from connector and from main box, or sorry, from main proper in this case, the only way that Barry digs himself out of this position is he has to hit the one tap instantly when the first peak comes in on the close side. The moment you allow both of the Irvine players to dig back into their burrows, there's no way to dig them back out.
Exactly right. Irvine making these difficult. Davis trying their hand at a bit of a mid spot. Spooky Bear getting a great angle onto Pacera. Babe Hopper getting another one though for himself. Skyzo, as you were talking about, Takeshi, operator as soon as possible, and there it is.
And impact right away, right? There are some days when the op really betrays you, right? It's a very expensive investment. It is a huge commitment, right? Because you have a player who's basically an artillery cannon, right? It's going to blow anything up, but it's aimed at that one position. And unless you can support it with all of these different angles and all these different looks that Barry's throwing at him, the operator can sometimes be a double-edged sword. And so it's really nice to see Davis making such a, having it used in such an effective way with all the aggression they continue to throw to funnel players into Skyzo's crosshair.
Last player standing.
Right, and Barry
Spike down
finding players
B.
in his crosshair as well.
Teleport's ready. I have the spike.
Should come to a close as Barry is actually feeling himself right now. 3K, hitting some great shots in the past few rounds. Takeshi, that operator you're talking about, I'm sure you're happy about it coming online, but again, I'm confident. They got smokes, Irvine. They got a Viper to cut off sightlines. They have dark covers, and I think as they notice this operator coming on, they should be able to manufacture something a little more meticulous, something more precise at cutting off the sightlines that make this op void.
The other thing that I would take a look at here, Caleb, is there are other places to hit that cannot necessarily be offed. If you're playing an off in that close connector, as we... Oh, hold on for a second.
For a second, and here comes the Nightfall as it makes Hippo lose his headphones. And here comes the power onto the site. Bandit, Spooky Bear already picking up 3 players total. And Davis, they have to scramble. And exactly when the site is being hit and the operator has to play retake, it's not pretty.
Exactly, and that's that double-edged sword that we were talking about. The other thing about having Skyzo up on these early lines, if you're contacting up and you don't find the op, you don't find the pressure, you know automatically, yes, there are probably going to be 2 people here. Yes, there's probably a third in the fast rotate position. If you get the initial kills as quickly as Irvine did, there's no way that Davis can actually hold on to that site, barring an incredible spray transfer that should be nullified by all of the take utility that UC Irvine has at their disposal.
Exactly right. Big Papa going for some exits, gets 2 for himself.
All that damage counts right now. Look at the economy for UC Irvine. They're they're 3 digits right now. Yes, you win the round, so you're going to get a little bit more, but every dollar matters, or every credit matters at this stage in the game. A couple of those players might be on light shields later in the half because of the economic damage.
It is true. When you're an Aggie trying to find every angle that you can to win, you're going to notice these things.
Absolutely. You know, just being a realist also, because this is as close of a game as can be, right? If Irvine wins this round, we're all tied up. We're playing 1st to 4, pretty much the same way that we were talking about last map. But the economic damage cannot be understated here. You do need to give your individuals the tools to succeed.
Tools indeed. All that's happening right now is gun usage as they're making their way into the site. Jace finding 3 for himself, sinking his fangs into the Aggies as they're on the B side. And again, Takeshi, this operator, not going to be helpful in trying to take back this site.
Exact same position as last time, right? You contact up, you don't find it. You actually see aggression coming through from Davis on this side, probably to disguise the fact that there is no op here. They've been seeing it mid. They've moved it over to the A side. Maybe Irvine thought, okay, well, maybe they'll rotate people over and we'll just hit them with an overwhelm anyway. When the Davis players funnel straight out of the choke, there's basically no other help unless the 2 trade up, right? In this case, if you're going 2 for 1, there's nothing left to defend the site, and you cannot retake this B site without either a number of players or a tremendous amount of utility.
Exactly right. And for Irvine,
9-all.
It's 9-0. That's tie game. Deuce, as they say.
I don't think you need to win by... Oh, you do if you go to overtime, right? You do need to win by 2 in that case, but a victory by any means would be great for either side.
It would be. Davis. They need to win the second map in order to stay alive in this best-of-3 grand final. And if you're Davis, you've come from Northern California all the way down here. You want your team to win these next few rounds, and you need it fast.
Absolutely. I mean, what sucks more than driving all the way down and having to drive all the way back up? Having to drive down, lose the event, and then having to drive all the way back up. That would suck. So I'm really, really happy to see Davis has made it this far. I really hope they can push it over the edge without getting too biased, right? Let's make sure that we're remaining relatively impartial here. But that being said, that would be a pretty disturbing ride home, I would say, at least for me, you know, someone who cares so deeply about every game that I get involved in. It's really unhealthy if you think about it.
Speaking of healthiness, Takeshi, what is your favorite Pokemon?
What does that have to do with healthy? Oh, like Pokemon Go?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's a tough one. I would go by generation. This is going to sound really awful. One of my favorite Pokemon is one that nobody really cares about. Do we have any Cryogonal fans in the audience at all?
Cryogonal. That ice Pokemon?
Yes, the little hexagonal looking one. I mean, it doesn't really do anything. He's kind of just there. I mean, I like all the really weird shaped ones, right? Like Cryogonal's really cool. Spiritomb, big fan. Porygon? Oh, dude, Porygon goes crazy. Big fan.
Fair enough. Hyper Beam does hit hard.
Yeah, you know what else hits hard is tech pauses. and I'm glad we're out of one now.
Here we go, back into the game. 9-9. Davis, they need these rounds if they don't want to go home just yet.
Doing a thing.
The Aggies must find their defense, and they're finding it so far in this round. Utility, a lot of it can be thrown. Pacera almost gets his head taken off. But Irvine, they're actually opting for mid this one. Bay Popper has his back turned. But Mini Pekka not exactly able to find the frag. Hippo instead finding one for himself. Honey Bun jumping right on into the fray with the shorty of his. The trade's coming out. And as the dust settles, 2 for Irvine, 1 for Irvine, and it's Bandit. Can he make this happen? This time they know where he is. No more sneak attacks, no more surprises. Bay Popper locking him up. And Davis are happy about this one. Surely 10-9 in favor of them. And so many ultimates online, Takeshi.
That is a sequence of shots that UC Irvine would love to have back, right? There was a back turn from Bay Popper. You have the opportunity to backstab straight onto the B site. It'd be undermanned in that case. You already saw Hippo. You know he's pinned in that corner. But after the first couple of shots miss, they wide swing into a player they already knew was there in the hopes of being able to take down Hippo and Bay Popper. And they get neither on that initial engage. Hippo gets a pair and even lands the headshot. It's a Phantom. 140. Oh, sorry, through the wall, 140. So he doesn't actually get all 3 of them, but so much damage gets done by a player whose position was already known.
Already known, and everyone missing some shots here and there, but Spooky Bear does not miss that shot. The Fatal Ultimate no longer online for the side of Davis. No Sage in the server, in case you didn't notice. Irvine have 5 people, and they have their Viper wall towards A. Not utilized a lot so far. From the shadows, information being gathered by Hippo. Perhaps sniffing out an A hit, which he did not see, but now the Ant Eaters have gathered. Skyzo sniffs it out himself. Sen is picked up, and Jason nailing a shot onto Bear, which could have been very disruptive. And you'll see Mini Pekka very patient on this play, wrapping all the way around to B. But the players of the Davis team have gone to mid.
And you see the strength of Waylay as an agent on full display there, right? You see all of the utility being dumped in there. I don't think Skyzo was actually in a position where he could have blinked originally. I'm sure he backed up into this bottom right corner if you take a look at the minimap. He's not actually in range of that teleport anchor being in a safe position where he wants to get back to so he can hold the offline on the people, or sorry, reposition back so that he can clear out the people who would be coming in from connector. So this retake is going to be really difficult here for Davis, down 2 people and iced out of the round by Spooky Bear and Bandit.
Making it close. 10-10. Deuce.
Once again. And we find ourselves tied up yet again. This has been an unbelievably close grand final. Skyzo, you see him walk just out of range of that anchor. That's brutal. And that Waylay just so fast with that double dash back up into that box area. Skyzo would have had to play in a very exposed position and probably would have gotten caught by the tether and the damage from the other utility if he wasn't in the position where he got dove on.
Exactly. Tour de force. One of many ultimates being used by Davis. The sideline chosen is A. The shot is missed. UCEI working the way up. Here comes the Waylay, but is he ready for this operator? He looks like he's hacking as he's just shooting right through a smoke. Spooky Bear getting 2, but they do have to deal with the tour de force, which they know is there. Skyzo getting 1 already, and now it's a Viper and a Fade. They have no flashes, as you mentioned, Takeshi, and now it's just hard to take space. 3-on-3. The site, it's hard to even tell whose it is. You'll see all these checker pieces in the smokes on the site. Honeybun actually finding Skyzo and shutting down the Shark. As the fish try to swim their way into this little A site, this rectangle is about to feel very small, I think.
This is a really difficult position for Irvine. I'm sorry, for Davis to be in. I thought it was going to be really difficult for Irvine, but some damage by Honeybun through the smoke to find Skyzo. I thought the first couple of kills by Spooky Bear were back-worthy. Skyzo swings it right back, and here comes the parallel, the convergent paths.
Swinging it right back, the Viper's Pit, providing a lot of momentum, and Hippo just get taken down by a guy running in green smoke. Jason shutting him down 11-10. 1 round away. The Anteaters are from the match point. And if you're Davis, you're calling timeout. And you need to talk things over.
Absolutely. Skyzo with some unbelievable shots here again. Gets hit by the Deafen, blows up the first thing, burns through so many of those op shots, and still stays on this line. I really like the confidence, right? Unfortunately, Irvine a little bit too coordinated coming out of these smokes. They're doing a great job so far. The timeout coming through. I need to see from Davis. I'm going to go on my little sidebar here. I need to see a little bit more pace from Davis. I'm not saying I need to see aggression per se. I don't need to see them all 4-run down mid and just say, hey, we're going to flip the map. This is how we're going to play it. But in these retake scenarios where you have even man situations, I need to see a little bit more urgency so you aren't selling out your Sentinel who's just sitting there on the site.
Exactly right. And Irvine, they're trying to make these proactive plays. And when you're being proactive, if you're Davis, you need to calmly relax, collect, retake. Or you hold on with the aggression. But as we're seeing them trying to hold on with Skyzo holding the front line, if you have no more tools to work with, maybe you have to give it up and come back another time.
And it does feel like Davis has a couple of really great tools this time, right? They have Braz's Fade Ultimate, they have Barry's Neon Ultimate, so you can slide out undetected, right, after the Fade silences everything. It also means that Neon can stomp as quickly as she wants around the map. And the silencing part of it, right, like we talked about, Caleb, losing the headphones, it is a huge component of the game. I talked about round 4, I believe, of Haven, where there was a fake slide mid that could have held a little bit more attention if there was a player on B proper. There was a player in Garage. You might think that the rotation was slowed a little bit. Sound is a humongous component of Valorant, and that Fade Ultimate can be truly devastating when paired with something that requires a heads up.
Exactly right. 5 cents.
That's a lot of words.
That's what we do.
It sure is. It's what we're going to continue to do. Well, I mean, I know you're hoping we don't continue to after this map. I know you just want 2 more rounds, and then we just go on home, and that would be so calm and chill for everyone involved. And then we'd all be seeing you tomorrow. But personally, I drove all the way down here. I want to get my money's worth. I want to get a full best-of-3 going here in the grand finals.
Exactly. The heroics we're talking about. These Davis players, they need to step up. Skyzo, Corrode has been his map. Bay Popper was popping off on Haven.
What?
Man, these players from Davis has been all day. And they need to continue nailing shots. And in these last few rounds, Takeshi, the pressure gets to you.
It sure does.
When you're the audience, you kind of just show up. But these players, they've been fighting all day. It's a mental battle. They need restroom breaks. They need to eat something. But these Davis players, these Irvine players, they're in the pit right now, and they're going at it. So, if you're here from Davis, get some energy for your team. Are you here to win, or are you about to drive home? That's my question for you, Takeshi, actually.
I mean, I'm obviously here to win. I know Davis is here to win. They're playing like it, right? The urgency that I'm talking about is a pretty nitpicky detail. By and large, it feels like they've been fighting really close games against Irvine. That first map going as close as it possibly can. We're going to get a replay of some of those moments actually right here as we deal with a bit of a tech issue.
Exactly. These clutch moments, like you were talking about, some of them are just so close. That just shows the tension on a string. These teams, it's so close. The mechanics, the steps, every foot counts. I guess if we're playing Valorant, we're using meters, but everything matters. These dollars, these positions, look at this. I mean, every shot could lead to a round victory, and you need to lock in.
Absolutely. I'm sorry to cut you off there. And there is a universe where Bandit plays that trigger discipline a little bit different, right? And we get that 1-on-3 unbelievable trigger discipline because Hippo was low on the inside of Hut. I believe it was Hippo. It might have been Braz, one of the utility players. And then there are 2 players whose positions you've already figured out. If you get the first one and the second one, clean double tap onto the Cubby player and the one close Hut, then you know the last one is on the opposite side of Hut, and suddenly you have a 1-on-1, 30 seconds or so to play it with. That round and the one where Irvine missed Bay Popper on that backstab, those 2 rounds right now would already have secured Irvine the win, all else remaining equal.
Exactly. And it's easy to analyze these things, but when you're in the server, it's different. You got to move your mouse. You got to press WASD, and you got to get it done. So, will these Davis players get it done this map, or will Irvine continue their conquest, take the hill, and make it happen? I think it could go either way.
I think we're going to find out after a very short break, as much as I hate to say it. We'll be right back with you, everyone. Don't go anywhere.
Ilium Malinin showing beautiful control. She's clearly a crowd favorite.
The most reliable Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Look at Michaela attack that run. No doubt you can do the same, Stella.
Cut your mobile bill in half and save $60 a month for your first year with Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are back. I'm Caleb Giayo saying I'm with the
Takeshi, TK Starstorm Kawada.
This is the UCEI 2026 Invitational presented to you by Xfinity. And we're back in the map of Corrode, back in the second match, and we're coming down to the wire. 11-10. Irvine, they're close to taking it. I will say it, Takeshi. They're close, and they're going even closer as they push up in this mid position.
I think Davis is in a great position to receive this aggression right now. Davis has not invested a tremendous amount of utility. You have Skyzo posted up on his trademark operator. He has the anchor to get back into safety. Jason finding the kill on the Brass is big, but Skyzo equalizes.
Skyzo, the equalizer, has the operator in hand, and of course, he's going to switch over to the A site, perhaps. That was what the timeout was for, but he was on A so much of the time, and now he's on B. Switching sites, changing the tactics. Now the atmosphere looks different. They must defend a B site, these Anteaters. This might be the first one in this match, if I'm not wrong, for them at least. And they have not that many tools to work with. Strictly speaking, their dark cover is not available in Spooky Bear, though. Not having any problems. The conversion path easily shut down the offensive forces of Davis. Skyzo still standing strong as expected, but with an operator with one bullet, you're not getting far.
That was a phenomenal waylay ultimate.
Hold on.
And that haunt is even better. Skyzo on for it, right? It would have been the ace clutch in a 1-on-3 situation. But Irvine finding themselves in familiar territory. 2 shots, like you mentioned last map, Caleb. 2 shots at winning it all. The UCEI Grand Finals comes down to this.
Comes down to this is quite literally what it's come down to. 1 round away from victory. The Anteaters are so close to that trophy. Takeshi, this is a round. If you're Irvine, if you're Davis, you're preparing all year for this. And it comes down perhaps to this B hit. Irvine, they're easily scaling up. Excuse me, easily was not a word I should have put in there, because Skyzo is ready for it.
And these early lines have been devastating for Irvine. When they've contacted up into Skyzo, he's been getting one consistently, right? Every round it feels like he's getting his, and he's ready for Honey Bun.
Skyzo and Barry, they show up, they peekaboo out to the B main, and they're comfortably doing it. Nothing, no tricks, no scaling up. Davis, they just hold on to the defense.
Jason had an opportunity there. There is a universe where he makes it
Skyzo
happen.
Down B.
These guys are just hitting shots. Hippo with a stinger, hitting him across the courtyard. No problem for him. And 11 to 12? Are you kidding me? Davis, they're staying in it. Even with the worst guns, they want it, Takeshi.
They want one more round, right? And that's exactly what they need here. But this is familiar territory. It would be heartbreaking for Aggies everywhere if Davis lost 2 maps, 11-13, 11-13. It would be brutal. They've kept Skyzo up on this line. He's been so good for them in early contact, but it looks like this time Irvine going to opt into slowing it down a little bit. Calm down the tempo. We don't need to run into this off all the time.
But the dangerous part is, when you're changing your tempo slowly into an operator, they know the tour de force is online. You must be careful with how you approach the angles. Irvine, of course they will be aware of this. Dark covers must be employed. These Viper walls must be taken with sincerity.
Oh.
Pekka though, he's at a bad spot and he's gonna get caught for it. Skyzo's online, and these skies are his. The clouds are opening up, and perhaps it's an overtime, Takeshi. I might be saying it out loud. Davis, they're looking good. But Irvine, they're walking up to this A site, feeling it out. They do know that the operator was posted on B, but with this much time being taken, the operator could have shifted over by now.
I love this stack from Davis. Look how well positioned they are behind this Viper wall. Bandit finds a must-have kill.
Bandit must have indeed. It must have been destiny for them to take this if they get on. But Barcera, he's showing them it's not. He doesn't believe in fate, and he will cut them off. Irvine now in a desperate spot. Spooky Bear standing, but he will fall to his knees as Davis taking to overtime. It is 12-12. Takeshi deuce.
Switching sides.
Gotta win by
Overtime.
2. I know you've been waiting to drop that this entire map. I know you were secretly praying for it to go that close. Skyzo. Unbelievable flick. I mean, I know I've been saying, hey, you know, he's been good for 1 on these straight ups when you're contacting into it. That time he has to hit the flick the width of main. He's 26 and 14. He's plus 12. I would love to see what his opening kill percentage looks like. I would also love to see what the FKFD looks like on that one. He's doing a phenomenal job. 10 kills up on the next highest member on his team. And Irvine here, a little rattled after putting together 5 out of 6. Davis, 2 must-have rounds to do or die, win or go home sort of rounds to put themselves in the climactic overtime.
This is the stats. You love to see what they eat for breakfast, but they're fighting for A main. This is a new one. They've been fighting for mid, they fight for B main, but UCI take it over here. And Davis, though, they're getting kills. Oh, but they're getting killed at the same time. Jason's Vipers bite snatches the legs of Davis, and now they're slowed down.
This is a 3-2-1.
Hawk, this is such a risky position, and Davis, they walk through the smoke. So much time in their possession, but they get a little antsy. And Irvine, they feast on ants.
They decided that, hey, we have an opportunity to go 3-2-1, and Irvine says, how about we go 2 for 0 in that case? We're just going to crossfire this angle. We're going to have 3 people in position, 1 coming from mid, 2 holding the close angle. There's nothing you can do unless you find that first immediately. And like you said, Caleb, advantage UCI.
Advantage UCI, as unhappily as you might say that, Takeshi.
It hurts.
Davis, they're running double operators on this defense. They know this has been the bane of UCI's existence when they're running this attack, and already Spooky Bear feeling the weight of it, and Babe Hopper showing the strength as Davis hold on again. This defense is looking promising as they're holding up these sight lines. UCI somehow boldly standing up to mid without any utility. Davis expect this, of course they do. Babe Hopper there again to get a frag. Davis holding on quite well. Mini Pekka though, he's in position to punish. 2 to 4, even numbers. Can Irvine bring this back? If they can, that's a trophy.
Davis needs to not overpeak here. This is a 4-on-2 possession. You've surely been well drilled for these, and you have an idea of exactly where the Irvine players can be. The smoke to give them the cross. The Viper wall cannot go up anymore, and you've got another 40 seconds before another dark cover comes in. This position by Hippo can be round winning, can be overtime saving if he actually finds this timing.
Exactly. Davis, they seem to be in a good position, but
30
Bandit and
seconds
Mini
left.
Pekka, their team's legacy rests on this round, perhaps. One more round could take it for them. 20 seconds, though. It seems that Davis should know that A site is the point of interest. UCI starting to make their moves, the dark cover, the haunt. They're getting their way in. And again, this fish tank idea, CT's taken down. A main is not to their availability. And mid, Davis have everything. So what do UCI do here?
Davis is taking their sweet time getting their players in position. I like the buddy system idea, but one thing to keep a watch of here is Irvine can fight out as 2, and they can play off of each other here. 2 is not 1 in this case. You still have to clear out every angle, and they're coming from the same positions right now.
Exactly, but Mini Pekka, he knows that Fade and Omen were from main. Skyzo getting 1 with the operator, and it's down to 1 more! But Davis finally collects what is theirs. They take back their site, and the Aggies still stand strong. 13-13.
Deuce! Absolutely. Skyzo is in phenomenal form. He finds the closing 2 kills there to really cement Davis's claim here on this map. 13-13. You have to win by 2. The double op pays off. I thought Honeybun was up past Babe Hopper's angle, but he swings out a little bit wider and he's able to readjust on that angle without being shot from bottom mid. That's great cover by his teammates. 13-13, Honeybun, glass cannon operator, double off on attack side for UC Davis. I'm losing my voice a little bit.
What is happening? Double glass cannon. You might as well have a house made of cards. This is beautiful, or it's gonna shatter. What is going on? The offense is playing patient. They're holding this main position, and Babe Hopper finds it, putting it to use, dashes right into the air, dashes back. The skyscraper going right back as he sees it. Davis, the tempo is so interesting. They pull out another card from their sleeve, and it's the operator, Takeshi.
I love the difference in pace, right? I was calling to speed things up a little bit when I was talking about retakes. Them actually slowing this down shows a new wrinkle. They bring 3 here to take over that B main space. They util out one of the angles, and they slowly inch Babe Hopper up on that operator this time instead of Skyzo. It gives them a way different feel on that attack side. That Haunt finds some nice value there from Bandit. But Davis, in a man advantage, they've done a great job of converting them so far this game.
Exactly, and they're showing a lot of presence A right now. You saw that Paranoia go towards A Link. You'll see another Haunt going down, and a Haunt of Davis scanning one of their own. But they leave Skyzo here.
Oh, they see the
Their
barrel.
husband spotted. Oh my goodness, the operator could be such a big kill. Honeybun finally pulls the trigger, shoots him through the box, but it's too little too late. UCI, they're running towards this B site. And there's only 1 player to defend it, and he's not been found yet. Jason, or excuse me, UCI is on the defense. Barry, he picks up the spike. Finally, a Julius has to plant the bomb. But the flood is coming down. Davis, they need to hit the shots right now. All the shots are going down the trades, and UCI get it somehow from the jaws of defeat in that one. Take back the numbers advantage, and UCI again looking at match point.
Advantage, UCI. And the crowd goes mild, as it does with the tennis matches. But a fantastic job ping-ponging the map back and forth here by UCI, right? Davis showing a new wrinkle, getting that opening kill. Skyzo a little unfortunate, he gets caught with the barrel there. This wall bang doesn't kill if Skyzo doesn't get hit by that wall there. And then overlooking this position means that you're in an even man situation. All of the UCI players hit their shots, and they're staring at the trophy. 1 round, 5 kills away.
5 kills away puts things in perspective. Wait a second. Hippo, did you not purchase the gun, my friend? Hippo only has a shorty. I'm not sure if that's tech or if that is strange, but Honey Bun, not finding things so funny, already takes down Braz. UCI, great footing in this round. Bomb being planted, possession is theirs. Bandit takes down Skyzo, the MVP of Davis. Things are looking grim. Their backs are against the wall. Mini Pekka getting another. Is this it, Takeshi? 5 against 2. The Anteaters have the hill, and it's looking like the end. Their feet are in the sand. They're planting their feet where they stand. This effort was gonna have to be so valiant. Hippo literally only has a shorty, and they're gonna get taken down. The Anteaters do it. They conquer, and they take the hill, and they win the 2026 UCEI Invitational, presented to you by Xfinity. It is won in convincing fashion, and what an excellent series, Takeshi. I think we are out of words.
All you can do is exhale at that point, you know, as a bit of a Davis supporter, you know, a bit of a Davis homer. All you can do is exhale. This was, I know you were saying in convincing fashion, yes, they 4-0'd Davis on the day. Playing 2 best of 3s against one team and winning both of them, that's no small feat. These were some close, ridiculously competitive affairs, full of individual ability. One mistake either direction could have given either team the win. So at the end of the day, that's really all you can ask for from a tournament like this.
Exactly what you said. The heroics from these teams, they really showed up after this long day, and you'll see this highlight reel shows effort after effort. The scoreboard is barely, the disparity is not large. These teams went face to face, and they threw punches, they threw the blocks. But UCI getting the last laugh, ending the second map, 15-13. What a series of events, and here's the ending. As the player is showing sportsmanship. That is the game. That will be the end of the Valorant day for UCEI Invitational, presented to you by Xfinity. What a day, Takeshi.
What an unbelievable slate of events. And I mean, you so often talk about how these games are going to go, but unfortunately we are on home ground, and the hometown heroes are being presented the trophy right here on stage.
Seems we got a bit of delay. It's us again.
Well, it's all right. I mean, we got plenty of airtime, I think. As far as 2 games go, it couldn't have gone any longer, barring map 1 having gone to overtime. But I mean, that's that for the Valorant portion of things here at UCEI. What are you looking forward to most on the league side of things tomorrow? Tell me about it, Caleb.
League of Legends is tomorrow. Summoner's Rift will be played. New patch, new year.
True.
New teams.
You asked me about my favorite Pokemon. What's your favorite champion? And what's your favorite change that they've made this year? I'm putting you on the spot this time.
You're asking a Valorant caster if his favorite League of Legends champion, but I would have to say Kiana is quite sick.
It's pretty flippy. It's very volatile, same as Valorant. I like that.
In the right hands, assassins make things work.
I can't play those, so. I'm asking a Valorant caster a League of Legends question because, I mean, that's my background, man. I don't really know what else to say.
Exactly. Today we played Valorant. A
Sure
lot
did.
of Valorant. A lot of people came to watch, and they got what they came for.
Well, some got what they came for.
Some got what they came for. I would say we, as the Anteaters, got what we came for. And here's the trophy.
Go right ahead.
Well, that was it from us. What a long day. Some great Valorant. Thank you, everyone, so much for coming, to watching and supporting the players. Shout out to all the families, the support. We were your casters for this grand final series. I'm Caleb Jayo Sang.
And I'm Takeshi TK Starstorm Kawada. I am tripping over my own words. I'm so tired, but I've wanted to do something like this on broadcast for a long time. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Inside the NBA or NBA on TNT. But at the end, the casters always get to give a shout out to all the good people in production who helped us out. So from everyone here at UCEI, the University of California Esports Initiative Invitational 2026, presented by Xfinity, from our director Aaron, our TD Sammy, replay operator Zaid, audio engineer, I believe, audio engineer Eden, graphics Regine, our 3 observers Lauren, Kimmy, Adarin, us as casters, our camera people Zandy, Emma, and Karina. Our interviewer was Aaliyah. We thank you all very, very much for watching, and we cannot wait to see you here tomorrow, same time, for League of Legends. Do not go anywhere.
That's all from us.
Have a good one.
We'll see you tomorrow.
So fast.
One enemy.
Deploying drone. Enemy tagged.
Back like I never left. One enemy. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. win.
I did this.
Down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Clutch.
That's three.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Fall back here. Bye bye.
One less. That's three. They found my trap.
Last player standing. Flawless. Attackers win.
Helium Malanin showing beautiful control.
He's clearly a crowd favorite.
The most reliable Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Look at Michaela attack that run. No doubt you can do the same, Stella.
Cut your mobile bill in half and save $60 a month for your first year with Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity. Imagine that.